Took a vacation. Went on a run. I'm sure it was fun. Yeah. Sure it was cool. California after school. Talk to the government, maybe. Talk to your friends. Too much worry for too many days. Wonder where you went. Oh, I'm sure it was cool. California after school. Mama, I need a bus ticket and I need it now. Not enough money in my pocket. My medication's running out. I went somewhere fun, and I went somewhere cool. California after school. California after school. California after school. California after school. Keep your promise with me, 'cause I'm going to. You'll see. And doubt does enter my mind from time to time, but I'm going to. Ever wonder where you can only do too much till my ears have gone red. I have forgotten that I'll keep on riding with time, and it scares me to think of the horrors I'll dream of with mine. It will happen to me. It will happen to you. It will happen to me. It will happen. Deadlock, my door is open. Oh no, the dreams have spoken again. It's better when they're gone. Outside, glass is broken. Inside, it cuts me open once more. Blood all on the floor. It's obvious we've all got something to hide. It's obvious we've all got something to hide. Goodness gave his own son, parents eating their young alive. I believe in you. 'Cause one thing life has told me, there's some sense in moving on. It's better when it's gone. It's obvious we've all got something to hide. It's obvious we've all got something to hide. Lifeless, taken from trees for our sloppy pig needs abhor the horror of Babylon. Obvious we've all got something to hide. It's obvious we've all got something to hide. Please tell me you won't use my own fear. 'Cause the poison oak trees grown with each dead end year, throwing stones at pain at my glass fortress. Now the ceiling's taking rain. Yeah, come on, make me homeless. Are you really after the core, the truth of these matters? Does it matter somehow? I doubt But you'll believe me, but you'll believe when I scream, when I shout. Something's coming, something's coming, and it isn't clear. We'll start this race when I say go. You better go so fast, you make me seem slow. And we'll go so fast, just like a bullet trained from a gun that's pointed at the back of my brain. It can be pretty hard to tell sometimes between the sky and the clouds, the love and the grime, the birds and the trees, and my dog's on his bed. I guess I'll roll over and I'll play dead. Are you really after the core, the truth of these matters? Does it matter somehow? I doubt that you'll believe me, but you'll believe when I scream, when I shout. Something's coming, something's coming, and it isn't clear. What do you wanna be? What do you feel like doing with yourself? Seeking out only what feels right. A small key to how once we all thought we could fly. Take a trip to paradise. Well, I told myself so. Gotta let go, put my head down. 'Cause these things, they never work out. Gearing up to fail, wondering why you did. You don't have any self-esteem. Then again, why should you? It's gone, fed to machines. Once we all thought we could fly. Take a drive to paradise. California under me. I am not a fool, I'm just a freak, yet I lonely ghoul. These random words, they are a curse. The radio static is giving me a verse, but you can't hear me. I am in the past. Draw my curtains, Clinton, you go black. I need you, 'cause I want a friend, someone new. Bring this to an end, but you can't feel me. I am in the past. Draw my curtains, Clinton, you go black. Holding out for a sign, you lead the way and I'll trail behind. Jehovah knows my life isn't mine. My life isn't mine. Wearing a broken home, carry the torch and I'll breathe the smoke. I fell behind, I started to choke. Oh, what a good joke. Yes, sir, my darkest fear, being alone, unable to hear. Jehovah knows I'm anxious and weird. Hoping around for someone care. It's been a while since I've cut my hair. These words came to me pretty late at night. My chest hurts, I hope they fit alright. 'Cause I think Jehovah knows my mind is rotten, but I got a soul. And when I die, I'll whisper back home. I'll whisper back home. Death dreams come to me too, falling apart and losing the view. Stabbed in the gut, the blood and sinew. Now I'm breaking through. Sequence, I'm feeling gross, afraid of my heart, yeah, Jehovah knows. Please give me life and heal all my bones. Please heal all my bones. Please don't shake your head. say I've been waiting for us to go. Give me a call, you know I'm afraid. But staying any less time was a mistake. Colors in the sky try to capture my face. weak heart, you take me down. I heard the screams, I hate that sound. And when apocalypse does come, it won't be bad, it will be fun. 'Cause my thoughts had enough, a bit too much, a little much, oh, I couldn't just give it up. It wasn't done, it wasn't done. I lost myself out there in the dark. Kinda far, so grab my neck, pull me in if you can. Do you need me? Well, I hope you do. I saw myself, was so confused. Why? No mirror in my room. And in another stranger's house, I would walk around, watching through the walls. I'm not here at all. So will you take me to the hospital to get a room? And when the doctor comes, he'll give me pills and I'll be done. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. And in another stranger's house, I would walk around, watching through the walls. I'm not here at all.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh my fuck. Yes. We're streaming. We're streaming again. Woo. Oh my god, I'm so freaking amped right now. My god, I drank too much Bang. Ooh. Ooh. I've got another one. I got a Bang on backup just in case this wears off, because I want to be fucking amped this whole stream. I want to set a PR for this stream. Go as long as possible. Who knows? This guy could be. Oh no, I've got nothing to talk about. This is okay. Anyway, Jesus Christ, good intro so far. Okay, everybody, welcome to the call-in show. This week we will be doing call-ins, but it will be after I talk with Slouch, the main man Slouch, for a couple hours or so, or however long, we'll see how it goes. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I'm gonna be talking to Slouch today. If you don't know who Slouch is at this point, how? I talk about Slouch all the freaking time. I'm always posting about Slouch. I'm working with Slouch. Slouch is an animator on YouTube. He made this very HUD/overlay. I can never decide which to call it. Some people call it overlay. I like to call it a HUD. But then when I call it a HUD, people are like, what? The overlay? And it's just like, okay, yes, fine, whatever. Anyway, Slouch made this beautiful thing, and Slouch makes lots and lots of beautiful, that's the only word I can think of, animations on his YouTube channel. He is a very, very talented individual whom I've worked with on several occasions. On this channel, Slouch did the animations for the supermarket blood pressure reader thing, and the There's a Prison on the Moon animation. Those are both Slouch. He's also got some work featured in Signal Return 3 and 5. If you haven't watched any Signal Returns, check those out, by the way. I'm going to be working on Signal Return 7 soon, some point. Whatever. I'm finishing up the zine right now. The zine is on the way. to being finished, and then there's gonna be, we got to print it and send it out and everything. But it's coming up. It's coming up. Anyway, we're gonna be talking to Slouch today. That's all I have. That's all I have to say. The music is all from Michael Coffrin, or perhaps Kofran. Well, I've not figured it out yet. I should ask the man himself how the hell you say his name. I say Coffrin, because I like that better. So if it is Kofran, I'm ready to ignore that and continue saying Michael Coffrin. Anyway, the links for Slouch's channel and Michael Coffrin's music are in the description of this video. So if you're interested in checking those things out, you really, really should, because they are great, great, talented people. And Michael Coffrin even is getting married. Congratulations, Michael Coffrin. God damn it. On one hand, congratulations. On the other hand, God damn you. I wish I had a beautiful fiance who is, whatever. All right, anyway, good work, Michael Coffrin. You're a great man. Okay, enough about Michael Coffrin, though. That's not the fucking topic. The topic of the stream is Slouch. Where we talking to Slouch, and we'll be doing some interesting things later on. You will be able to call in later on. I'll say right now, if you want to ask Slouch a question, you may email a question to me at theminutehour@gmail.com, theminutehour@gmail.com, and I will at one point go through a bunch of those and ask Slouch your questions. So come up with some questions, because I don't have any questions. This isn't going to be like an interview, really. I'm just going to be shooting the shit with Slouch, see what the hell he has to say about anything. I don't know. I'm going into this with zero prep. That's my ideal form of entertainment. No notes, no thoughts even. I don't know what the hell I'm going to say. Maybe I'll say something terrible. That's always the fun of live. Maybe something terrible will happen and it will be all my fault. But, okay, I don't have anything to say. Again, I'll keep saying I have nothing to say. So I'm just going to call Slouch right now and see what the hell he has to say. Let's see if we can get him here.
Yo.
Slouch!
How are my levels? Does it sound good?
Wait, keep saying shit.
You're
You're good.
Okay.
Don't say anything.
I always say Michael Coffrin too, just to be fair.
All right, good.
Coffrin.
Thank God.
That's what I always say.
Why would it be Kofran, right?
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like I'm parasocial enough with Michael Coffrin to know his name better than he does, honestly.
How did you discover Michael Coffrin?
I'm pretty sure you actually. I think you...
Woo!
A really long time ago, I think you made a community post about one of his demo albums. And I was like, this is fucking really good. His music is great. I love Michael Coffrin.
He's made so many great things. Those demo albums, I really loved. Some summer I was just listening to those nonstop, and then he came out with that album Pictures, where it's like he's rather than just the acoustic thing, it started doing the whole produced music sort of thing, and it's even better.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think honestly this should be the having a conversation with Michael Coffrin episode. I think he would probably have more interesting shit to say.
Yeah, we can get him on. That's fuck this Slouch bullshit.
Fuck that guy. Yeah.
Slouch. Slouch. How
What's
you
going
doing,
on?
bro?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
What's up?
I got this.
Yeah, you're going.
I got this beer. Should I
chug it? Shotgun that shit. No, don't.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it?
No,
I cracked it open right into the mic. Somebody was saying I was a little too loud. I turned it down. I don't know.
Oh, really? All right. Sorry, I was yelling while you were cracking that. You sound good to me. I don't know. Let me turn my shit up. I'm just like, I'm so amped. So I'm like, I'm talking. I know I'm gonna be yelling a lot, and it's just gonna make me peak a lot. So I think this is about right. But what were you doing today? Hey, let's start this conversation with What were you doing when you woke up today?
Okay, as soon as I woke up, it doesn't happen all the time, but I did remember a dream, and I wrote it down, kinda.
I would love to hear it.
Okay, it's very, it doesn't really make any sense, but
A dream that doesn't make sense?
what I wrote down didn't make sense. But when I woke up, I remember someone emailing me a really long time ago. This is all a dream. But I remember someone emailing me in the dream asking if I wanted to help animate for a movie they were making. You know?
A professional dream.
Yeah. But that was the past in the dream. And the present in the dream was I got another email saying that they finished the movie. And I watched it, and it was really, really, really good. And I was so pissed that I didn't see their first email, so that I couldn't be a part of their movie.
They made the movie without you.
Yeah, and they just sent it anyway, and they were like, haha, fuck you. We made it without you.
What was the movie like? Do you remember? Do you recall?
It was probably like it was like an artsy thing, but it was like about a kid that like died in a swimming pool. So it was dark, but it was like really pretty animation. I don't know.
I like it. I like the sound of it. That sounds good to me. Hey, I remembered my dream last night too, and I also don't really remember dreams. I don't remember much about it. The main thing I remember is like I was at some sort of vacation house with a whole bunch of people, like 20 people, and everybody kept dying in very disturbing ways, and it was always like partially my fault. It was like people were like falling off of like the roof of the house. And I remember like there was like a kid, like a young kid who was like slipping off the roof of the house. And I was on the roof too, and I was like watching him slip off, and I was like, oh my God, shit. Should I try to like save him from the roof, or should I go down and try to catch him or something? And I deliberated in my head for a long time of what I should do. But he was long dead by the time I decided, you know. So he was gone. He was a goner.
Yeah. I feel like our dreams are kind of similar. Just somebody dying.
Kids were dying.
Kids are dying.
What does it mean?
I don't know. That does kind of go into the animation thing though, because I recently remembered that the Fisherman's Son video was actually low-key based off of a dream. Like very, very bare bones, but there was a fishing element to a dream that I had years ago.
Go on. Is that the whole story?
No. In the dream, it was about like a fisherman, and he had a pet chicken, and he was awful at fishing, but the chicken caught all of his fish for him, and so everyone thought he was a great fisherman. But then one day the chicken died, and everybody realized that he was a fraud.
That is I see the similarities there. Hey, I forgot, by the way, to plug the goddamn video, which is like the point of this conversation here. Slouch, I'm going to speak outward now to the audience. Slouch just released this brand new, what is it, like 10-minute animation? Almost 11 minutes?
Yeah, almost 11, yeah.
Extremely beautiful animation called The Fisherman's Son, which I did a voice for. It's on his channel. It's so good, so lovely, and if you have not watched it yet, you need to fucking do that. And I don't care if you don't like want to, you need to. You'll want to by the end of it. You'll realize that I was right in forcing you to do this, because Slouch is an extremely talented man, and every time he makes an animation, it is so good, so good. And you've got the last several animations you've done actually have been so good. Fisherman's Son, the failure one, the one that features the Michael Coffrin song, and even before that, the some of the stuff we featured on Sub TV. The what's the one called, the
I did the
Halloween one.
Was that the orange peeler bit?
No, I mean the freaking I can't remember the word for
Prison on the Moon? Are you talking about like an individual animation or
No, what's the word where you stuff
yeah.
things? What is that?
Stuff things.
You stuff animals. I can't think of the word.
The festering one.
Taxidermy.
Yeah, taxidermy.
Yes, festering, which is about taxidermy.
Yeah.
You've got several excellent animations all on your channel, and people need to get on that. Stop sleeping on Slouch. God damn it.
One of these days, I tell you.
What'll happen one of these days? Tell us.
Billions of dollars will rain down on the Slouch empire. We will buy Disney. The Slouch Industries will buy Disney. One of these days.
Dude, Disney. Could you even? You should do it. You should remake a full Disney feature in the Slouch style, and just make it
like, horrible.
Yeah, disturbing.
So dark.
And, yeah, very very bad, dark stuff. I watched Pinocchio again recently. You ever seen Pinocchio?
There's a few, right?
Why does everyone say that? I'm so God damn it. I've brought up Pinocchio to like 5 different people now, and every time I say it, like, are you talking about the Drew Carey Geppetto TV movie? No, obviously not. I'm talking about Pinocchio.
Yeah, okay.
From 1940. Okay. Sorry to yell at you, Slouch.
I think last year they made a live action one.
They made another one?
Yeah, and it was like I think it's a foreign Pinocchio remake.
Okay.
So that might be why people are thinking you're watching that one.
Somebody asked me if they like, did you see the one with Jonathan Taylor Thomas as Pinocchio? I don't even. Has that ever happened? People are fucking with me. Anyway.
Yeah, the 2020 Pinocchio looks it looks scary.
Dude, the original Pinocchio, I was rewatching it because I remembered as a child. I watched it a lot when I was a kid, and I was very disturbed by it because it has some really disturbing moments. Like when frickin' Lampwick is... You've seen Pinocchio, right?
I don't remember it.
Dude. Slouch.
I know the theme. I know the nose gets longer when he lies.
That is such a small part of Pinocchio.
And Geppetto made him. I think that's all the Pinocchio trivia that I know.
Dude, I highly recommend Pinocchio to you. I have to say, because it is so good and it's so disturbing. There's like that scene with Lampwick, which is like Pinocchio's like punk friend, when they're going to Pleasure Island, and he's like he looks like a donkey already, but the thing on Pleasure Island is that like the kids all like are drinking and smoking and just like destroying. They have like a big house that's just like there for people to destroy, like beautiful paintings and stained glass windows, and it's like. It's the whole point of Pleasure Island is to just make kids into jackasses, and then they turn into donkeys. You know that part?
Wow. This is all new to me. I'm going to be completely honest.
Dude.
I will have to watch Pinocchio.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Pinocchio, I should have told you before how much I wanted to talk about Pinocchio.
Yeah. I recently watched did you ever see the David Cronenberg's The Fly?
Many, many years ago. I remember very little about it. You watched that recently? Yeah,
I watched it when I was a kid, and I didn't really care about it at all. But I rewatched it. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. It's a very interesting movie.
Tell me about it.
I mean it's just a guy. What's his name? Jurassic Park guy?
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah. He is a scientist that creates like a teleportation device, and he's like, he tries to test it out on like monkeys at first, but it always goes wrong, and then he finally fixes it, and then he gets really drunk, and he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna hop in and see how it works. Mm-hmm. And he hops in, and there is a fly that flew into the machine with him, and at first it appears like it works, but his DNA slowly like starts fusing between him and a fly, and he just turns into like a fly human hybrid. And yeah,
Is it like a super? Does he turn into a superhero?
At first he like has like a lot of like strength and shit, like I guess fly strength. I don't know if that's the thing. And he's eating just like a shit ton of sugar. Like it sounded at first I thought it was a little bit more like comical that it ended up being, because it's like 80s like Cronenberg style. It feels like a caricature, but then it slowly like he just turns into a gross, like grossly beautiful animatronic like fly mess. It's good shit. It's good shit.
Does it improve his life or detract from where he's going?
I feel like there is a tiny improvement and then a huge like skyfall. Like it ruins his life. I don't want to spoil anything.
All right.
If you're trying to watch a movie like a 60-year-old movie.
Yeah, no, I do want to watch that again. I've seen a couple of these Cronenberg movies. Wait, I'm actually confusing Cronenberg with Verhoeven, that other dude who made a lot of 80s movies. But Cronenberg, I've seen like Scanners, and I would have to look up what he's done. But I've seen a few of his things.
There's like a Naked Lunch, and there's one that's like a horrible spelling of the word existence.
Oh, Existence! I've seen that one. I love that one.
Yeah, with like the phone, like the gross thing over like, yeah,
right,
I haven't seen it in a while.
It's like the organic video game where it's like you jack into like this disgusting, writhing little like heart beating mass of cells, and then you're like transported into some virtual world or something. But that one's got some crazy shit going on in it.
I think they make like an organic gun to bypass metal scanners. Yeah.
Right. They like built they ordered this special at some restaurant, and what's so special about this special is that you can rip out the bones in a certain order and place them together, and it makes an organic gun.
Wow. That would be such a fun project to work on.
An organic gun?
No, like just a movie with such a budget that you can just fuck around and make gross like ideas come to life like that. Good shit.
Would you ever? Is that something you think about, like a feature length project?
100%. But I've done the math, and I would need a lot of people to help me out, or it would take me years.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I wanted to get into this. Your workflow, because it's insane. It's insane. What I know about it. Just tell us, for the fisherman video, walk us through how freaking long that took you, and just like what is your process like with that?
I guess to give like a little bit of context, usually how it ends up going is while I'm working on a project, I come up with another idea and I start like, brainstorming it, shooting the shit with other people, telling them this idea. And like while I was working on Failure, I kind of wanted to do something nautical, just like maritime, old sailors type shit. And me and some of the Slouch posse, the writers and my friends and stuff who help out, we wrote a very broad idea of the world. And I think it was like a week after I finished Failure, I wrote all of the script in like 2 days. So I write them really quickly, and then so the animation process took 4 months, especially with like commission work and other things I'm doing. But
and when you say 4 months, like how often are you working on it during those 4 months?
Probably an average of like 10 hours a day.
What the fuck?
No, it's insane. I keep track of all of my hours, and I I stopped counting on the Fisherman's Son. I did not want to see the time increase anymore.
Dude.
Do you want to know what I left it at?
Yeah.
It was at like 613 hours. That's when I stopped counting.
Like not even joking. I don't think that the entirety of everything I've made for the Minute Hour has taken that long. Everything combined.
Yeah.
Like
it's a lot of work.
Why do you do it? Why?
I have no idea.
What could possibly compel you to spend 600 plus hours on a single project? What is wrong with you?
No, I have no idea. It's just fun, I guess. I don't know. I like to do it. I like to. Mm-hmm. It's like you were saying, if I could make like a full feature length movie, would I? And I mean, definitely. Like, animation is just. I have a program on my computer that I can have like any prompt, any actor, any setting that I possibly could imagine. Mm-hmm. And you could make anything out of that. And that's what's fun, I guess. And it's like, it just feels like I'm going to work and I'm just shooting a movie. And it's like, where are these characters right now? It's like, I don't know. It's just, it is a interesting thing to do. And I love to like, put something out there that people can like enjoy.
Do you think that you have too much freedom? Would you
maybe
have you ever like imposed serious restrictions on yourself like in your work? Tell us about that then.
Like each time I try to do something different with either the writing or the animation, with like with the Fisherman's Son, I tried to make all of the Foley for it.
Oh yeah. So how did you do that? You recorded audio for all the sound effects?
Yeah. And I would just listen to like how like the ocean sounds, and it just sounds like you're blowing into a microphone. And that's all it is. Like
So you were able to like be creative with the sound stuff.
Yeah.
Or you didn't actually go to the ocean to record.
No, I live in Missouri. I can't go to the ocean. But like the sound of like a buoy is just like taking like a fucking spoon to a pot and just dinging it.
Yeah.
That's a buoy.
That's
so
awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of the limitation there, like, because you can get any sound you possibly want just on YouTube, and then you rip it and put it into a YouTube to MP3. You can do that with any sound you could possibly want. So it's fun to like limit yourself. Or like with Festering, I did it in like the 4x3 like of the era, because it's like I don't know, it's supposed to feel like vintage, so that's kind of a limitation.
Would you do that again? I actually really like the 4:3.
Yeah, Umami does that a lot. Umami's shit is fantastic, and I feel like I wouldn't want to do it more to like bite his style, I guess, if he would think that.
I don't think anybody would think that. I think that exists only in your head.
He owns that ratio.
Yeah.
That is his.
that existed. That was the primary ratio for a long time. So you're inspired by Umami in some way?
Oh, I mean, yeah, like Umami, Drew, like the people like in the Minute Hour verse. Oh yeah, I love them. I watch all their shit. I love the idea that all of these people are just doing the exact same thing as I am. Just like they have an idea and then they want to create it. Like even the process of you coming up with a bit and wanting to put it out there, it's inspirational, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you this, Slouch.
Yeah.
My workflow process, and this is I'm being 100% honest, not even trying to just be down on myself. My entire reason for making the minute hour as like an audio thing is that it's easy. It's 100 million times easier than doing visuals for things. So like whereas like you were just talking about a second ago, like in your animation, you can go to any place, do anything. Like it's all just in your imagination. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with me, except a million times easier because I can just record a couple sound effects and like I let the audience, they gotta do all the heavy lifting themselves. I don't have to do that shit. That was the whole premise of like making audio stuff, is like I don't have to film things. I don't have to get people together and like go to locations and film and edit. All I have to do is rip sounds off of YouTube and it's done. It's done.
I think we've talked about this before, but like I see comments sometimes on some of the animations that I've done for you that people imagine something different when they listen to it first. So I think it's interesting that you can create a bit that someone can listen to first, and then after I process it how I envision, it's like two different feelings to someone. And I feel like that would be an interesting like concept for an animation. You can listen to it first and then you watch it, and it could be extremely different.
And you also, when you've animated my stuff, have taken creative liberties with it in a good way. In a good way.
Yeah. Sometimes I wondered if that would be like, if that would piss you off. Honestly, I didn't know if like adding sounds and shit is like putting myself into your art a little bit, but no, I just thought it. Yeah,
I don't feel it. But with the There's a Prison on the Moon one specifically, you added so much stuff. Like I'm not even talking about the sounds. Like you did add some sounds like to fit what you were making, but just like adding in all these details to this story that just like don't exist. Like I love that because it's entirely your interpretation, and you get to add all this stuff into it. But yeah, it's like it's to someone just listening to the audio bit originally, they don't get any of that at all.
Yeah,
they can make up their own.
The whole concept of him being like a ice cream killer guy is just so I could make a reason for him to kill kids, I guess, because that was in the audio. I probably wouldn't have made it like that fucked up, but it fit in, and it would be a way to portray what he's saying.
Right. That's the other thing. You have to like justify the audio.
Yeah.
So you get to come up with whatever you want to actually make that work.
Yeah. Let me see, because I always try to do like a limitation somehow, or like it's kind of more obscure. Like I feel like people didn't like it as much, but the synthetic organism exhibit, did you watch that one?
Yeah, I have your poster on my wall with the two spelling errors.
Yeah. I like that idea. It was just, for anybody that hadn't seen it, it's just a like an unlisted playlist of like living quote unquote videos. Like each video is a creature. And I liked that idea of like a zoo. It's like a zoo of weird virtual creatures. And that's kind of like a limitation. You can't really make a plot in there, but it can look cool.
And you use that to good effect, like even like the video itself, like the borders of the video, like are the like not the cage, but like the thing that's holding the creature in. Yeah, it's
like kind of not really. It's not a statement. I'm not saying anything with it, but it feels like a next level of of how we view things and how we view videos and stuff. It's like it feels like it exists by itself, but there is so much like work beyond that video.
How do you mean?
Like, if this, in the context of the synthetic organism exhibit, if each video is a creature, then once you leave, it still exists, you know? But for you, it's just a video. It's just like, it's kind of like the idea of like content versus art in that like weird turn of like, is it art or is it just like content? Like, are you just being content watching this thing, or is it like worth all of this time?
You know, let's get into some deep shit right now, Slouch. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
What do you think? What is the point? What is the point of whatever you make? Is it to entertain people? And what does that mean to you? What does entertainment mean versus art? Do you think that there's a some reason to do this, or is it all just like a way to pass the time for people?
That is a great question.
I fucking stumped? Oh, never mind. You got it.
I think, I don't know. We were talking about like Cronenberg and Pinocchio and all these things that like we watched and we could be inspired from and create more shit that other people are inspired. It's like a cycle. So I feel like all of the artists that came before me that I really enjoyed, like instilled this creative drive to keep the ball going. And I don't necessarily know if what I do will like really inspire someone to be another Slouch or whatever, but there might just be like one person, you know? So it's like, that's kind of and it's fun. I don't really have I have a clear response, I guess.
So it has to do with just keep perpetuating art with you want your stuff to inspire other people to make stuff.
But at the same time, I don't give a shit if anybody's inspired. I just want to make something cool, I guess.
Slouch, your stuff doesn't inspire. It makes me upset because I see how much work you put into it, and I feel like, God damn, like, what the hell am I doing with my life? Like, I'm not gonna put 600 hours. I refuse to put 600 hours into a video.
I guess it's also just kind of like, I really don't like how many people are just like screaming on the internet their thing. Like, you're just yelling to hear your voice. I feel like that's what a lot of art is right now. It's just like yelling. Like with TikTok, it's so like just swipe to the next thing over and over and over. So spending 600 hours to really like perfect something that I want people to see, it's sort of a protest to that, I guess.
Are you on TikTok?
No.
You just know of it?
Yeah, well, a lot of people around me tell me I need to make one so I can get famous.
Yeah.
So I will say I enjoy being a smaller content creator for the fact that I can keep making little steps, and it's always like an event. Like, it's like, I like the idea that people see a new Slouch upload and it's like, holy shit, it's been months. I didn't know this guy was still alive. And he created a new great thing that I can watch and like view every second of. And no one will like think of me as that fish guy, like the fish son guy or the firefighter guy or like Charlie the Unicorn me. Because that guy is still making content.
Really?
Charlie, yeah, Film Cow, he streams every night.
Wow.
And people still know him as just Charlie the Unicorn.
Dude, I had no idea. I've never followed up on Charlie the Unicorn guy.
Yeah.
That was like 10 years ago. And
Yeah.
he's still around. He's still kicking.
He's still doing it. Yeah.
God. Well, with you,
Okay,
it's always.
I will say
Yeah.
TikTok can be art. I'm not discouraging that. I just think that the community around it it's just you're waiting for the next thing. You're always expecting the next thing to be immediate, and that it's just like fast fashion kind of thing. It's like you want it immediately.
I thought you were saying
And art isn't like that.
Fascist.
No, fast fashion. I don't know if there is a better term for that. Just immediate gratification, I guess, is the community around TikTok.
Well, I made a TikTok account at one point a few weeks ago even,
Yeah.
and I was recording shit just because I just wanted to see what the hubbub was about.
Mhm.
And I was just recording like these very, very dumb fucking things. I was on the toilet for all the videos. That's where all my best ideas come from, is while shit is coming out of my ass.
Mhm.
But I realized what is so addictive about TikTok from the creator's standpoint, which is that you can just make anything. You don't have to promote it at all, and like you'll get in there. People will watch your shit. Whereas like on YouTube, you could spend 700 hours making something and it could get one view, and that would just be, and like it's entirely on you to get like the initial bump that like gets it into the algorithm, as they say. But like on TikTok, it's just like, I just recorded these videos on the toilet. I deleted this account now, so nobody go looking for it. It's not there anymore. But I realized how addictive that is, or it's just like I could just be on the toilet, say some stupid shit for 5 seconds, and it would get like 500 views, which is not like, it's not insane amount of views, but like for doing nothing, for not sharing it with anybody, that's crazy.
Yeah. The TikTok algorithm is pretty insane, and I will give it that. It can, if I legitimately tried, I would probably like double my subscriber count into followers on TikTok probably within months compared to spending years on YouTube. But
at the same time, it's like those people aren't really like into you as an individual. Like it's just part of the feed.
Yeah.
Like they just start scrolling through and it's like, oh, I like this video for 5 seconds. Like it's not like people are like, oh my God, hell yeah. Like I've got to fucking do a deep dive on this TikToker's content. Cause like it's all just meaningless bullshit. I mean, I'm sure someone's doing something good on TikTok. Like I don't fucking know. But it was just made very clear to me when I did that. It was like, wow, this would definitely be highly addictive if like if I had nobody watching my stuff, and then all of a sudden I just made a 5-second video and it got 500 views, and then I could just like shit out terrible shit every single day and like keep getting views like without having to do any sort of like outreach or anything, because it takes a long ass time on YouTube and just everywhere else on the internet to like actually get an audience that cares.
Yeah, it's very true. I feel like if anything, the thing that would work on TikTok for me is like the synthetic organism type idea. Like each video you scroll past is a living little TikTok sitting in your phone, a little creature looking back at you.
Right. Yeah.
That could work, and it would be way easier, but
and you really could.
Yeah,
any of us could do good things there and like have them actually be good, but it's like, what is it worth it? What's the point? It's like, that audience doesn't really care. Hey, there was some guy who was stealing both of our content on TikTok. He's probably still out
Really?
there. Yeah, he just reposts all our shit. Doesn't credit us at all. And
That's kind of funny.
He's getting thousands of followers, and like I saw like the fucking he posted like all the animations on my channel. He posted several from your channel, and they've got hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah, that is crazy.
But
okay.
But it's meaningless because it's like those people like they don't really care. It's just like, oh, I flipped through it, and like every single video is like in 5 parts or whatever because of how TikTok's like 1-minute videos or whatever.
Yeah.
But like those, it doesn't really gain you meaningful followers. It's just like people like watch 1 minute of Supermarket Blood Pressure Reader and like, oh, that was the fucking best minute ever. I don't even care about the second, third, or fourth minutes. Who cares? I saw the first minute.
Yeah, at that point it just becomes content. That's the line that it crossed. It also depends whose name it's under, I guess. But I think the goal, to go back to your question of like what's the point, the goal is to eventually have enough recognition to be able to create full-length films and be able to get a budget to do that. Because right now it's I'm just breaking even with like commissions and being able to pay rent to make these animations on the side. But the ability to...
On the side? You'd work 10 hours a day for 4 months.
Yeah, it's 10 hours on average. There's longer days.
Ugh. That's not the side. That's your entire life.
Yeah, pretty much. But eventually, the minute hour, eventually, I will be able to make movies. You see, that's the goal.
I'm not trying to convince you from making videos. Maybe that's what this sounds like. Just quit, Slouch. Just fucking give it up.
All right.
No,
I'm done. I'm making TikToks now.
Part of it is like you gotta really make this initial investment of all of your time. And it only will work if you like you do, truly enjoy and love what you're making. Like you can't, there are millions, I'm sure, people out there who are just like, I want to be YouTube famous. And like, that's what their goal is. And their goal has nothing to do with the content itself. It's just like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get the audience. And I'm going to release videos every 3 days. I'm going to follow the algorithm's rules. And I'm going to be sharing all my shit on all these different places. Like, I'm just going to game the system until it works. Like, that's clearly not what you're doing.
No, it's just like each new short is kind of a sample, I guess. It's a little bite-sized... I mean, if 10 minutes is bite-sized, but like a little teeny tiny sample of what I could do in the future. And each one is just like putting it on someone's little internet plate and saying like, hey, that tastes pretty good, right? This is so metaphorical. But that little thing tastes good. You want the whole thing eventually? I can make you the whole thing. And it's just... Keep incentivizing like little teeny tiny things. And it's like, I really like that chef. Okay, this is so metaphorical, but
Keep it going.
I'm the chef.
You got these.
I'm the chef making little bite-sized meals.
You got these
for people.
Delicious little puff pastries that you're making, and one day you're gonna make a delicious entree.
And people will know the name of the chef then. Eventually, I will be David Cronenberg, a household name.
So tell me about that then. Your desire to get an audience is tied specifically to being able to just like do larger projects? Or do you want that recognition?
Yeah.
You want people to say, Slouch, he is the man.
It's a back and forth, because at the same time I really don't care I don't care at all if anybody likes the animation, so I'm gonna keep doing it. So I feel like that's contradictory. Yeah, I want to make bigger projects, and I want to feel like it's worthy of the time. And the idea of people watching it feels worthy of the time that it's spending to take. But I don't know if numbers actually mean anything.
Well, there's also the angle of like you investing so much time into each individual animation has obviously allowed you to become incredibly skilled at what you're doing. Like your style has changed drastically from 5 years ago. Was it like 5 years ago you started your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's part of, in my opinion, like something that's worth it is like, you know, it shows obviously, like with each new animation, like they get crazier and crazier, just like the amount of skill and effort, like those things combined, like I think, you know, that makes you better and better. If you were just like releasing little shitty like 5-second videos every 3 days, you probably wouldn't be nearly as skilled today as you are.
Yeah, it's practice makes, like, it doesn't make perfect. Practice doesn't make perfect. I think it's practice, but being able to change and learn new things. It's not, if you sit there and make the exact same thing over and over and over, you will be great at making that one thing. But if you ever want to make something bigger than that, you have to take like incremental changes in order to grow. So like if you look back at that at Slouch, the series Deep Cut,
OG,
yeah, OG Slouch, yeah. It's, if I didn't be willing to make changes, it would still be Photoshop. It would still be like Photoshop, screen record animations, bouncing the little characters around, which is good. But
dude, I've told you so many times how much I like that.
Yeah,
I feel like there's an argument right here. We gotta just have it out.
All right.
I love that shit.
Yeah.
That was what, you know, that was all that was on your channel when I first your friend Julian, right, was like your writing partner to some extent.
Yeah.
And he had emailed me 4 or 5 years ago, well, a long time ago, about your channel. And when I went there and I saw the original episode 1 of Slouch, I was so happy, so pleased that just like you were doing so much with so little. Like it was like you said, it was like, for people who haven't seen it, it's fucking unlisted on your channel now, you son of a gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's still in a playlist.
That's
you can
true.
go watch them all. But
Good.
I wanted to separate them a little bit because people would get confused. The show being called the name of the channel and the channel making completely different content now.
For a couple of years.
Yeah.
When was the last?
Yeah.
When did the last Slouch episode come out? 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's 2019, 2018. It's been a while.
But I was
It's been a while.
freaking thrilled that, like, with how creative you were with so little. Like, you're literally screen recording Photoshop images, and yeah, like you said, like you're just like I remember like doing certain things that you did, like where you just like had like you like clone tooled just like an image of fire and just like clicked and dragged it all over a building. It's like the building's on fire now. It's like just little things like that, which I thought were so great. Obviously,
I did that all on my school laptop, my high school laptop. That every student was given a school laptop, and I made those episodes on that.
Jesus Christ! How old are you, Slouch?
I'm 21.
Ugh. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's amazing.
Yeah, but I I I like the style that I've grown into now, but I think I have something in the works that you might like.
Okay.
In
well,
the
let me-
lines of those early animations, I feel like it kind of calls back to that a little bit.
Well, I should clarify because obviously, like, I am a huge fan of what your stuff has become. Like, there is no question. It is high quality entertainment, and it's fucking great. Like, you're doing great stuff. Like, it's not that I prefer one over the other,
Mm-mm.
but it is just that was what initially drew me to your stuff, was how you were doing so much with so little. Do you ever think about when you're making stuff? This is a two-parter. Let's start with part one here.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, let's say with the fisherman video, that's a long script. Yeah, it's like 10 pages or something. Maybe
Yeah.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, something like that. Like, is there a moment when you finished writing that, you're like, I love the script, like, this is what I want to do? Do you think for a second, like, this is going to fucking suck to make. I'm going to have to spend 4 months working 10 hours a day to make this. Like, God damn, what am I getting myself into?
It's yeah, definitely. I definitely get it's daunting when you're looking at that script, knowing that, what is it? It's like a page is like almost 2 minutes, roughly. You can kind of do that math. And with animation, it's a little bit quicker, so maybe like a minute. And like the 10-page script. So I try not to think about it too much and start small, but it's that's a hard question.
Does it
because I
become-
don't really I force myself to not think about how much work it will be. I think that because I know it will be a lot of work, but I have to get started as soon as possible to release it in hopefully like 3 or 4 months.
Does it get more or less difficult with these animations
Yeah.
that you make? Like, this is what I think is like, when I was starting out, I didn't know like how much work it would be to like make like an album, say, like one of the albums that like has like a lot of new shit in it, like the Haunted Darkness, for example. Like, that's all, it was like 45 minutes of, I couldn't fall back on any old stuff. It was all new stuff. But I didn't really know at the time how much work that was going to be. And so it made it easier in that sense of like, I just didn't know. So like, I was halfway through it and I was like, God damn, what the fuck? I gotta finish this fucking thing. But I haven't made an album since then. And I feel like it's partially because it's like,
Where
now
the fuck
I,
is that?
I know.
Now?
Now I feel like I know how much work it is, and I don't want to do it.
Okay. I've realized this recently, and this is the formula for every time. I will spend. Have you heard of the 80-20 like rule?
No.
Have you heard of that?
No.
You can chalk a lot of things up to like 80% versus 20%. Like 20% of the people in America own 80% of the wealth. Like that kind of idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I've realized that I spend 80% of my time working on a video, on 20% of the actual video. And I finish 80% of the video in 20% of the time. So like the first like 2 minutes or the first like 2 months that I'm working, I finish like maybe 1 minute, or like I guess mathematically it'd be like 2. And then the another 2 months I finish 8 minutes. But
how does that work? It's just
it's just like crunch. It's just you get into that state of like flow, and you just you work until it's done. Like as soon as I set a deadline, it's like so much shorter of a time than I spent on the rest of it.
Have you ever had any projects that you've abandoned while making them?
Not really. I have I have ideas that get abandoned pretty quick, but I don't really start animating something until I like think it's a banger, I think. I kind of have to think that it will be a good video before I start like working on it.
That's a good idea because my God.
There was one very, very short thing that I was working on. Ridiculous. It was literally one scene. But it was a pizza restaurant, like Lombardi's Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a commercial for Lombardi's Pizza. And like, you know how in the DiGiorno commercials or whatever pizza commercials, they like bring out the pizza on that like giant, what would you call that? Just a cutting board with a handle.
Oh yeah, there is a name for that, and I have no idea what it is.
And they just set it down on the table next to like beautifully plump tomatoes and like a head of lettuce and just beautiful. and then the chef, Lombardi, I guess, he just gently sets his balls on the pizza and then the video is over. I
You didn't want to finish that one?
I scrapped that one, yeah.
What about it? It just didn't. It wasn't speaking to you. What happened?
It's a pizza paddle, is what.
Yes.
Yeah, just pizza paddle. It should have a cooler name. If it had a cooler name, we'd remember it probably.
Yeah, some sort of Italian name. A pizza piadlo.
Yeah, I just that one doesn't really fit the Slouch brand, I guess. Setting your balls on a freshly baked
you decide.
pizza.
The Slouch brand is just whatever the hell. I mean, you do determine not to make it, so you're correct.
Yeah.
Whatever you decide is correct.
I want to tell you this new idea.
Okay.
It's a live stream format, so I will be doing it live.
Mm.
I'm going to open up a virtual burger restaurant, and I might scrap this one. But I don't think I will. I won't scrap it. I promise now. A virtual burger restaurant where chatters can come in and order burgers live, and I will make them. And it's all animated.
You will draw them.
Yeah, I think I will have ingredients prepared, but you can have custom burgers. You can say, like, I want a cubed-shaped burger. And I will make a cube-shaped burger. It's Slouch Virtual Burger. You can come through the drive-thru, you can hop in Discord, and you can be a customer. And I will make it for you live. I will grill it. I will fry the fries. I will pour your drinks for you. It's all live.
In animated format?
Yeah, it's hard to explain, but it will work.
Oh, I remember you telling me a similar idea, but with pizza.
Yeah, with crime?
No, with pizza. Well, you gave me this idea for my stream.
Oh,
which was,
yeah, for your stream.
Which
yeah.
is that I would be running a pizza restaurant.
and
taking orders from people. But I like this idea that that people are getting live images.
Yeah,
of food.
and it would be pretty much me role playing working a minimum wage job.
Have you done? You've been like playing with these live stream ideas for a bit. Have you? You haven't actually gone public on YouTube live yet, have you?
No, I went live on YouTube one single time in in 2017, I think, when it first came out with the Patreon cards.
Mm-hmm.
I had a little commercial with. It was me and Julian, and we were talking live, trying to sell people the trading cards.
I do recall that actually.
Yeah, I haven't gone live on YouTube other than that. You were there when I was on Twitch. I streamed me animating a little bit, but I don't know if I like animating other videos live. Because I want it to be interesting. I like the idea of you telling me what to draw in an interesting way. And if there is like a narrative, it's like you are coming to a burger restaurant the limitation, I think, will make it more interesting to have just a little reason for why you're telling me what to draw.
And we're going to be doing today, a little bit later, a a sort of version of that, but without the limitations. So when people are calling in later, Slouch asked if we could do this, and I'm so on board. Slouch is going to be live drawing what callers suggest when they call in. It's going to be right here on the computer screen for everyone to see. So we'll all be able to judge him as harshly as possible. We'll watch it in its infancy, and we'll just like with each stroke we can groan. We can be upset. But actually, Slouch, I'm going to take a quick break now because I really have to pee.
For sure, me too.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to take like a 10-minute break, actually, because we got so much Michael Coffrin to go through. The breaks are going to be a little bit longer this stream. But we will be back in about 10 minutes with more Slouch. I didn't get the music cued. Slouch, do you have anything to say before we go to break?
No.
Okay, good.
Not really.
Here it is. Okay. If you are tuning in late, we are talking to Slouch. Slouch, the animator who made the very HUD that you're looking at on this stream, as well as a couple animations on this channel, the supermarket blood pressure reader animation and the There is a Prison on the Moon animation. If you have questions for Slouch, we're going to be doing some audience questions. Email me at theminutehour@gmail.com with your questions for Slouch. I'm gonna be doing some of that shit right now. Slouch, are you back? Are you still pissing?
No, I'm back.
Okay, hell yeah. Oh man, I've got some great questions already.
I'm kind of surprised people sent sent questions. Are there a lot?
There's far more than I'm going to ask you. That's for sure.
Okay. I'm excited.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First one from Ricky. Your animation style is pretty crazy at times. We can all agree. What's the freakiest nightmare you've ever had? Do you recall?
I don't know if I've told you this actually. The fire safety PSA was actually based on a dream. The idea of a kids show about firefighters, but the set that the actors are in starts burning, but they keep filming, and the actors aren't actual firefighters, so they don't know how to put out the fire. That was actually based on a dream, and that one was actually like pretty much exactly what came out in the animation, like as far as how the dream was structured. I told you that the fisherman's son was based on a dream, but that one was a little bit I took some liberties with that one.
Does that happen? Does that happen a lot where you get inspiration from dreams?
It's probably just those two that were based on a dream. Yeah, I don't really have that many dreams that I can remember, at least. But yeah, not
why
most.
Are you a freaking weed smoker? Are you forgetting all your dreams?
No, I don't. I used to smoke a lot more, but I feel like I remember having more dreams then. So maybe.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, this leads into another question, actually.
Yeah.
From Avery. The question is a single word question, and the word is drugs?
Actually, no. When I started the channel, I used drugs quite a bit more. I would smoke a lot of weed, and I may have delved into the world of psychedelics just a bit, but probably, you said Avery was their name? Mm-hmm. Probably what Avery has seen, I was stone cold sober while making and writing.
Dude, does that mean you have mental illness, Slouch?
Probably. But I don't know. You can write weird shit, and you don't have to be a crazy person. But I don't know what it says about my subconscious. My subconscious is probably insane.
Did when you were so you were smoking drugs then when you were kind of young?
Yeah. Me and a group of my friends, a lot of those friends who have contributed to Slouch in some way or another, we used to go smoke weed after work and hang out and shit for months on end. I was probably 16. It was around the time that my friend Julian contacted you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I started smoking around 16.
Was he freaking high when he emailed me?
Julian is actually interesting. He doesn't smoke or drink. I don't think he ever has. Oh wow! And he's probably one of the most creative people I have ever met. Julian is very talented, and I think he drinks a lot of soda. So maybe that's where his power is, but no no actual drugs.
I think I think this is something both of us have that we both agree on to some extent. Like I have smoked drugs. I will admit it. Gold darn it. But I'm very reluctant to say that like drugs are the like the impetus for creating anything. It's like I didn't start smoking any drugs until I was like 22. And I remember having, it's like, when you start in with drugs, you have all these sort of high revelations.
Yeah.
And I remember when I was, I remember watching Hook. You remember Hook?
Yeah.
One of the highest revelations I remember is like watching Hook high out of my mind. And just the only thing that I realized was like, wow, movies look different from different time periods. Like Hook looks, it's just everything's different. Everything's shot differently. It's like there's all these different, there's like these little pockets of years where it's just like everything kind of looks a certain way from 1990 to 1995 and then 1996 to 2000. Like there's just all these little things that you can notice, and they're just like they don't carry over. Like a movie will not look like Hook in the modern day just because of a billion different factors. Anyway, the thing about that I wanted to mention of that is that high revelations are often retarded. They're really like simple stuff, such as Hook looks different than movies now.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy.
But when you notice that when you were, smoking drugs, you think it is one of the best revelations ever to have been thought.
Absolutely.
And a good piece of advice for anyone that wants to do anything creative is write just all of your ideas down. But you will slowly realize that a lot of those great ideas aren't like fantastic. And I have a lot of drug-induced ideas that I've written down over the years that are horrible and not funny or not interesting.
But you really think like you're like breaking new ground with every new thought. It's just like, I can't believe no one has ever thought of this before. Drew, actually, I forget where he said this. He was talking about this on a drawing live stream. One of his methods for coming up with ideas is he writes down on little pieces of paper just all kinds of ideas, just like little like phrases or something. It could be from dreams or just passing thoughts or anything. But then he puts them in a box. And he doesn't look at the box until like a year later, and then he empties out the box and he just like got all these things, and he combines the different ideas, like different things that like, oh, this maybe seems thematically related. That seems like a good method.
That's really pretty much exactly what I do. I write them on like index cards, and I just keep a little binder clip with hundreds of ideas. But the interesting thing is the most recent videos, I didn't use any of the ideas from the index cards. I had the idea post index cards, having hundreds of ideas on the back burner, but instead I just used an idea that I came up with 15 minutes ago. So the source of a good idea is hard to distinguish, but you will know for a fact when it's like the idea to go with.
Tell us about that, where it's like, what is it that like the benefit of what Drew is talking about, in my opinion, is like, and this is something I think of with my own stuff, is like it greatly benefits me to forget about an idea entirely. Because like when I have an idea, I'll like I've got some idea of how it might work, and then like if I let it sit for too long and it becomes stale, like I forget what I liked about it. Whereas like if I look back at something really old, I can kind of experience it sort of new, where it's like it feels like it's not my idea, and so I can kind of like I'm able to have a better sense of like what could work about it because it doesn't seem like it's my thing. Do you ever have that where you go back to old ideas to rediscover what you like about them?
Yeah, I think that even happens with ideas that I did thoroughly do and undertake with old videos and stuff. Having so much time in between making and watching. I know you know this, but I dislike a lot of videos very quickly after after I release them. I just see little errors or things that I would have done better or that I rushed. So having those little ways, like pre-production, that you can try to see it from the audience's side is important. To put yourself in their shoes.
I get that all the time, and especially with what I make, because like I was explaining before, like my whole process is doing the least amount of work possible. So I will, all the time, like I'll only finish something if like I'm just ready to be done with it. Like I have so many ideas that like I just know, or like, oh man, I'm gonna have to like do all this shit to make that work. Like, fuck that. But like when I actually finish something, it's only with the goal of like, all right, I finish it and then I don't have to think about it anymore. Mm-hmm. But then as soon as it's done, the next day I'll wake up and I'll re-listen to it and I'll just be like, oh, I could have done this, like this all could have been so much better.
Yeah.
But with you, like when you're making something, you're investing so much time into it. Like I could really imagine at some point you're just like in finish mode.
Yeah. There are a lot of steps to try to prevent like disliking it later on, being like an animatic, just a really shitty little animation to show what you want your scene to be structured as. So this character stands over here and you draw them like super shitty, but their general presence, and you can get an idea of how you want the pacing to be. And if you don't like it, you didn't spend hours on that actual scene, and you can tweak it later on. But I will often, towards the end of making a project, get very disappointed that this is going to be really shitty and no one will understand. Because the videos are very weird, and I try to show more than I tell, but you understand what was told after you're shown in the weird way. It's the timeline is always like being folded onto itself. And I want to make sure that someone watching this for the first time knows vaguely what's going on, versus me that's been focusing on this storyline for months. Like when I was doing the captions for the Fisherman's Son video, because it's very jargon heavy, so I wanted people to know like what they're saying if they didn't understand. Mm-hmm. While I was typing the captions, I knew exactly what the next character was going to say next. I knew it line for line without even hearing it, just because I was so consumed with this video for so long. Mm-hmm. That everything is very, very planned. So if I dislike something, then I change it fairly immediately.
I have this thing when I'm doing voice acting for other people's projects, and this happened with the Fisherman's Son video, where like I have a certain level of understanding of like what it is and what it's going to look like, and what I like what I'm aiming for. But when I actually see the finished video, I'm like, oh shit! Like I didn't understand it. Like there's certain points of the Fisherman's Son video where it's like I was just saying lines, like I was just like bullshitting, trying to like get it right, and then like when I actually see the video, I'm like, oh, that's what I was supposed to do. Like that wasn't really right.
To be fair, I am horrible at writing scripts, so I probably just didn't give you enough information.
No, it's not you.
Yeah.
It's for everything I do for other people. Like it's always like that, where it's like once I see the finished the product, I'm like, oh, that's what it is. So but anyway, do you do
a lot of to just kind of wrap that up? When I would show people the script or tell people about the idea, a lot of people didn't expect for the backstory to be shown. Like a lot of people thought it was going to be very boring because it was just a conversation. And I mean, it's very dialogue heavy, but showing the flashbacks really changes it from just what is being said.
And there are some really excellent shots in that video. Not to continue sucking your dick, Slouch, even though
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I appreciate
it. The shots that you're doing, like during the relaying the story, are so good. Like the people in the comments were talking about this, like that sort of I forget what it was. Someone commented the right word for it. Tilt something.
Oh, tilt shift on like the city.
Yeah, where it's like sort of like isometric type view. But you do great things with that, whereas like the story is told in one way, and then like as the story is developing, you're coming back to the same shots, but doing different interesting things with it. But anyway, do you do this is my own question, just going off what you're saying, do you do animatics for all of your videos?
Yes. Okay. One of the reasons that The Fisherman's Son took a lot longer than a regular video is how dialogue heavy it was. Because I didn't get Lawrence, which is the unnamed fisherman. He actually has a name. But Lawrence, I didn't get his audio for a while because originally I was trying to record for him, but I am terrible at voices.
Dude, I thought that was you.
No, that was not me. That was my roommate.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he did a fantastic job because he is a lot better at keeping a consistent accent. And so I don't know if you experienced this with any other project or this one, but I will start recording and I will get maybe halfway through the script and then go back to the very beginning of the recording and I sound completely different than later on. And I tried 3 or 4 times recording like all of the audio and it just didn't sound good. So he finally pretty much one taked the whole thing, like probably 2 months or so into production. And I didn't have his lines for so long. But yeah, that I forget the question.
I was asking about animatics.
Yeah, okay. And in order to animatic, you need the timing of the lines.
Right.
You need, because I animate after having the audio. You need to know the pacing of how quick would Lawrence say this if Gordon says this. And you can't really predict that without the audio. So this animatic I did very, very choppy. And I would take particular scenes and animatic that, and then later on animatic this, but not everything was like planned. So on this one, I would have to work really hard to try to put together all of my little sketches, but most other videos I do animatic because they have, like with the Ever So Slightly, it's just a music video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you do I mean, besides that one, you do like all the audio for
Yeah.
a lot of your other stuff. I do the same thing in my editing process. That is, the timing is the most vital thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like nothing in a scene will work if you don't have the regular good conversational timing. Like, it won't sound like anything until you've honed that in and it sounds like an actual conversation.
Yeah. And putting a visual to that is just another level of making sure that, because sometimes with a lot of other of the shorts, I can have the audio perfect, like with Failure. I can have the audio perfectly timed to my ear, but once I start animating, this shot should last longer. So I have to cut the audio and make it a little bit longer. And that's why I've added some like sounds and changed a little bit of the pacing when I've animated for you, because sometimes I just want the shot to last a little bit longer.
Do you find that you're more often doing longer things than shorter when you're doing visuals?
I forget how long it is, but there's like an average shot length for animated films, and it's like 2 seconds. Like the average shot only lasts 2 seconds, and I've always been frustrated how like quick that is. So I try to do longer shots and make them purposeful, but yeah, it's usually easier to just do like a quick shot, but you work so hard on a scene, you want it to last as long as possible.
Yeah, I feel like that's part of it. Whereas like with audio, it's a lot harder to linger on a moment because you're not looking at anything. Like with visuals, when you've got the visual there, like you can really like draw moments out because you have something to fucking look at. It's not just like now there's 5 seconds of nothing of audio. It's like,
yeah, but like silence is okay. Like I always try to structure scenes as if they could be shot with a camera, because that's like a fun limitation to do with animation. There are a lot of great animators that are so good at distorting perspective, but I always find it so much easier to just put a camera, quote unquote camera, into a scene and think about how it would see it. And that I fucking forgot the question again.
I don't even think I don't think that was a question.
Okay.
We were just speaking.
I just wanted to know where I was going, but I think that, oh yeah, putting a camera into the shot gives it a little bit of realism, because I really like making a shot as realistic as possible with it being animated. And silence and pauses are very realistic when you're actually talking to someone, because it's not timed perfectly. So I also like silence in the final cut of the audio, just little pauses that are important to making you feel like these are actual people.
Well, let's talk about Failure, because I think Failure has a lot of silence in it.
Yeah.
Like I remember even because you had played the audio for that one when you were doing one of those like kind of private live streams on Twitch.
Yeah.
And it was sort of different, not like crazy different, but I remember like there was a marked difference between the final product and what you had, and how much of that like changes between, like when are you changing those things? Like you said that you want to get the audio finalized before you're animating, but like with that one, there's like the whole last minute or two of that video, like is there's a lot of just like not talking. There's some sound effects and stuff, but a lot of it is just like entirely based on what we're seeing.
I mean, it's all up to how I imagine how long the silence should go with what the shot represents, what it's telling you versus how long it would take that to like sink in. Did I have the when you heard that on stream, was that squeaky door scene part of it yet?
No.
Do you remember that?
It was not.
Yeah. I wanted, because that goes back into the animatic, just structuring it before I actually work it out. I noticed that he comes into the room too quick. Something as simple as that. Because the idea was he was going to an interview and he was nervous. And I think the idea of going in and as soon as you enter, it's like awkward and you already feel like you're fucking up. I thought that would work better if it was uncomfortably long.
When did you determine that? Were you already animating the first bit and then you got to that point and you were like, this is going too quick? Or when did you discover that?
Yeah, I think one of the differences between what you do and what I do is so each individual scene is a file that I work on. I don't work like it's all like right up in the timeline. So I have to export each shot individually and then put them together later on. So sometimes when I put them together and the audio matches, but the pacing feels wrong visually. So I think I got to the point where he went in and he just sat down too quick. So I just stretched that scene out longer. Because it's always easier with animation to make something longer than it is to like cut it. To like cut your work.
Sure.
But yeah, that was probably just changing while already in production.
Did you have moments like that with the Fisherman's Son? Which was already really freaking long to begin with?
Yeah. I made the when you see the embryo of the sun. Yes. I made that shot longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I thought it worked better with that little like creepy song that's playing, and I thought it worked better because like you're seeing him for the first time just as the character is, so it sinks in for you and you empathize with Gordon the fisherman a little bit better. But yeah, and that shot was really nice, and I wanted it to last as long as possible.
So is that part of it then? Like as you're making it and like watching, do you make it like chronologically? Like are you making it from beginning to end?
Sometimes I do. I think I pretty much made There's a Prison on the Moon chronological. Like I did it as the video progresses. But The Fisherman's Son I did I think the last shot I actually animated was, you know, when he says to look at his peg leg and he like drops it on the dock or whatever, or the floor of the boat. That was the last shot I actually animated. So I was all over the place with that one.
What determines that?
So like I said, for a while I just didn't have his lines, so I did a lot of the flashbacks first, just because they don't need to be timed to his voice, the other fisherman. Yeah. So yeah, and also I kind of just did what was fun first. Like I did the embryo and in his eye, or like the sun's eye, and the dock in the beginning, and like the buoy. I did the fun shit first.
Dude, you used one of my burps to great effect in that.
Yeah.
I burp in anytime anyone has collabed with me on anything. And it's not because like I think it's so funny. It's just because I have to burp a lot. And I don't want to edit them out because I'm too lazy. But you used that burp to really good effect.
I was this kind of goes into the veil of Slouch a little bit, but I admit I originally wanted them to be drinking the whole time, to like just be sharing a bottle of rum, passing it back and forth. But it was just a lot of work that I did not want to do extra. So the burp was originally going to be after he took a swig and passed the shot on to the other fishermen. But I think it still works. They're fucking sailors. They're gross. They be burping and shitting and.
I thought it was great. It just broke. It breaks the tension in a great way. All right, another question from the audience. This one is from Jamie. What childhood cartoons or comics have inspired your work, if they have at all?
I mean, I guess I might add that with something nautical like The Fisherman's Son, I mean, SpongeBob came out in like 1999, so I guess that would have to be a little bit of an inspiration for that, but I don't know. I don't know. Do you remember the show Mr. Meaty? Did you ever see the show Mr. Meaty?
I've never even heard of that.
Oh my God, it's terrifying. It's like disgusting puppets. They're like synthetic puppets that are ironically working at a burger shop, I think. And I loved that show growing up. It's not animation, but I think that inspired a lot of me wanting to do gross stuff, because I watched that super early on.
Well, see, you must have been. I mean, I imagine you've been drawing for a long time, eh?
Yeah. I've been drawing forever. I've been drawing. I don't even think I could pinpoint like a year to say like, oh yeah, I've been drawing since then. I've just been drawing.
So what was it? What was your initial idea for like I'm gonna start making animations out of my drawings?
Well, the Photoshop screen capture shit was kind of a different thing. I had a TV productions class in high school. So you have a project that you have to film, and you just go around with your friends in your class and you film it. It's literally, it was the best class because you didn't have to do anything. You film shit with your friends. Like, there are no stakes. And I had a friend in that class who I'd known for a while, but I don't remember what the conversation was, but he just told me that I should animate. I should make a cartoon. And for some reason, that inspired me to do the Photoshop animation shit.
And you believed him.
I believed him. Yeah, I don't know why it was so... maybe it was... maybe it's more important now than I think it was then, but I imagine I never really thought about making animations, because it sounds... To anyone that hasn't animated, it sounds so much harder than it actually is. I'm going to be honest. It's so easy.
Yeah, it only takes 700 hours.
But no. It's easy. It's easy, but you have to have a lot of endurance. It's just tedious.
Yeah.
To make an animation, like you can make a shitty animation in like a day, but you have an animation. But the process of switching from like animating little weird puppet things in Photoshop to switching to like an actual animation program was just because I wanted to fuck around with it. I didn't think I would actually be using it very much, but I've been using Animate CC, formerly Flash, for probably like 4 years now. And that was my own doing. Nobody really told me I should switch to actual drawings.
What was so why when you first started were you choosing to do the old method where you're just screen recording Photoshop?
I
Just 'cause that
have
was
no
easier?
idea why that was the muse. I don't know why Photoshop puppet warping little pictures of sous chef the alien was my what would it be? Just I don't know why that's where my brain turned to when he said to make an animation, but that's all I was just fucking around in Photoshop and I figured that would be the medium to go with. But yeah.
All right, well you answered Adrian's question, which is what
Yeah.
does Slouch use to make the animation? You said Adobe Animate CC.
Adobe Animate CC that I have any animation of mine you have ever seen. I've been using cracked software.
Nice.
I've not given Adobe a single dollar.
Good. That's the way to do it. All right, Aiden asks, I love watching everything Slouch has put out, and I can't wait for more. Curious if he's working on a 10th episode of the Slouch Show.
I said Slouch the series was on hiatus, and I think that's still the case. I want to do something with it again, but the reason I've switched to just shorts, like short film animation style is it's easier for people to hop in. You just click on the thumbnail and you understand everything. And you get it from A to B and you think it's a good video right then. But Slouch, the series was a lot harder because a lot of people who wanted to like it were very confused. Because it's a very weird show that takes a lot of liberties and changes style a lot. So it's not very recognizable after I don't know, episode 4, 5. I don't know when it starts changing a lot, but I want to do 10, but I was thinking of making a short film over the entire series, doing a redo, but making it extremely creepy, making it very realistic, of like an alien abduction. But that is it's really cliche. I don't know. I like being able to play with the story more and make it feel newer.
So it's at this point
Yeah.
you're tired of Slouch.
I'm a little I just don't know where I would go with it.
Okay.
I think the writing is more fun to me than it used to be. The writing was kind of just something you had to do to start animating, but now the writing is so important that I just don't know where I would go with Slouch as it stands right now. It's just a little too confusing for people.
Okay. Next question then from El Comandante de las Cobras.
Beautiful.
This is several questions. We'll do these rapid fire. And if you don't
Okay.
have an answer to any of them, just feel free to say pass.
All right.
Do you fear God?
Wow, starting quick.
There's a lot. They're all like this. So, like I said, feel
Oh
free
my
to
God.
just feel free to
Okay,
just pass.
pass.
All right. Thoughts on cannibalism?
Maybe artistically interesting.
Okay, something to explore, but not in
Yeah,
reality.
not realistically.
What is the worst thing you've ever put in your mouth? Sort of related to the cannibalism thing.
Yeah. God, I have. These are all
You
over
could pass
the place.
on all.
I don't know.
You could pass on all these. Hey, here's the next one. This is also related
Yeah,
to
pass,
cannibalism.
yeah.
If you could eat one person in history, who would it be?
Who is this person?
It's El Comandante de las Cobras.
If I could eat one person in history,
Who do you think
Oh
would
my
taste
God.
the best? Okay, we'll skip that. What about this? Most badass form of suicide. That's the last one, so you have to answer
Oh,
this
wait.
one.
I think there is actually one. I remember hearing this story about a guy that hijacked a plane, and he was actually really, really, really good at flying the plane, but he'd never flown a plane before, and he was doing like loop-de-loops and stuff.
Oh,
and everyone,
yeah.
do you remember that?
I know this guy.
Did you hear?
Yeah. The guy
Yeah,
who
and-
called in to air traffic control.
Yeah. And I mean, he landed by committing suicide, but I mean, that's
really-
kind of badass.
I wouldn't really call it a landing.
No, well, I mean, yeah, he landed.
He crashed. He crashed to his death.
Yeah.
But it was like just him, right, or something?
Yeah, it was just him. So I would say, if anything, that's probably a badass form of suicide.
All right, good. All right, here's a question. Oh, it's the same Jamie actually, but a different question. But this is a question you might actually be able to answer. When
Okay.
creating a character, do you know exactly what you want to make beforehand, or do you just wing it on paper and stumble into a masterpiece?
I've kind of realized recently I just do a lot of creepy old men with white beards. So I mean, that's kind of been where I've been at right now, is just drawing creepy old men. But I usually have an idea. I have an idea of what I want them to look like, but it changes while like rigging their face to talk and blink and gesture and express. But it's probably a mix of both. I usually know, but it changes as it goes. Yeah.
I remember when you were, I was on probably the same private Twitch stream we were talking about a couple minutes ago. You had showed me your initial design of the fisherman, which ended up being the final design.
Yeah.
And you were asking me like, "Oh, do you like this?" And I was like, "What would you do differently?" I was like, "I don't fucking know. Like, it looks good to me. Like, I don't have any idea how to determine something like that." So,
yeah, I think while like the projects we've done together, it's been a lot of fun to have 100% creative control.
Yeah.
I don't think of the other commissions I've done, people want just a little bit of knowledge of what's going to happen, what anything's going to look like. But with the Prison on the Moon, you didn't see it until it was completely finished.
Right.
You didn't know you didn't know what any of the characters looked like, what the story was going to be. And I think it's interesting to have something about characters. But the characters to be creepy but be realistic, and for you to trust that and not to really have any comment on your expectation of what they look like being wrong. I commend, and I really like just being able to do what I want to do and it being good.
I would never, like, that's 100% my preference for doing that. Like, I would never even work with an animator who I feel like I would have to like direct the entire process, and like, because that's like part of the fun of it is like I made the audio without visuals in mind at all. Like, I'm just making it as its own thing. Like, I don't want it to be my interpretation of what it looks like. I want it to be someone else's. And like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. It's also easier for me because I don't have to come up with anything. That's all your job.
Yeah. But with characters, I probably should care more about multiple iterations of a character, because usually I just start drawing what I think they look like, and it's usually that. I rarely do multiple versions, but
What about
yeah.
with the failure video where the characters are very distinct? They're not human even.
Yeah, dude, I love doing those. I want to do another style like that where the people look all gross and mushy, because you have a very limited way to describe that it's a face or a hand. It's just the shape, the vague silhouette of a face, but it really just looks like worms or whatever. But I think I like that more than regularly drawing a character.
And you also get to have some creative liberties with how they move and stuff. Like I remember you have like the guy with like the kind of in the failure video, like his face is like a circle with a hole through it, and like when he's talking, it's just like the circle constricts into a tight hole.
That's fun in so many more ways than just drawing a regular person.
Yeah, I
want to do more like surreal shit like that, but it's easier to come up with a story that makes sense than like surreal shit where you don't really know what's real. The balance is hard, I guess. With failure, it's pretty realistic other than the people.
What made you determine for that one specifically that they weren't going to be people, normal looking people?
I don't know. I think because like the idea at the end that he's trying to sell them their actual appearance came very, very close to the end of that video. I did not know how it would end.
I remember when I was listening to the original audio, the ending was you described as like, and then he opens up the briefcase and it's something crazy happens.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
So originally I made them look gross because I wanted them to look gross, but not really a reason, I guess. It would just be more artistically interesting.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
Good. All right. From Elise, we sort of covered this a little bit, but maybe you have more to say about this. What is your dream project?
Yeah, probably just a movie. Being able to write and direct a movie would be pretty dope. Getting a team together to animate some weird shit.
Have you thought about how that might work logistically? Like you working with others on the visuals together? Like we collaborate in the way where like I give you the audio and you do all the visuals, but like really like it's almost like not totally collaboration. Like you're just going with whatever the hell you feel like.
Because if I did a movie, I would probably want it to be with my style. So that would be hard to tell people to not do what they want to do. But realistically, my dream job would be me being able to make a 60-minute feature, a 90-minute feature all by myself. Or with it like a team of writers, but being able to animate it all by myself. That would be the dream, but that is completely impossible. That would take me literally a decade.
You ready? You ready to do it?
If 10 minutes costs like 600 hours of work, what would 90 minutes be? A long ass time.
That's not a decade though. I mean, if you did 60 minutes, that's just 4 months times 6, 24 months. That's 2 years.
Yeah.
Just give up 2 years of your life, Slouch, working day in, day out.
Yeah, that's a lot of time for because I like the I don't know, bi-monthly. I mean, sometimes every 4 months, but releasing a video and just I like that process. So it would be hard to work on something for 2 years plus even and not be able to show for it.
Yeah.
I guess I would like to work on something on the side as well to keep people updated.
All right.
Yeah.
This is potentially the last question here because the other questions are not so good. But from Chrono Tango, I'll read this whole thing. I struggle with neuroticism sometimes, and it makes me afraid to even submit to the zine sometimes. Shout out to the Mighty Lighthouse. What helps you, Slouch, to push through and keep working on an idea? Also, you mentioned that you give up on some ideas sometimes. How does the number of ideas you decide not to do compare to the number of videos that you actually make?
Neuroticism. I don't really know how to help with that. I'm probably fairly neurotic. I mean, I get anxious and stressed about projects and things, but it's kind of just a muscle you have to train with everything. You just have to put yourself in situations where it will force you to challenge that and overcome that. And with projects, you can get anxious and stressed over what would be good and what would be bad, but that's kind of where it's just, if you think it's good, I mean, fuck what anyone else would have to say, just do it. Get it done. Like my scrapped ideas versus my produced animations the only one I could think of was the pizza balls one. That's the only one I can think. I can't think of another one.
What is
so it's like 20-1.
Like, is there a part of it that has to do with, like, if you've put the time in, like, you expect yourself to finish it, like you would be disappointed in yourself for wasting time if you didn't finish things?
Yeah, I think like towards the end of the failure one, I was getting very my expectations were decreasing. I didn't think it would be very good. And that was the first video that someone that I know watches my videos said that they didn't understand that one, which it makes sense. That one's a little metaphorical, kind of. But that was probably the closest to one that I was like, I'm not really feeling this one. But I don't think I could get that far in a video and not release it.
Yeah. How far into it were you when that happened?
Probably like 75%. Like I was almost done with that video by the time I realized it was a little, I don't know, not my favorite video.
Well, I love that video, Slouch. So I'm glad you finished it. All right, well, when I'm 75% into a video, I've only spent like 4 hours on it, so it's pretty easy for me to trash projects, and I do it all the time. Yeah. We got to switch jobs. I want to do the voice for you and you to animate it. No. Fuck no. I refuse. That'd be dope. That'd be great. No. I like our arrangement here. Do you ever draw 5 hours of work and then you do 600 hours of work to make it good? No, I'm terrible at drawing. Everyone tells me, everyone who can draw is like, you just gotta draw, just do it. You'll be good at drawing eventually. No. It's not true. Yeah. I guess it's true. True. I just, there's such a large gap between what I would ever want like what I visualize and what I can produce. I'm only satisfied doodling when I am not trying to do anything specific, and it's just like, just, you know, it's like very randomly I'll doodle something and be like, oh, okay, I'm satisfied with this doodle. But I could never ever like have an idea of like I want it to look like this, because then as soon as I start, the very first line I draw is like, nope, fucked it up, I hate this.
Yeah, I mean, I do that same thing. It's just a process of knowing you will have something in the end, I guess. Do you scrap audio bits a lot?
All the time.
All the time?
Like 99% of what I work on does not get finished.
So our work it's flipped a little bit.
Yeah. But I think it has so much to do with the time investment. Where it's like I'll have an idea, I'll record it. It takes 30 minutes to record. If I don't like the recording, fuck it, I hate this. Or even if like I try to edit it, you know, maybe edit it 4 or 5 hours, and then at the end of that, it's like, don't like it. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll just think of something else tomorrow. But I haven't put out a video in like, what, 3 or 4 months now. Like,
that's fine. It took me 4 months. You're fine. You stream every Friday.
Counts. This every so often.
Yeah. Did you skipped 2?
What?
Or 3? Wait, how many Fridays did you skip? 2?
I think the past 2. But
2.
Lately I've been discovering the stream is just not going to be weekly.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just it sneaks up on me, and then Friday comes and I'm like, I'm not ready to talk to people for 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned having me on when I was like knee deep in the fisherman's son, but I completely forgot that it was Friday until today. You told me months ago.
That's what happens, man.
Yeah.
It sneaks up. All right, Slouch. I think that was our talk.
That's a good place to end.
Am
I drawing now?
Yeah, so now if you're still down for it.
Yeah.
We're going to be taking calls from the audience. We don't have a topic for this show though. What do you think the topic should be?
Topic
anything you want, Slouch.
Dude, I gotta piss. I can't think.
Okay,
right
yeah,
now.
me too. Okay, all right, let's take a break. We'll come back. You just DM me a topic. I'll change the topic. People will be able to call in, and then what's going to happen is Slouch is going to draw shit for you live. When you call in, I'll ask you what you want Slouch to draw, and then we'll have a conversation while Slouch is drawing it. And then at the end, Slouch is going to export all the little things he drew, and I'll make a download link or something so you can get in on that. But right now we're gonna piss because that's very important. We take like a 10-minute break here, listen to some more Michael Coffin. Thank you so much for talking to me, Slouch. I thought this was a great conversation we had.
Of course. Always happy to do it.
And you must the audience, you must check out Slouch. I demand it. I will find you if you don't. I have your address from the zine. I will go to your house and I will bring just a Slouch video and I'll make you freaking watch it. Because Slouch
I will say, I checked during the last break. I did hit 5K.
Woo!
I did hit 5K.
Hell yeah. That's what we want to hear. All right. We got to fucking get to 10K by the end of the show. I know there's only 130 people watching, but somehow we have to make it freaking happen. All right. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break here, 10 minutes or so. And then when we're back, we'll be taking calls. All right. Thank you again, Slouch.
All right.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
that? Oh, I'm muted.
Of old, I'm gonna tell you the new words just before we sing them.
Everyone's looking, I see what they see.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay. We're back. We're done talking to Slouch, but Slouch is still here. He's around. He's going to be drawing whatever the heck you tell him to draw. Everyone who calls in, you're going to tell Slouch what to draw. And he's going to draw it. And I'm not going to look at the screen because I can't focus on all these things at once. Okay, here we go.
Call from.
Cody.
To accept, press 1.
Cody.
Hey.
How's it going, bro?
Could be better.
Oh,
what,
yeah?
What's the topic? I don't even know. I just called because I can.
We couldn't settle on anything. I was gonna try to think of like a topic that was relevant to what Slouch and I were talking about, but we were freaking talking shop the whole time. So the topic is free for all. It's whatever you want to talk about. But first, you must tell Slouch what you want him to draw. It could be anything, so long as it's not, like I don't know, like George Floyd.
Jeez. Whoa. Jeez. Yeah, that might not be YouTube appropriate.
That's why I was just setting you up. Just that's the one thing that's off limits.
How about a really pissed off tree?
A pissed off tree. All right.
Yeah,
Slouch
like a tree
has
that like. Mm-hmm. That's enough to go on, I think.
That's a good one. That's a good. All right, perfect. All right, Cody. Then you called in. What do you want to talk about? Anything you want? You said you weren't doing so great. What's up?
I just feel like I'm like shaking right now. I feel like I'm about to have a mental breakdown.
Do it live on air. That'll be entertaining.
God, I feel like I could even fucking just pistol whip the people I know, and they would say the same things. Like everyone just ignores me, man.
No, I'm
I
doing
hate
the
it.
opposite of that. I'm giving you as much attention as you want.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I just feel like people in my life, I could scream repeatedly at them, and they just don't get it, or they don't register, or maybe they think they know better, so they're like ignoring and going like, no, do what I say.
Well, what do you want to scream about? This is all up to you. What do you want to do? You can scream right now if you want. If you're in a place where
this stupid shit with this car.
Oh yeah.
I was sharing this car with my sister while she lived here. She doesn't live here anymore, and she kept trying to push it on me, and I'm like, I don't need a car. It's more like, it's more. That's more of my income going away that I don't really need. I can just walk to the next job I get. Mm-hmm. And the DMV's fucking me over because, nothing works since COVID. So I mailed them a bunch of stuff. And because they took 4 months to process it, they're like, this is actually late and it's your fault. So you owe us some more money. And I'm like, you fuckers drown in your own blood.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Yes. Dude, I had to renew my license a couple days ago. It cost $100 just to renew. I already have a license. What costs $100? What in the process is costing $100?
Dude, the government's supposed to help us. It's supposed to be like a tool to make our lives better, not like a job that you hand out to people who can just work for the state and have no fucking liability forever. God, you have to commit a felony when you work for the state before you even are considered being fired. It's stupid.
Okay,
I live in California, by the way.
Dude.
I feel a little bad that I invited you to my house that one time.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
I feel bad because I'm like, my city's kind of a shithole. Do I really want to expose them to that?
Yeah, I don't want to go to California. Fuck that.
Dude, Sacramento, California, everyone's mean. I was talking about my dad with his ex and how they're all a bunch of gypsies that live on a caravan.
Who?
Her family.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, I dropped off her stuff now that I'm dating her at 1 p.m. because I know none of those losers are going to be up at 1. And I'm like,
gypsies?
yeah, they're they're like hippies. They live on a compound and up in the mountains.
Okay.
My dad also lives up in the mountains away from the city, and the city just sucks. And I'm like, yeah, they're weird, but at least they're friendly. In the city, people honk their horns so they make sure you're looking and then flip you off for nothing. For nothing.
Once they've got your attention.
Yeah, dude, it's insane.
When did your dad move out into the mountains?
A couple of years ago.
He'd had enough of the city's shit?
I think he just wanted to be closer to where he works. He works at a casino, and he's like an announcer or something now. It's something a big deal. You know, when you work at somewhere that's 24 hours, if you come in like at crazy times, like they call you at 3 a.m. and they're like, hey, we need you to come in because some guy called in, like that shows so much to like someone who has that kind of job. Like if you have a 24-hour job and you're willing to come in whenever, people are probably going to promote you.
He's an announcer at a casino?
Yeah, he started as like customer service, but now he's like doing announcements on the thing, and he's in some of the ads.
What does that mean? What is he announcing? What does he announce?
Like when people win raffles.
Oh, okay.
Stuff like that.
He's got a good voice for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's totally just like whatever you think of a stereotypical casino feel-good guy is, like, you know, in your imagination, there are people at the casino, they're like, hey, baby, what's up? Have a gamble and a good time, blah, blah, blah. Like that phony stuff, that's totally it.
All right, I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, guess who just won $5?
Yeah, totally.
Baby.
But also customer service, the people are insane. And, you know, they spend all their money and, like, leave their kids in the daycare.
Oh, God. There's a casino daycare?
Yeah, they have daycares at casinos where it's like a little kids area. But here's the sinister thing is that it's usually hourly.
Like
so,
you have
like,
to pay
if
for
you...
it hourly?
Yeah. So, like, if you drop off your kids and lose all your money gambling, they have your kids now.
They won't give them back?
They used to call child services.
Oh, my God.
Or, like, threaten to and be like, oh, well, if you can't afford to get your kids back, we'll call CPS, I guess, because you're we'll tell them you spent all of your money.
What a great piece of collateral to have your child.
Your kids. You don't even realize it's collateral until, like, it's too late, usually.
Wow. I didn't even know there were casinos out in the mountains. Is it like what's the deal with this place?
It's a lot of people work there. It's a tribal casino, and like it's not a very populated area. So like if you know someone out there, there's a decent chance they work there because it's such a huge like employer, and it's right off the freeway, so it's pretty easy to get there. I used to work there too. I kind of miss it sometimes, but it's just so far away from where I am now.
Oh yeah, what were you doing there?
I was just bussing tables. It kind of sucked because like all the servers and chefs were super rude. I don't know why the chefs were rude, but the servers they were just like so obsessed with tips that they wanted everyone else to be fast, and no one liked working with me because I'm slow.
Did you get a share of the tips?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't one of those deals. But yeah, one last thing before I go. Do you remember something 2021 rape tour with the van?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Are you still doing that?
Please don't call it that ever.
Well, you did it first.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's my fault. Okay, but yes. I'm doing a road trip actually at the end of the month. That's kind of a dry run of the couch tour, but I think the real couch tour is not going to happen until next year.
All right,
I gotta get all like the shit together. Like I want it to be good. I need like some equipment so I can like get the live show together and all that. But I'm gonna be doing a thing at the end of the month where I'm just going to some internet friends places that I've yet to meet IRL and get a feel for how that might actually work.
Honestly, dude, it sounds like a logistical nightmare. So like, good luck.
Yeah,
I was worried you weren't going to do it because I saw that Joel Haver did that recently, and I was like, oh no.
Dude, what?
Yeah, he
What did he
got
do?
a van and was like, I'm doing the same thing, basically. I think he got the idea watching your stream, dude. I think
don't say this.
I think he's
You're
a big
just-
Minute Hour fan. It
you're
seems
just-
like it.
You're just trying to get me fired up right now. I'm not taking the bait.
I'm not trying to get you fired up. I didn't mean to imply that he was like creatively cucking you or anything.
But that's exactly what you said just
Oh, I shouldn't
now.
have said that. Oh no.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Well, good for him. That's fine. I need more time. I need more time to do things in a way that's actually good.
Oh, I'm sorry I brought that up. That was lame.
No. Don't worry about it. But when I actually am doing the couch tour, it'll be the full country. When I'm doing this little road trip now, I'm only going as far west as Minnesota. I'm not venturing all the way to the West Coast yet. But I will get there.
Hey, do you want to go to church with me?
Yes.
Just throwing that out there. You could go to church.
Are you at church going every Sunday? What denomination are you?
I haven't actually gone in a few weeks. It's weird. I think they're like more family focused. Denomination. What's that like?
That's
Even,
what
dude, I
what's
kind
your
of have
religion?
slipped in, and no one has like double checked to see if I'm learning anything correctly. I think they just think I'm nice.
I was thinking about going to church around here recently, like to meet women.
Yeah.
Is that a good plan? Is that what do you think? What's church like for you? I haven't been to church in many years.
So I heard a statistic that women are more trusting if you're religious because it shows you're less likely to cheat on them or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can have that kind of thing. I don't know. There are some cute ladies there that are like my age, and there's also people go to church for a lot of reasons. Like I did it because I was sad and had nothing better to do,
Mm-hmm.
and like curious. I was raised really liberal, and I was kind of like an asshole stereotype about that for a long time. And then I got like really red pilled like
Nice.
half a decade ago, and now I kind of just don't care. It kind of all seems artificial, and it's like meant to just divide people. Like Pelosi and McConnell, they don't fear each other; they fear us.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, what pill are you taking now? If you could color the pill that you'd like to give to our audience, what color would it be?
probably black pill, but I keep it to myself. I don't black pill other people. I just use that as my lens of the world. The world is brutal. You can look and see the river, and the rocks are degrading because they're weak. And time crushes all of those things because they're weak.
Okay, that sounds pretty black-pilled.
Yeah, everything is just dying and being punched by time slowly.
I was talking with my with an old college friend of mine named Lee recently. I was kind of drunk, and I was going through my contacts on my phone. I was calling every single woman in my contacts I ever thought was attractive at one point.
That's drunk.
Yeah, no, well, it wasn't even that. I wasn't even that. That's the sad thing. I wasn't even that drunk, but I was just like, whatever. Like, I want to just catch up with some people. But nobody picked up, so I ended up going to the dude friends. I was talking to my friend Lee, and I kept using the phrase, the real rain. A real rain will come one day. But I was doing it. I was trying to like joke around, but Lee had never heard of the real rain before. Well, I really wanted.
I don't either.
You don't know?
But that
you never heard that?
It just sounds scary. The real rain will come one day. It's like,
exactly.
okay.
It's like some fucking. It's like some Rorschach shit, where it's like. But I just wanted him really badly to be like, yeah, I was talking to what's his face the other day. He just kept going on and on about a real rain, but he didn't know what I was talking about. So I don't know. Maybe it'll work.
Yeah, imagine you don't know what that means, and you nudge your coworker, and you're like, "Hey, buddy, how's it going? You all right?" And he goes, "A real rain will come someday, and we'll show you all to be washed." They're like, "Okay."
That's exactly what I wanted. Maybe it'll work. All right, hey Cody. Cody, thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, I'm glad I made you laugh. That's always like my goal.
Nice, dude. It worked, and you made me laugh. Oh wait, and you made me laugh. You were just talking about making me laugh. I'm sorry. Never
English
mind.
good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, Cody. I'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. A real rain will wash this world clean. Mark my words.
Call from
Robbie.
Robbie.
Hello.
Robbie. You, Robbie.
Hey,
What's up, dog?
TMH. Nothing much, man. Nothing much. How about you? Is there any kind of actual like theme today? I just got off work and
No, it's a free for all right now. If you have a theme, I'll gladly change the topic of the stream to whatever you want.
oh man.
All right, forget that. Wait,
like a lot of
what we're doing
power.
right now is Slouch. I don't know if you know Slouch. He's this animator dude who did a couple animations on the.
Wait, what the fuck? Something on the screen just popped up that says Robbie. Robbie, are there like live writings of the on the drawings on the stream, or
Yeah,
is
dude.
that just random?
No. This is what I'm just explaining to you. Slouch, who's an animator dude, he did the There's a Prison on the Moon animation in the Supermarket Blood
Yes,
Pressure
yeah,
Reader.
I know the animation. It's good.
Okay, I was
and he also
talking to
did
him.
the Supermarket Blood Pressure Reader. I love the
Exactly.
Supermarket Blood Pressure Reader animation, by the way.
Dude, nice. Exactly. So I was talking to him for the first couple hours of the stream, and now he is live drawing what the callers suggest for him to draw. So you got to come up with something right now, right this second, for Slouch to draw.
Okay. Well, first of all, Slouch, it's Robbie with a Y. Okay, that's the superior way. So if you could,
Never seen that.
well,
Never seen
okay.
that
First
before.
thing I need you to do is erase that Robbie with an I, because that's absurd. That's ridiculous.
I've
Can you
never
please
seen,
erase it?
I've never seen Robbie with a Y. You are the outlier, Robbie.
Dude, no, you're crazy. Robbie with an I, just take a look at him real quick, and Robbie with an I looks a lot better. It's a lot more aesthetically pleasing of a name, I think. And like an I just feels like mushy and gross. Like Robbie with a Y, to me, it feels clean.
No.
I don't. And Slouch. Can I get Slouch to draw a robot, please? I
Give
just got off
me
my
a
work
little
and I
bit more.
work
A
with
robot what? What do you want?
Okay, a robot. Not an evil robot, like a chill robot, like a robot.
chill
who-
robot.
He's not like a servant robot. He's like a robot sitting on a beach with a dude having a beer, and this is after all of the tensions between robots and people happen. They have equal rights. You know, we're all very kind, and robots and people are just getting along, and they're sitting on a beach. but like
right,
the
perfect.
ocean's like fucking is ruined. It's like green.
All right.
Because
Good,
it's
good.
the future.
Chill robot on the beach, and everything is destroyed. The beach is a disgusting nightmare. All right, that's Slouch is gonna work on that during
But
this
him
call.
and the dude are happy. Yeah.
He's having a great time. All right. Well, Robbie, what did you want to talk about then? You didn't know what the topic was, and there is no topic, so you get to just
There
talk
is
about whatever
no
the hell you
topic.
want.
Dude, I feel like something occurred to me listening to the stream. Called in. It's that I wonder if anybody has ever called in and they've had like the same name as you, and you've been the only one to know it, and it's been like kind of weird for you. You've been like bugging, like, oh, you know, is everybody? Because I don't think anybody knows your name. You're like a mystery, you know. I mean, unless you know, maybe your God-given name is the Minute Hour. That's what's on your birth certificate. I don't know.
The answer to that question is no, not yet. But I have.
Would it be weird?
My first thought would be that they know who I am and they're fucking with me. Because.
Yeah.
But I actually have a very, very common name. I think a couple of years ago I had the most common name like in the United States.
Whoa.
So
That gives like if a person wanted to find out your name, they could use that information. That narrows down the list of shit. Is it like Michael or something?
No. But I'm not going to say what it is. So you'll never know. All right, but Robbie,
the
what?
Michael Hour.
What? All right, Robbie. Are you getting off like work just now?
Yeah. I was fantastic at work. I feel like this is really weird. I think that most of the people who call into your stream are probably feeling shitty, but I feel great.
Oh, I thought you were going to say,
All right.
I feel like most of the people calling into your stream are unemployed.
No. Well, no, if they were unemployed, they'd probably feel better.
You're feeling great today? Why?
I just, I got told I'd do it. I feel like such a fucking, slave to other people's approval when I say this, but I got told I do a good job, and I like being told I do a good job at what I do and what I want to do with my life. You know, feels good.
What is your job?
Well, I work with a robotics company. They do surgical robotics, and I'm an intern right now because I'm in school, and I help. I do little odd jobs here and there, just doing what needs to be done for the robotic system.
So you're pro robot.
I'm pro robot. That's why I want the robot and the person to be happy.
That's
and
what I
that's kind of
say.
what inspired the picture topic. And I'm
getting
looking at the picture.
you're
I
getting
usually don't watch
Slouch
the
to-
stream when I do these calls.
You're getting Slouch to draw pro robot propaganda for you.
Exactly. No, yes, this is actually a company commissioned call. You don't know it, but I'm on the clock right now, and I'm getting paid. Let the robots into your body. Let them perform surgery to you. Nothing bad could possibly happen.
Dude, they performed surgery on a grape, I heard.
They did surgery on a grape. You're
Are people
right.
still talking about that?
I'm fucking.
That had a profound impact on me.
But it's hilarious.
When I saw they
I
performed surgery on a grape, I was like, oh, damn. This is not good.
They did surgery on a grape. What I'm really wondering is, why are they spending their time doing surgery on grapes when there's all these people who need surgery? It seems a little irresponsible.
Well,
to me.
dude, grapes share 99% of the DNA with humans.
Well, you would know. You did the voice on that banana video game, which I own, by the way. It's a good game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Probably bananas and grapes not too different.
This is your professional opinion?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, we actually designed the robot for surgery on grapes, and then, we were like, well, it could probably work on people, too.
Yeah, I mean, we could, like they did with the grape, we could remove the skin off of a human with a robot.
Remove a person's skin and replace it with grape skin. I think that would be fantastic.
Do you think
But
we'll
would you
get?
be
Do
a
you think?
purple grape person?
Do you think we'll get
Or a
to that
blue grape
point?
person?
Do you think we'll get to that point in the future where just all bets are off with science and robots, and they're just gonna be like, you know what?
Oh,
Fuck ethics.
absolutely.
It's just time to start putting grape skin on humans.
Well, have you ever heard of CRISPR?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like gene modifying stuff?
That is the gateway to that. Yeah, gene modifying stuff that is really easy, and any old schmuck can do it if they know a little bit about gene modification. And yeah, it's not legal to clone yourself or whatever, but it's also very difficult to enforce that kind of thing. I think that CRISPR is probably the gateway to that kind of thing.
What's your opinion on that exactly?
So absolutely, if not surgery to replace your skin with grape skin, it's gonna be what if I made a baby that had grape skin instead of normal skin, and you grow one in a tube?
Dude, let me ask you this, because this is
up.
relevant now, and this conversation
Okay.
has no direction at all. So let me just try to
No,
give
it's
it
just
something.
totally. There's no theme. I'm too.
I know, I'm not blaming
you. Have
you.
people call in with
No.
no theme. What do you think?
No,
There's no direction.
No, I'm not blaming you at all. But okay, here's a question. Here's a deep question. Okay, when we're talking about CRISPR shit, and
Yeah.
you've got a little baby growing inside you, but it's in that phase where it's who knows what could happen. You can modify all that shit. Who knows? What do you think about changing the gender of your baby before it's determined for real? In the womb.
God, dude, that's such a loaded question.
Yeah.
Because there's so many because there are a lot of factors on it. Because on one hand, my gut instinct is well, let people do what they want, which is my general philosophy on things. But also people sometimes what they want isn't the best. For example, you would probably end up with a lot more men than women, right?
Really? You think
Think,
parents?
Right? I mean,
you
if
think
China
parents-
is any example, right? Because you had
Sorry.
the one baby law and people were throwing their female children in trash cans, and now if you're a dude in China, you can't find a girlfriend. Like, you think it's hard for you. Like, imagine being Chinese. There are just less women per dude over there.
Are they down to one child in China? I thought it was two.
I don't think it's like that anymore. I think they repealed whatever law it was, but I think it was one child for a while.
God damn.
Because they had too many people, man. They needed their population to decline.
What do you think about how that... okay, go on.
Well, I was just going to say anything, but, like, it's also... You could also just say, like, well, it's not cool to fuck with nature, but it's also like, well, if the government is enforcing that thing, like, then you're giving the government the power to, like, enforce the genetics of people's babies, and it's just very complicated. So I guess the best answer I can give you is that I personally would not influence the gender of my baby with science. That's the best answer I can give you.
What if it's not gender then? What if it's just what if it's like hair color or eye color, something like that?
Well, okay, here's another thing, is like, if you go around fucking with your baby, like, I think about this whenever people talk about designer babies. Like, if you change that much stuff with your baby, like, at a certain point, is it even your baby? Like, you're changing the genetics of everything. If the whole point of having your own kid is this thing that's, like, genetically so similar to you, then why are you changing shit with it anyway?
Dude, right. It's like that old philosophical question of if you had an axe with a wooden handle and the metal head, if you replace the metal head and then later you replace the wooden handle, is it the same axe?
Yeah, it's a Sisyphus question. Yeah, that's the, like, philosophical name for that kind of thing. Like, all the cells replacing themselves in your body is another one.
But what if we get to that point in the future where just nobody wants to have sex anymore? Sex is just a thing of the past because it's a disgusting habit that we've had. Then you could just then it's like, well, why not just have whatever kind of crazy baby I feel like and have it born in, have it incubated in some sort of robot womb? Is that okay?
I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with incubating a baby in a robot womb, but I don't think that you should go, like, crazy with, like, the genetics of your kid. I feel like you want me to say yes here. I feel like you want me to be like, yeah, fuck yeah.
No. I want you to say what you want to say.
Kid you want.
I asked these loaded questions.
Better television here for you, or internet vision.
No. I want the real truth from the people on the
you
ground.
Want the real Robbie's opinion.
But yes, I do ask these incredibly leading questions all the time.
No, it's great. It makes you a fantastic interviewer. It's really entertaining to be, talked to by you, because you're laying all of these traps for me. It's like you want me to make an ass out of myself, and I've got to.
That's not what I'm doing. Whoa, Robbie. I'm making an ass out of myself, first and foremost.
I know, I'm cool with it. No. We're both making asses out of ourselves. I mean, you talked about, it's cool. It's cool. I'm not upset about it.
All right, good. But yeah, you're right. That this is how this goes. I ask people incredibly leading questions. They have what seems like I'm going for a really obvious answer, but you get to say whatever you want. I can't stop you.
Yeah, that's true. I get to broadcast whatever harebrained opinions I have to the world. By the way, this drawing is really good. I'm looking at it. I'm sure you don't normally look at the stream while these things are going on, but are you looking at the drawings?
I'm pulling it up now that you're talking about it, and you're right. I mean, it's a great drawing. This is
like exactly what I had in mind. Those robots look very happy. I didn't get to hear the interview with Slouch, or you calling it an interview feels a little weird. But, I didn't get to hear you talk with Slouch. Is he a cool guy? What's his voice like? Or did you not talk with Slouch?
No, I did
talk with Slouch. Right?
I did talk with Slouch. What is his voice like?
What kind of,
he sounds like
what kind of voice does he have?
He sounds
like a firm voice, or like a soft voice, or like a slippery voice, or what?
A fully commanding voice. I was terrified the whole time that I was going to say something wrong. No, you'll go back and listen to the stream, right? You're gonna
judge that?
Huh?
And I'll be like, was Slouch really commanding, or was the minute I was just saying that? I don't know.
You're gonna find out. You're gonna watch later, right?
Yeah. Some guy in the chat just said young. Does that mean that he had a young voice? How old is Slouch?
He's young. He's 21.
Oh, somebody said he had a smooth voice. That's good. Because Slouch hears this right now. Slouch, I want you to know that a guy in the chat thinks you have a smooth voice. I think that's a compliment. I think you want to have a smooth voice.
I'm going to hang up on you now because you're just talking about what the chat is saying, and I'm no longer interested.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But it's been too long.
Right.
This is
doing a terrible
natural
thing.
No, this is the natural length for the call anyway. I was just being an ass. But Robbie, hey, thank you for calling.
Hey, it was great talking to you. Or the Michael hour.
That's right.
I should say.
Good.
Oh, you're welcome, Slouch.
Enjoy your weekend.
Have a great day. Yeah, you too.
You too, buddy. Nice. My traps. I trap you. Yeah, if you call in, just beware. I am here to trap you. I'm here to trap you into an opinion that you may or may not have. It's up to you. Or something. The drawings are going good already. We got 2 great drawings. Okay, if you call in, there's no topic. We can't think of one. We're trying, but there's nothing. It's a free-for-all. It's whatever the hell you want to talk about. But you have to have something for Slouch to draw. The number for the call-in is 518-288-7938. I've got a bunch of calls coming in. Google's not taking them because this happens sometimes. If one doesn't come through in a second here, I'll just call one of these numbers back. All right, fine. Call this guy. International number. Let's see.
This call is being routed by Google.
Okay.
The cost of this call is 1 cent per minute.
Oh my God. I'll keep that in mind. Do I have to pay that?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Who's this?
This is Tom.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
I'm good.
Google told me this call is going to be 1 cent per minute. I don't know if you're going to have to pay that or me, but I'm not thrilled either way.
So it's a very small amount of money. I'm from the UK.
Oh yeah, I mean you've got it. I can tell you're from that region.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, you been listening to the stream?
Yeah, I just tuned in about half an hour ago.
All right, so you got to come up with something for Slouch to draw right now during our call.
Homer Simpson, but he's like got the face of Rick from Rick and Morty.
Dude.
And then he's lying on bed with Krusty, Krusty
the
from
clown?
SpongeBob.
Oh.
No, not Krusty.
Krabs.
What's his name?
Mr. Krabs.
Mr. Krabs. Why did I say Krusty? Yeah, I got them muddled up there.
Well, Krusty the Clown is a character from The Simpsons.
No, Krusty the Krab.
Okay, all right. So it's Homer Simpson.
No,
with
okay. No, he doesn't want to do that. It's too complicated.
Okay.
I rushed through it. There's no rush, is there? Just draw some nice, nature thing then.
Okay.
Just something peaceful. With, just a landscape, like you get over here in the UK. So I live in, the countryside. It's really beautiful. In a little village called Streatley. And it's got hills. Live in a valley, so there's a big hill. And it's, just nice. Just whatever comes to your mind, I guess.
All right, a
if
nice
you do that kind
peaceful countryside landscape with some hills and a valley. That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, well, Tom, what's up?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to university in September, so that's something.
For your first time?
Yeah. So I'm late doing it. I'm 22, so I'm a year older than Slouch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So a bit late joining uni.
Do you know what you're trying to study yet, or is that's farther off?
Yeah, I applied. I was quite surprised I got in because I'm an actor. I like acting. And that's why this pandemic's been pretty tough on me. Is not being on stage enough. But I'm doing a foundation course, so it's easier to get on to. So I was quite surprised the university just got back to me and said, you got a place in the course. And I was like, oh, great. But it's like a foundation degree, which means it's not the main big deal course. And yeah, it's just I struggle a lot with depression and anxiety, so it's a long way from home. So I live in the south of England, and it's right in the north of England. You know, it's not a big, not as big as difference as if you, like in America, like such a tiny amount of your country. It was a mass, yeah.
Tell me this.
Weird.
I got a couple questions here. But the first one is, explain to us, if you can, where does the animosity lie in the UK? Is there like a north versus south, we hate each other sort of thing? Are there regional things like that where... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the regions are so much more than America. It's astounding. I always think about that. I was thinking about it the other day that like Wales, there's different countries in the UK, whereas you've got different states. It's similar, but it's all one massive country in the States. Whereas
Wales is part of the same landmass as England. Yeah,
yeah, it's all part of the UK, but then there's Ireland, which isn't part of the UK, but then there's Northern Ireland, which is a bit complicated, which is even different from Ireland, and then there's Scotland. I'm a quarter Scottish myself and an eighth Welsh, but yeah, there's definitely animosity. Like, I'm going up north, and they're just a lot more friendly there. They're called Geordies from Newcastle, and yeah, they're just really friendly, whereas where I live, it's very posh, very uptight, I suppose. And it's just gonna be nice to get away from that. You know,
are you from like a city center in the south?
No, like I say, I'm from the countryside. As close as I have for a city is a place called Reading, but spelt like reading, not Reading with two D's. But yeah, is that? I thought he was drawing a penis then.
Don't get distracted. Look at the drawing when we're done.
It's a foot. Okay, right. Yeah, got distracted by this giant foot coming on. But
Well,
yeah,
Slouch
I
is
lived
going to
near a
save
place
all the
called Reading.
drawings at the end. You'll be able to look at them. Well, hey, hold on. I have a second question then. Because this, you said you were an actor, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you done like auditions then?
Yeah, I'm not professional. I haven't done anything professional, so I did performing arts. I was late for college as well because I had a breakdown like in 2015 and I couldn't. College as in high school, I suppose, but separate. So we have college, which is 16 to 18, you know, you can be older, you can join when you're older as well. But it's like, you know, we call it A levels as well, and but it's called a vocational course. So it's just one course, and I did performing arts, and I joined when I was 19. So yeah, I did. The first year was brilliant. I loved it, but I mean, I wasn't used to the dance. I've never done dance before, but yeah, it was great fun. And I played Uncle Fester in the Addams Family on stage, and I loved that so much.
So you've been getting into like musical shit? That's what you need to be doing dancing for?
Well, that's just the course I applied for. You know, I'm more into just regular acting, but it got me into musicals. I wasn't into musicals then, but then when it came to year 2, the second year, I just got really depressed the summer before the second year because of girls and heartbreak and love loss. And then by the time we got to the second year, the inspiring people we looked up to, who were the second year, we became the second year, and we were all just very depressed and low, and there was no motivation. And also, I started getting to the rhythm of things, but then I dislocated my knee whilst dancing. So, yeah, that's that.
Well, let me ask you this then: when you do audition for things, even if it's not in a professional way, but just you must have auditioned for shows that you've been a part of.
Auditioned for show, yeah.
Do you do monologues or something or sides from the show, or do you choose your own thing?
For the Addams Family, yeah. I was originally gonna audition for a simple character like Lurch, but then they said you'd be great as Uncle Fester, so I picked The Moon and Me. I could sing it to you if you like.
Please do.
But yeah, I had nothing to lose, I suppose. I could get a backing track. I don't know, but I could get it on. I could. Yeah, it might help me to get a backing track on YouTube, I suppose.
I don't.
But yeah,
I don't have a.
I went
backing
on
track.
stage. No, I'm getting it on my TV. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if I feel comfortable singing it.
That's okay. That's okay.
But yeah, The Moon and Me, it's great. I haven't sung it in a while. It's different on a call. I can't just sing it to a stranger, I suppose. I can sing it in front of a stranger, but not. Is a different context. But yeah,
that was my goal, was to make you audition for us. But it's okay if you don't want to. So where are you at now then?
Okay. So when the daylight ends and the moon ascends, I would rather be just the moon and me. When I feel her pull, then my heart is full, and the night is softly, sweetly calling. Fester, look and see. La 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 la.
Dude, beautiful, beautiful. You've got the part.
It's just the best. That's why I was so depressed after I was Uncle Fester, because that was my peak. It felt like just being Uncle Fester on stage. I was like so in the character, like all the madness that was going on in my personal life, I could just like channel it into Uncle Fester and just become that role. It was so great, and I was Uncle Fester, and I at one point rehearsing, I was like, why am I not getting any directions? Why is there? And I'm like, wait, it's because I'm doing it just so well.
Because it's perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's wonderful.
Well, so when did this heartbreak occur? You had a girlfriend since then?
So the whole thing, it's the one big thing in my life where I know there's an alternative timeline, and I even talked about it with the girl, that there was a girl who was into me at college, but I hadn't had a girlfriend in 3 years, and that first girlfriend wasn't great. And wasn't very long, and now I was older, and this girl was into me, and I was like, oh, okay, this is great. But then I was actually more vulnerable from my friends at the time, who were more controlling, and you ended up being the ones who said, don't have her as a girlfriend, don't kiss her at my party, I'm not letting you, she'd be bad for you. Turned out those friends were the ones who were bad for me. I made some great songs on YouTube. I made this song called The Ducks, the song about I like ducks. I wouldn't have made that crazy song. I wouldn't have gone through all the craziness. I wouldn't have been a good Uncle Fester had I actually gone out with this girl. But it's also like, oh, it would have been nice to have a girlfriend then. But like, yeah, that's that. And then I suppose the heartbreak is other girls as well leading me on. There was even one girl who said, if I don't find anyone else to fuck in a month, I will have sex with you. And it's like, that's the worst thing you could tell a guy who hasn't got laid in so long. It's like,
could you?
Yeah.
Could you ever imagine saying that to a woman?
I mean, the good thing about college and girls is like, it was the first time in my life where I realized I was attractive. Like, I mean, I'd had people tell me I'd had a girlfriend in the past, but I'd not had it enough. I'd only had like my family or like, you know, middle-aged women or you know, so oh, he's so attractive, such an attractive young man. But no, it's nice to have actual girls attracted to me. But I think the worst part is I watched 500 Days of Summer last night.
For the first time?
That was like, yeah. I didn't like the ending. I think that's why there's quite a lot of people. I think the whole thing's cliche on purpose. Everyone knows that. It's a whole nice guy film, isn't it? But I got led on, and I was a bit of a nice guy at some points, but it's not. I've never been that true a nice guy. I made a meme review in 2019 actually going, Time T is a nice guy. And I was like, maybe. I was reviewing Reddit, and I was like, actually, that actually reminds me of when I was younger. But, you know, what happens, you know, the traditional thing, I fall for someone, my best friend, and it sucks because I love having a girl best friend. I get so much better chemistry, like we click, and it's so much more fun having a girl best friend than a guy at points. But then, like, it's hard to not catch feelings, and it's happened with every of my girl best friends. And I suppose it's a matter of dealing with that.
With your group, I mean, like your friend group, I imagine you're friends with other actors and such, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm not in touch with many people from college. A lot of people, I mean, two of them didn't go on to be actors, and my friend group, I wasn't friends with people in my year. So I've got a mate called Lewis, and he wants to be an actor. But my other friend Sam, he's about to go to Bath, as some people call it. And that's another thing about English. Like, it doesn't matter the region. Some people will say words like Bath or Bath, and it's very But yeah, he's going to study English and drama, but not like practical. And he's a good actor. And he was like, I've already done the practical, but we went to the same college, so he knows that he didn't really do much training. But yeah, and then my other friend, the girl, that's the one girl who, she was in love with me. It was kind of screwy. She then said she was in love with me last year, even though she had a boyfriend. And I was like, I dreamt about you last night. It fucked me up. And I related to that. I know that dreams are like that. And we talked it through. And that's the one best friend who I've had feelings for that's actually kind of lasted. Because most girls who are like that, they're just like, okay, this is too much. This is too hard. Yeah. But yeah, but that's why I'm going to uni, to find other actors and stuff. Yeah.
That doesn't sound good. Best friend girl who's telling you she loves you with her boyfriend in the picture.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, it's an age thing as well. Like in the UK, like that's the thing. I go with college, and I'm gonna sound really fucky now, but like I was 19, she was 16, which is illegal in the States, but it's fine in the UK, and I suppose. But no, that's not the girl. I was only 2 years. This other girl, Molly. That's another reason why I was like, oh no. Most girls now, I'm like, okay, they have to be 20. I can't. But yeah, she's great. Molly, the girl, not the same. My best friend, I suppose. But she's bad at talking online, I suppose. We were only online because we live a fair way apart. And I'm like, we need to meet up at some point. She said, no, I need to check my work schedule. She doesn't like meeting up. She's very beautiful. She's happy in a relationship. And that I find that easier, to have a girl best friend who's got a boyfriend. It's funny. It's like I cannot fall for someone who has a boyfriend. So how can I have that control with someone who doesn't have a boyfriend? It's like it's like as soon as I realize they've got a boyfriend or another girl, as soon as I found out they're gay, I'm like, oh okay, I can move on. But yeah, it's a bit. We get on well, but like I say, it's just she doesn't call because so it's really hard to maintain.
Mm-hmm. Are there a lot of gays in your friend group or the people that you know? Like I feel like when it comes to actors and drama, like there's a lot of.
Yeah, I'm straight, and another big thing in my life, I hope he won't be watching this, and it's kind of messing me up, is I met a guy online beginning of 2019 through my YouTube channel. He commented on it. And we clicked really well, and we were best friends, very intense, and it's hard not to get back into that. But beginning of 2020, we met up, and then when he came back home, he was like, I always knew he was gay, but he was like, I'm in love with you.
Oh, no.
I was like, okay. And I stopped talking to him for a bit, and then started again, and we were all right. And then I stopped talking to him at the end of 2019, because he thought, he got in his head that I was gay, and he kept trying to I made this song online and released it about I'm in and out of love with you, which is about this girl rather than him. And yeah, he's a bit we're both a bit messed up in the head, but he's 3 years older than me, so I don't know. He changed his life this year, and I've stopped and started talking to him, and I started again in November, and then stopped again in March, and tried again in July and June or something, and I thought that was good. It could be okay, because he had moved out of his house, mum's house, and he'd got other friends, he'd got a job. I was like, okay, I'm willing to give it another go, but then he's like, and I'm trying to set boundaries. I'm trying to say, it's you can't keep telling me you're in love with me. I don't need to keep hearing it, and like, it's always been an issue anyway. Him thinking I'm so great and him thinking I have so much potential, kind of holding me back in a way. It's like I have to be this amazing person he thinks I am, and it's like very blinding. But yeah, it's a lot harder now because I was able to cut him off in March because it was easier, and I just was like, nah, he's toxic. But now it's like, it's that toxicity I'm attracted to. I'm not attracted. I'm attracted as a friend, like the intensity. Like I like and I hate having someone who's in love with me. It's very conflicting, and I'm naturally attracted to that chaos at the same time as being repelled by it. I think it's the nature of myself, is I like that drama and intensity, but then I don't. It's strange. But yeah, he's a great guy. We get on, like, we talk so well, and we, clicked, and we have same sense of humor, and it's a shame. There's too many issues for it to be good, and I'm not sure he'll ever lose me, because I don't think I'm capable of doing that. But I'm just hoping university will help me to not, check my junk mail and read his emails, because it's a shame that he doesn't respect me. But yeah.
All right, well, Tom,
I have another gay friend called Alonzo.
This call is costing 20 cents already, so we're gonna have to call it right now.
Yeah, it's actually, I looked up the prices from the UK. It's 0.06 pence.
Oh, okay,
so
nice. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah,
thank you for calling in, Tom. And I hope you enjoy your drawing that Slouch did here of the countryside.
Yeah, I was worried I wouldn't be very interesting with this call, but yeah, been a bit nervous, but yeah.
No, Tom, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. Oh, actually, I called you.
Yeah, thanks for calling back.
Right,
yeah, because I've rang quite a lot of times.
All right, see you, Tom. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye. Oh man, I've got about half a bang. I've got 3 beers left. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yep. I'll keep this going. We'll do one more call here, and then we'll take a break.
Call from
Ricky.
Ricky.
Hey, man.
How's it going, bro?
It's going good. Glad I got through. Glad you're back on the stream.
Yeah, dude. Good to hear from you. First, before we start, what do you want Mr. Slouch to draw for you?
I don't know if he'll be up for it, but I'd like to see his interpretation of plague roach, maybe like looking at a bug.
Ooh, that is interesting. I mean, he doesn't have a choice, really. He can't speak. So
he could just not draw, though.
No, don't say that. Don't give him any ideas, Ricky. This is plague roach looking at a bug. The Slouch interpretation of plague roach. A little bit of like fanfic.
Yeah, a little crossover action.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
I don't know if Drew would be offended. I don't know if we got to get like permission from everyone involved first.
No, Drew is so cool about shit like that. No way. Well, what's up, Ricky? The topic today is nothing. It's whatever the hell you want to talk about. So what's up?
I think it's funny you wrote the free-for-all for the topic because that's the working title. I've been just bought a new camera and I was going to start making live action stuff again. I got this series planned out.
With your, like the wrestling stuff?
Yeah, I sent you some pictures. It's going to be a few characters. I play 2 of them. Got one of my friends in there. But because of COVID, it just all started with me having to act opposite myself because everyone else is in quarantine.
Right. How are you far from your friends? Do you have to go like travel to visit them?
No, they live right in town with me, but they're just fucking lazy. And he got in a car accident, lazy bastard. So he's been banged up. He has like post-concussion syndrome.
Okay, that seems slightly different.
No, he's okay. And there's like footage of the crash happening. So I think in any kind of lawsuit thing, he's like pretty clear. But that stuff could take a few years sometimes.
Jesus. All right. He's doing okay, though?
He's not. Yeah, he's not too banged up. I was just joking about him being lazy, but you got to have people. If you're doing a live action thing with a lot of people, you got to have them like have follow through and get back to you. Mm-hmm. And obviously, he's going through some shit. But even before the accident, he was kind of touch and go. So I'm like, either you're going to commit or you don't want to be involved. You know, you got to shit or get off the pot.
Tell us about what you're working on then, because I know a little bit, but the people who are listening don't know anything.
Yeah, I don't want to hype it up too much because who knows when it'll get finished. I just got the camera. I need to get an editing system I'm comfortable with. But the gist of it, without giving it all away, is that Cardigan fella is kind of like a delivery man. It's going to be set in kind of the near future. More people are homeless. There's a bigger divide between wealth and unwealth. And he goes on long trips either with a skateboard or on foot to deliver packages to people at GPS coordinates. So he delivers something to ex-pro wrestler who was thought dead, and he ends up meeting a few more people, and they go on this big adventure to this like mystical place. And there's going to be a lot of bloodshed once they get there.
Dude, nice. Yeah, making live action shit it's a fucking it's hard. Like I moved away from that specifically with the Minute Hour, like doing audio, because it's so hard to get people together, like to organize that shit all the time.
Yeah,
I could just like I felt like with audio I could just like I didn't have to depend on anybody. I could just like if I had an idea, just fire up the mic and make it happen the day of.
Not only that, but you're so damn good with it. Like, I sent another question, but I think we were over that bridge. But when you're still interviewing Slouch, it was one for both of you. It's like, do you think there's any of your work, your audio stuff, that you don't ever want animated just because it might ruin the magic of whatever you were picturing or whatever you want it to be ambiguous?
Well, I mean, I like I said when I was talking to Slouch, like I've only ever and will only ever like contact animators who I really trust and like think that their stuff is really good on its own merit. Like those are the people who I'm okay with like animating my stuff. But like I'm not I don't think it's like so sacred. I think like I'm always excited to see those particular animators' interpretations of that stuff. Cuz to me it's like very unimportant. Like I don't make stuff and think like, oh god, like this is the fucking thing. Yeah. And like it doesn't fucking matter. As soon as it's uploaded, like it's out of my hands and I don't even care about it anymore. So like it's just really cool for me when people who I admire and respect will show me their interpretations of it.
Yeah, definitely. I could see that. You don't have like a real ego about it, but some of the things you've done are so goddamn funny. I don't know. And I was thinking too about Turn Up stuff. If you've heard his Joel series of Rush Hour Forever and a few other ones.
Yeah.
I'm just like, would video really lend anything to it, or is just picturing it even funnier? He does some drawings too, but I don't think anything full feature length like Slouch is approaching.
Yeah, and I don't think like he's got like plans to do that. Like, but I don't think it's like that it's off limits or anything. I think it's just it's a quick way to realize an idea. It's just quick. It's faster. That's like my whole thought process is just like it can get done in a day or a week. Like even if it's a long thing, like it only takes a few days to get it sounding okay, and then it's just up to the people to interpret it however they want.
Yeah,
do you prefer that?
Like
Is there something like?
What, sorry?
Were there things like? Have there been Minute Hour animations that like you've seen and you're like, this is wrong. This is not right. This is not how I thought of it.
God, no. No, I've loved everything that everyone's made. Honestly, I've never. I don't even when I'm imagining it, it's not like I have that like definite, it has to look like this kind of thing. It's just kind of like wondering, like when you're thinking of it, you kind of see like 3 or 4 versions of it at the same time some of the time, or you think like, well, what the hell's going on, or it changes while you're listening to it. But yeah, I get where you're coming from.
That's how I am. It's like it's not so definite in my mind that like, because if I had like a really, really specific idea of the visual and like I felt like it had to be done a certain way, I would actually go through with making the visuals. But because a lot of it is just like, it's just audio to me. The visual I don't even think about. So it's just cool to see other people show what their idea of it is.
Yeah, it might even be better than what you came up with in some cases.
Absolutely. Especially, I mean, yeah. With
but you
like,
were
no, go on.
You were saying something real quick about it's the fast approach just to kind of get the idea done while it's still in your head. And if you take too long, you'll probably either scrap it or never end up finishing it. And this series I'm thinking about, I've been planning out since I was probably like 16 in one of those TV production classes like they were talking about in high school. Mm-hmm. But I've gone through so many different versions of it and started filming it and would be unhappy with it, delete it, or people would move away. They could only be involved for so long. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to work out a way to actually do it and in small doses to not like burn out, but or not rush it.
Do you draw ever?
I sent you a couple, but they were really bad and really old. I've been told my drawing looks autistic. I'm not sure how to take that.
Yeah, it could be good or bad.
I use a lot of scribbles. Like if I would draw the character Cardigan with a beard, all his hair and everything's like frantic scribbling. I feel like it adds like some stuff I've seen in other shows, like if you ever remember like home movies.
Yeah, sure.
With that squiggle vision type of stuff. Like I wasn't trying to copy it, but I've seen like a lot of scribbling be utilized. But I don't know, people don't usually, I'm not winning any awards with my stuff. I sent you a video a picture for, the monitor on your overlay usually has like some fan art and different types of stuff people send into the zine. And this is just like straight up a picture out of an old notebook, but it was like a caveman. Vaguely looked like there's an episode of SpongeBob where they go back to prehistoric times. And back in like middle school or something, me and my friend would just draw these like caveman comics and pass them to each other in class. And he was pretty much just Patrick, but we'd give him hair and make him look more like people. So I sent you one of those that I found.
Yeah. No, I do remember that.
I've emailed you a bunch of other crap, so it's easy if it got lost in all the boys nonsense.
I remember that. And you also sent me that picture of you in costume as this wrestler guy character, right?
Well, the guy with the mask, that's actually a dummy prop I've built and dressed up like him because I'm planning a fight scene in the first video between my two characters. So some of it's going to be me body slamming a dummy dressed up like me.
Dude, nice.
But it's going to take some time to film it, so I'm trying to like storyboard it and get all the action right, so I'm not out there like 3 days and all the lighting's all different and all that shit.
If I could give you any advice for making this stuff, it's just like make it as easy for yourself as possible. Like think about whatever is the easiest version of making it, like, because like you've got the idea, you've got you know what you want to do, just like whatever you can do to make the production process shorter, and just like if you could just do drawings, or even if you don't want to film it and you just want to take like still images and like put them like in a slideshow while you're doing like voiceover or something, whatever you can do to make it easier to finish would be my advice for how to do it.
Definitely. I think the compromise I've always made with ones I did finish were like, it's going to look silly and bad and there'll be mistakes, but that's funny. And as long as it's like a coherent enough story, you don't really care that much at the end of it. I'm not a perfectionist by any means.
Well, you don't have to make it look like TV or a movie or anything. Just like whatever gets the point across.
Well, you had suggested too that I do something like filming on the cell phone, and about 1.5 years ago I actually had like 3 videos made of the same concept, but I've like reworked it. And now that I'm using an actual program and plan to have like editing I can add music. The problem was it would take up pretty much my entire phone's memory to do like a 4 or 5 minute skit, and editing it on the phone was a pain in the ass. But I really couldn't find easy ways to interlay music and do like more fine tune editing.
Yeah.
But I did just get it out there, but I did delete it off the internet eventually, and there's no copies of it.
You don't have a copy of it even?
Nah, I should have. I regret it.
Damn,
I'm one of
Ricky.
those people that's just like salt the fucking earth if I decide it's going down, like going all the way. But that's motivated me to come back to it and make it better than it was. So hopefully I'll see it through. And I got some money invested now in the camera, so I'm planning to, but I've only had it about 2 days, so I'm trying to still figure it out. It's got a little microphone on it. It's got potential, I think. I'm feeling good about it.
Nice. All right, hey Ricky, thank you for calling in. It's good to hear from you again.
No trouble. And thanks, Slouch, for his version of Drew. That's something else right there.
All right, yo, yeah, hell yeah. Oh, and it fucking moves. Holy
Yeah, he's been
fuck.
making them animated.
What the fuck?
The last one was Crushing a House.
How
Yeah,
did
you gotta
he just
take a
made
look
it-
once in a while, at least at the end of it.
Yeah, you just made a fucking animation in 10 minutes. God damn. All right, hey man, thanks for calling in. I'll hear from you soon, yeah?
Yeah, maybe you could do a voice or something at some point if I actually get the ball rolling. But you have a good weekend,
Absolutely.
and good best of luck with everything.
Yeah, dude, email me. I will do a voice for you, no problem. All right,
man. Talk to you later.
See ya. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I have to pee. Fuck. All right, I'll take this call.
Call from
Morty.
Morty.
Hey!
Whoa, what's up?
Well, I'm just day drinking because I got too much beer and no one else to drink it with me. So,
Lame. I'm drinking with you.
hey, buddy, thanks for drinking with me. Yeah, we threw a party on Sunday and people didn't eat enough food and drink enough beer, so I have too much food and beer.
Perfect.
And now I'm fat.
What
and
a
it's a
fortuitous
good problem to have.
situation. Hey, so you've been listening to the stream, yeah? You know you got to give Slouch something to draw?
I would like him to draw what I want to talk to you about. I think you'll enjoy it. So, did you know that male alpacas have teeth called fighting teeth? And in order to assert dominance, they bite each other's balls off.
Oh,
So,
God. Did you say fighting teeth or biting teeth?
fighting teeth. Yeah,
Fighting
you could Google
teeth,
it. Alpaca
which
fight. They have like their main teeth. They're kind of like their buck tooth looking teeth, you know? And that's what they eat grass with. And then they got these teeth like where our molars would be. They're like these sharp little teeth.
Ew.
And that's what they use to rip each other's balls off.
They got ball crunchers.
Ball ripper offers.
So you want Slouch to draw an alpaca biting the balls of another alpaca?
Yeah, it basically would look like an alpaca just munching in on another alpaca's ass. But with a lot of pain from the other alpaca looking back like, what the fuck, bro?
All right. Well, it's happening now. We can't stop it. It's in motion. So I guess that's what's happening. Good. What you want to continue talking about this? What else do you have to say about this?
Well, one time I had to fight one of my alpacas once. So
Okay.
fun thing about alpacas is that, well, not so fun. So since they're pack animals, if they're ever left alone, they'll get extreme mental disorders where they turn into absolute psychos. You'll see one video that's passed along the internet, and everyone upvotes it because they think it's cute and pretty. And there's this semi-attractive woman petting a large, I think it's like a brown and black alpaca. It's got like a dark coat, and she's like running her hand along its neck, and the alpaca is like really into it, and it's making sex noises. The alpaca wants to have sex with her.
Oh, no.
And I'm pretty sure this alpaca is left all on its own. Oh my God, looks like a fucked up looking rabbit right there. The alpaca is left all on its own. It's horny and it wants to fuck, and it thinks humans, basically, there's another thing called berserk syndrome, where alpacas, for male alpacas, when they're grown up, when they're babies, they get touched too much by humans. And so they start to associate humans with the alpacas. This drawing is great. Shout out to Slouch, who's a fucking great artist. So basically, humans touch baby male alpacas too much. Now alpaca is now saying he thinks that humans are alpacas too. And he will try and have sex with women and fight dudes. And then you get a berserk alpaca. And so you see all these videos on the internet where people think the alpaca is being cute. And, you know, no one knows shit on the internet, so they'll upload anything that they think is cute. But really, this is an animal in distress that's like trying to have sex with everything.
Ugh, a distressed,
probably be
horny
put down.
alpaca?
Kind of like a incel almost, yeah. Similar to that.
Could you imagine if women were petting incels, though? That seems like the last straw for those people.
Well, they would just lose it, right? I mean, they would just have to be like, what the fuck? You're petting me. I'm ready to go, you know? But this isn't Mr. Hands, you know? This is...
Why are you so familiar with all this?
I have 5 alpacas.
Oh, okay. So you...
Yeah, we have 2 boys and 3 girls. So, and I went through a lot of the issues with one of the males named Che. We had an older alpaca named Grandpa, or Guinness was his other name, but we called him Grandpa. And we had to keep them separated, or else Che would beat Grandpa to death. But the fun part is they because Che's kind of a young asshole who's horny and wants
Grandpa
to be
is like
number one.
is a threat.
He would basically beat him up until he fully submitted, or until he did damage to him. And Grandpa eventually, pretty sure that happened because he ended up getting like his neck really fucked up. Like, imagine like the worst chiropractic adjustment for an alpaca. Like in the middle of its neck, there was like this huge, looked like he got hit with like a bar, like a crowbar or something, you know? So his neck was fucked up, right? So we had like a animal chiropractor come out. It kind of helped. Eventually, Grandpa couldn't lift his head up anymore. And he didn't have good teeth either, so he would just kind of chew on his grass. And so you'd find all this like chewed up grass. He'd basically juice it. But then because he couldn't pick up his head, he started like foaming out the mouth, and he couldn't do anything without intense pain medication. So he basically had to get like dosed up on a lot of heroin every day.
Nice.
Or he couldn't function. So eventually Grandpa was put down. So where does this leave Che? Che is alone, he's horny, and he's angry. So I start taking him on walks every day until we can find another alpaca. Somebody offered one alpaca, but that guy was too much. He was already left alone. He was already crazy, and we already had enough crazy in our life to add a psycho crazy alpaca. So,
Is
so
this
I ended
like
up walking him
specific
every
to
single day.
alpacas where they're just they have a very delicate mental state?
Somewhat.
Did you like the male alpacas can't even be like with the female alpacas?
If they see the female alpacas, they're going to want to have sex. They're going to start screaming, and they're going to like try and fight each other over the honor of having sex.
Okay.
And his picture is awesome. And so basically we keep them separated to the point where they can't see each other. Sometimes when the girls get out, they'll run over to the boys' pen, and well, you'll start hearing noises like, like literally that's what you hear, and then they get horny and try and fight each other. It's like a bunch of sailors, getting to shore and throw up.
All the alpacas want is to fuck alpacas, and you are in the practice of withholding that from them their entire lives.
Yeah, unless you want them to fuck.
Is there any benefit to just having them fuck and cool off for a bit?
Alpaca food is pretty expensive where we live. So.
Oh god, so this is a
not like it
monetary
grows on-
issue.
It's here on the West Coast, it's pretty dry, so we literally import grass in for them to eat.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's your job to keep them separate.
Keep them separate. We have the infrastructure set up. It's not that hard at this point because our shit's together.
But
yeah,
sometimes,
long story.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Long story short, Che's alone. I'm taking him on walks every single day to just give him an outlet to relax. And actually, it was pretty cool. One of our neighbors on one of our walks one day was like, "Oh my God, bring your alpaca to meet my horse." So I've got like a video of the alpaca and the horse kind of rubbing noses together, and it's the cutest fucking Bambi moment. But every single day, I try and take Che on a walk. He'd get a little bit worse. He'd try and fight me a little more every time I try and put him on his halter. And one day, he ended up like trying to knock me off my feet, full on fighting me. And like when they fight you, they just basically try and chest bump you off your feet and take you down. And then I don't know, maybe he's going to go for my balls at that point.
Dude, it sounds like they're all fucking sex freaks. Like, if they can't fucking alpaca, they're gonna bite your balls. So that's at least a little it's something related to sex.
Yeah, and if they're alone, they go crazy.
And he wasn't trying to fuck the horse. He didn't see the horse and was like, I could probably fuck this if I tried.
I don't know, but he was getting a little worked up around the horse. Yeah. His tail was going up, and he's like, but it was a male horse, so I don't know. I think that horse would beat his ass. I think that horse is lonely too. He had lost his buddy as well. So it was like two lonely dudes nosing up.
This is very disturbing to me.
Well, long story short, we ended up getting another alpaca. His name was Hilton. We call him Hilty. And my wife and I sing a song, Hilty and Gay. I mean, Hilty and Che, they're probably gay. Hilty and Che, they're probably gay. And then we just sing that on a loop until we're annoyed with each other. But they're super gay, and they love to fight each other and try and bite each other's balls off. We do cut off their fighting teeth. So if you have a male alpacas, you will cut out their fighting teeth. But Che has tried to bite his brother so much that he's like lost half of his grass eating teeth.
Jesus.
Can we just give a shout out to Slouch and his lovely art? Because I'm watching him go along here.
This is a beautiful alpaca. And it's got the balls in his mouth.
Yeah, he just won.
It's like chewing tobacco. Nice.
If you go to Peru, you could probably eat alpaca.
Do people do that ever? Alpaca meat?
In Peru, you would, yeah.
Peru?
Here in the United States, I mean, that's some expensive meat. You might.
Why do you have what is the point of you having alpacas? What are you farming from them?
Their poop is amazing for growing happy plants. Everyone loves happy plants.
Okay.
Right? And then also their fiber. So every summer you give them a haircut, and you can send that fiber off to a mill and get some yarn, and then any clothes you make from that are going to be very well thermoregulated. So we have an alpaca blanket that is very light, and it's very warm, and it's also like you don't get hot and sweaty under it either. So you don't get too hot, you don't get too cold. The best clothing you would ever have could be made from alpaca fiber.
Sounds worth it. Just keep an alpaca, make them as insane as possible, and then you get some clothes and shit out of it.
Pretty much, yeah. I would say do it in a place where grass grows freely year round. That would be my
So
suggestion.
you don't have to
do
import
it in-
grass, right?
I mean, basically, yeah, there's a California problem right there. My wife and I were visiting Northern California, and then we saw basically just trucks full of alfalfa and orchard grass driving down south, like 8 or 9 of them throughout the day. So, I mean, grass is very much being imported to, the Bay Area and Southern California to feed all their livestock. So it's definitely not sustainable.
I thank you for telling me about this, because I've never heard anything like this before when it comes to alpacas.
You're welcome, sir. I love your stream. I love your work, and I love your Friday show. So big shout out.
Thank you, man. And I'm gonna let you go now, but it looks like Slouch's drawing is complete. This is a beautiful alpaca. I see now it's got a trail of blood from where the balls were taken, and now the drawing's moving. Even perfect. He's chewing.
Oh,
very good.
Awesome.
All right.
Have a great day,
Thank you for
sir.
calling
Thank
in,
you.
man. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Very good. Very good. I don't I don't know what to say. Alpacas, sex maniac, alpacas biting balls, sexual isolation. There's something there, but I don't know what it is. All right, I'm gonna take a break now. 8 minute break. Be back. More calls. Possibly more drawings. We'll see how Slouch is doing. He's been making great drawings so far. So we'll see. I don't know if he's gonna be here for the entire show, but we'll see how it goes. All right. Again, the music from the streams from Michael Coffrin. Check out the links in the description if you like in the music. It's his Bandcamp and his SoundCloud. Here's some more.
Dead, I'm floating with him, looking at the cover of a magazine. The words above his head saying nothing's a bad thing. Dead, can't do notice. sell my possession. What is my aversion? Making a choice and cleaning sidewalks, having no friendly living discounts, 5% off. Where is my life? Where is my life? Where is my life? Where is my listening to music, drinking a beer, washing windows all night. Friendly living discounts, no percent off. Where is my life? Where is my life? Where is my life? Where is my life?
Okay. Okay.
Call from
Joey.
to
Joey?
Yeah. So I
Sup?
made it. What's going on?
How's it going, bro?
Is the drawing still in action? Is Slouch still alive?
He
Shout out
is.
to Slouch.
Yeah.
He's an amazing artist. I've just been exposed to him, except for your animation that you usually do. I'm a little surprised that I even got on. Anyway,
Dude, so what do you want from Slouch? It's all up to you. You
I
get
wrote it down.
Oh, good.
And somebody took bug already. I'm not going to do another bug. I had an idea for a bug thing, but I would like a battle of anthropomorphic fungi that are fighting bee cyborgs on Saturn.
Anthropomorphic fungi fighting.
Yeah.
Say that again. What was the last part? On
Bee cyborgs on Saturn.
bee cyborgs on Saturn. All right, good.
Yeah.
It's logged.
Other than that, I thought it would be cool to talk about art in general. It seems like a lot of expressive, interesting people have gotten on. A lot of creatives, and I've never actually talked about anything I've ever done on here. I've called a few times, but usually I start ranting about philosophy or the AI or some shit. But,
well,
I'm a writer.
Okay.
Yeah,
The floor
I
is
write-
yours. Tell us whatever you want.
I write poetry. It's not as quickly accessible to most people as visual arts or sculpting or something like that. I've done a lot of art projects in my life, but usually it comes back to the thing that I most admire is being able to write something down that influences somebody in a way. And styles are a lot like painting styles. When you really get down to reading certain literature, some of these geniuses have interesting techniques that they use to help them navigate through the worlds that they're imagining. For example, Slouch was talking earlier about imagining he's basically a camera, and there's actually a technique about that a couple of really interesting authors use that I liked. There's Elaine Rob Grillet, and then I can spell it Robbe-Grillet, and he's a French author, and he wrote an interesting novel about it's called Jealousy, but it's from the perspective of a non-existent jealous lover, basically, who is watching this kind of, and it's laying out in such a way that you can see every detail within the house. There's a lot of overlapping perspectives. There's things that are included that aren't really necessarily important to the story symbolically or anything. It's just maybe in a way details that are overlapping in such a way to make it seem like I'm not jealous, this is actually happening, that kind of thing. It's an interesting work, but another artist who does that is Nabokov. He kind of took a lot of inspirations from him, and then if you read his works, they're scripted and plotted with such a detail that they seem like movies. Like they can actually read them like movies, and they'll include things that you don't necessarily think are relevant when you're witnessing them. Like if you saw a painting, usually when you first see a painting, you have a very immediate impression. You either like it or you don't like it, usually, stuff like that. You see the basic symbols, the metaphors in the painting. Then you eventually come back to the painting, or you absorb that into your mind. You imagine it. You have a kind of a copy of it with you that you take around with you. Then you come back to it and you see things that you don't notice the first time. And that comes with any kind of art. It's called a parallax shift. And it happens in literature. Joyce talks about it. Anyway, like I said, I'm a writer, and these universes that people imagine is all I can concentrate on. It's all that matters to me. And eventually you start to study brains and stuff like that. And I've been on like an artist kick lately. Like there's this new technology called VQGAN Clip. It's basically that OpenAI came out with this thing called DALL-E pretty recently, like 7 months ago, and it synthesizes images from text, pure text. So you can just write something to it, and it will fashion that for you. And it's in a way that it synthesizes the things that you include. And it also uses styles that are introduced by artists that you put in there. So it knows who, like, Gustave Doré is, or who, if you don't know who that is, it's like yeah, not you. I just meant it generally. I figured you would, but but it's interesting how well it can incorporate a lot of different styles, and then even incorporate different styles that don't have artists attached to them. So you can tell it like things like techniques, like I want this thing to be carved onto a wood block, and it will carve it onto a wood block for you, basically. It'll create an image of that for you. It's pretty interesting. Anyway, I've been obsessed with that, so it's gotten me into more of the visual arts lately. And in a way, personally, I find visual art is to be a little bit harder to express in, because for me, but I do find it an amazing, skillful talent. I think it's one of the many ways to God, in terms of you come to philosophy and beauty, and you start to wonder about these things, and what's really driving all these. And I think it's kind of a conduit to that big important thing that we're all part of that we don't always.
Do you think that that has to do with the direction of where art might be going, the sort of like AI assisted art, where you can rather than be a person who's drawing influences from what they've seen, you could input influences and have them generate something based on what you've input and what you've written?
I think there will be a place for both types. We'll always need people who are coming from the ground up and seeing a world with their own eyes and carving it out of something, because we need those influences to kind of guide anything that comes like that. But yeah, I think it will be integral in the future. I think before we know it, people who weren't talented yesterday will become talented overnight, essentially, and should be able to express themselves in ways that they never were able to before. And I think it'll be a therapeutic thing. I think people might even develop types of messaging technology that kind of supersedes our ability to communicate generally, and it just knows our brain functions and things like that, and it kind of just sends a message.
Do you think of art as a form of communication?
I have in the past. My conception of art is that of, essentially, I see art as the individual's journey towards an ideal. Typically, it can be an ideal of like concept, moral. It can be law. It can be anything. But generally, an artist has a vision, and they attempt to achieve that vision. And art is typically measured and valuable most by the effort and the ability and the expression of the individual in their attaining that art. Usually, we give more respect to those who have really carved their way out of nothing and have become greats, and that's it's an inspiring thing. But usually I think the journey is what art is, personally. And I think, a lot of people have other opinions on what art really is. But, I think it's kind of a good overlay. It kind of lets everybody eat at the table of art and not feel like they're, one's better than the other. We're all just kind of trying to express a journey whenever we're creating.
Let me ask you this. I think this is very interesting. Do you think that there is... I don't want to say this. Well, do you think that it's bad for art if there is this kind of assistance? Like, is there an important distinction to be made from an artist who is truly synthesizing all their influences and ideas in their own brain versus someone who could write something and then have an AI or a computer do the synthesis for them?
Well, from my working with the actual programs, I think it's not as easy as it maybe sounds. But it's easier than it's easy, and it isn't easy. It's very strange. So it's really, you still have to work at it to get anything that's actually worth looking at. So there are. I think that no matter what, somebody who sits down and has engraved something or sat down and drew out a painting or even just like a practical drawing has, more respect from actually making the effort to do that. But I think that it's no less of a valid artistic expression to use tools that are given to us. I think it's just another tool. It doesn't.
But does it
you
make
still
it?
have human soul behind it. But I think that they should also ethically be the art. If you use somebody's style, you should attribute. You should, never try to profit off somebody else's style if you're using these tools. Maybe use your own style or ask the other person if you can use their style. If you're trying to profit off of it, personally, that's my ethical choice.
But does it make it different? I mean, like, obviously it's different, but does it does it make it less valid, or does it not? If, like, when something is like you were saying, like, well, hold on. So like you were saying, the making of art is the whole deal. Like, the person has an idea, and then they've got to create it, and they've got to finish it, and they've got to make it from nothing. It comes from, there's no help. Like, you can take from other sources, but that all occurs like in your own brain, and most of that, 99% of that, is subconscious, unless you're a person who's like literally like, I am choosing to rip off this person specifically. But I don't think people do that very often. I think more often they're, we rip off everything that we've seen on a subconscious level.
That we like. Yeah.
Exactly. But it's totally like, it's something that's occurring not consciously to some extent. Like, there are, you can make conscious choices of that. But does that make it less important then if like you
It's a really
aren't
hard
if you
artistic philosophical question.
good.
Yeah,
Good.
it really is. It's hard because I've been thinking about it a lot lately, especially messing with this thing, because some of it can really develop some good stuff off of just some scribbles, But you do have to work with it. You do, and but I think eventually, maybe maybe like within the year, there'll be like a much more approachable version of this that everybody can use, like really easy, and then we'll start seeing ethical changes like that. At this point, the cat's out of the bag, but what you're asking is art itself diluted somehow by more access to these tools? The more ability to rip off another person makes you lose the likelihood of you going out and crafting your own style from scratch,
because, and I'll say this, because specifically, when you are making something, you aren't the person, even if you're trying to rip off someone 100%, you aren't that person. You don't know what's going on in their brain when they were making it. If you're like, I'm going to just do exactly what Picasso did, and I'm going to try to rip it off specifically, it's very obvious to anybody who's looking at what you're making, oh, this is fucking derivative. You're trying to rip off Picasso, but you're not Picasso. You're just trying to emulate something. Whereas, like, when you're making something specifically from your own idea and you bringing it from nothing into creation, you will inevitably put yourself into it. You must, because unless unless you're actually like, here is a painting that someone made and I'm just going to forge it. That's one thing. But like, if you are like, I'm gonna try and do something in this person's style, even if you're trying to emulate their style, you're not going to do it right. You're going to add your own thing to it because you have no choice, because you're not that person, you're you. So does that make it where if people have access to these sorts of tools where like they're not going to attempt to put themselves into it as much as an actual, I hate to say that, actual artist would do?
I think in some instances, that will happen. I think that it's inevitable that there will be many artists who would have otherwise carved their way, but I think that they will use these tools in such a way that it will make the leaps that they go through more worthy for them directly sometimes. And they will maybe make progress that we can't imagine currently because we're not using the tools to their level. I think that it just depends on what kind of artist you want to be. Some people are more derivative, and they go through very methodical systems to get what they're trying to achieve. If they admire that, they're not even necessarily trying to get famous or anything. It's just expression. And, the guy who copies Picasso from birth, has to go through a lot of different styles. So if they even manage to be derivative of Picasso, they're doing something right. So, it's just, there's an interesting book. It's called The Recognitions. It's called by William Gaddis. Basically it's a whole book about counterfeit. It's all about this whole anyway. It's very you would like it, I think. That's why I'm just recommending it. It's just sorry, I can't help it. Anyway, but essentially I would say that yes, there will be a lot of copycats, and I think copycats are even valid as artistic. There's actually a Chinese culture. I don't remember what the hell it's called. It's like Xinhua or something. Anyway, that's probably very expensive. Sorry, but basically, it's all about actually counterfeiting. It's like nobody owns any art. So once you've created something, everybody owns it. So they can produce it whenever they want to. But it's how they're like they know that it's part of their culture. It's like whenever I'm taking your thing and doing something with it, I'm honoring that, even though it's like in a postmodern way. It's very strange. I wrote a paper about it, but it was hard to wrap my mind around because it's so culturally different from it. Like we in the West kind of own our ideas, and even though it seems like whenever you get down to brass tack, everybody has the same ideas generally. Everybody's kind of influenced by the same things. They're just how we manifest them through our lives. It's like you were saying, nobody's going to be Picasso. It's how we project all that art coming. I haven't even looked at the sketch. Hopefully it's badass. I'm trying to wait until it's done, kind of like a never show your art till it's perfect kind of thing. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Second great. But I agree with you in this sense that no matter how original you are as an artist, like you are only made up of all of your influences, and
Right.
a lot of those influences are shared between everybody because we have somewhat similar experiences. We're all living in the same world at the same time. So we've got, we're drawing from the same pool of influences. But there's something to be said for having to go through the process from start to finish, where this is what I like about art, where you have to do it yourself. Even if you're sampling, like you're taking directly, like you're lifting things directly from other art that you enjoy, it's your choice, and every single aspect of the process is your choice. There's never, with art specifically, it's from start to finish. You have to choose every single detail, and it's not just what you include, it's what you don't include. And when you take the choice out of your hand and you give it to a computer or an AI or anything, for me, that seems like something else. It seems like a different process.
It's cheating. It's fucking cheating. Like getting the hacks for life. It's like, if I could just, I've been kind of intimidated by the idea of AI turning into something that can actually write human language, because really write human, like something like Mark Twain or fucking Melville or completely off the wall awesome. I haven't seen that yet, thankfully, but I agree. I think the classical way to do it is the way to do it. I think people's journeys into art is what distinguishes them individually whenever they've accomplished the thing that they wanted to accomplish, or their failure to accomplish it sometimes is even more beautiful, stuff like that,
Exactly. I think for me it's like that's the only thing that is of value. That's the only thing I find valuable about art, is that you must decide every single thing. It is entirely your choice. And even with collaborative art, because it's other people, but when it comes down to it, it's every single choice that is made is conscious. It's like you have to decide whether I'm going to include this or not include this, whether I'm going to put a dot here or a stripe here. Every single thing is your choice, and that's what makes it so individualized for every single person. Even if you're being derivative, you still have to bring your own self into it, unless you're just directly forging something that someone made. But that raises this question, when you're, if you can have a computer or an AI assist you in that process, is it still art? Is it still the same thing, or is it something else entirely?
It's the hard question. From my perspective, still, I think it's art. I think it's art. I don't think it's even diluted. I think it's just a tool still. But I also think that there is a slippery slope there, because I think one of these days there is going to be a robot that can just straight up draw whatever and create whatever, and then once that happens, it'll be great, because we will have created essentially, AI, like the old school AI, and then it'll be over with. And then people will start to have to reckon with their concepts and their ideas and the worth and the value of what they are expressing. It might take them a long time. People get, disillusioned with art and, concepts in general and philosophy and stuff like that. But
people are already disillusioned with art, don't you think?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, some. I think it's still alive. I think it's just transforming to, there's a lot of people that are just like homebrew artists these days. I've noticed, there's a lot of patches. Not everybody's all together enough to, some people want to be a little bit reclusive out of the sunlight. They don't want to, and it's a good thing. It means that they don't feel mainstream when you look at them. They aren't, you know. And I don't know, but I think that there's a place for pop bullshit, diluted, meaningless seeming art, and I think that even that is an act of human expression. Once it's like just compulsively making art on its own, then I think that that's a point where it's like, okay, well, we can't say that that's. But as soon I have to type in the words, I have to put in, you know, like what there's still a human element there.
You have to give the input, the starting point.
Right, and you'd be surprised at what it can actually do. It's like kind of like growing a slime mold. That's what it feels like. You're just like you're giving some initial ingredients, and then you're kind of like shaking it up, making a little terrarium. And as it stands, yeah, I think that that's, you know, not the same level as somebody who's like drawing like a Slouch here, my good man Slouch, and you yourself. I mean, you're an artist, aren't you? I mean, God, you know. So I think you guys have much higher, you know, laudations than somebody who's just kind of like taking your name and all of your art and then stuffing it into a machine and then making a copy of that. You were talking about that earlier with TikTok, you know, like some guy reposting your art, you know, people are just going to be counterfeits. I look at it as, you know, those people are at least still exposed to your ideas, though they are coming from the wrong place. They're still getting exposed to it, and it's a good thing in a way, and it does work that you don't have to, you know, you're still going to get out there. Maybe they take the credit for it, but it's, you know, it's still your art. It's something that you've made, and you can prove that you've made. So I think that's a little irrelevant.
And for that reason, I've never taken steps to like try and get that guy off TikTok, because it's like, oh,
I mean,
whatever.
If one
People are
day
still watching
comes like
the
a
minute.
billionaire, okay, you know, why not? But like, you know, it's still.
But it just, I think this is an interesting topic, because when it comes to like making art accessible and talking about like the creation of it specifically, making the creation of art accessible, in theory, I'm very for that. Like, you know, I want people to make stuff that means something to them. But I feel like by cheating, as you said, in this way, like, people aren't doing it. They aren't really doing what I want them to do. They're it's not the same. Like, that's what I think is the whole point of art, is that you have to do it all. You have to do it from start to finish, from idea in your head. The whole point is that you've got an idea, you're trying to communicate it, you have to figure out how it's going to work, how you're going to communicate it. And that's what makes it special, is even though you're a complete individual and you're the only person who's going to make your art the exact specific way you're going to make it, people will still potentially connect to it. And that's what's so like special and beautiful about art, in my opinion, is it's highly individual, and yet people can still connect to it. Whereas like if you've got this system where you can just like give a little bit of input and then like somebody else, a computer, will take care of the rest for you, like, what are we connecting to? Not each other.
Well, you know, that's an interesting question too, because I think we are. I think we are connecting to each other through the tool itself. I mean, the tool is created by us. I mean, these things are learning in the same systems that we use to learn. So really, it's just kind of a copy. It's like if you just took a whole bunch of you and threw them in a monkeys into a room and gave them typewriters, and that's basically what you're doing, you know. But you still have to really teach these things. These are like almost living beings. It's weird. So it's more than just it's cheating. It brings up all kinds of weird ass fucking ethical questions to me. But you know, after, like, I'll make one that's like creepy, and I'll be like, that thing is alive. Or like whenever I cut it off, like, or turn it off, that thing was, you know, a functioning kind of loop of me and like some other interest. But regardless, Clip, the technology that they're using, Clip is the actual thing. I think that is us, but just kind of condensed. It's still it's like a scraping of the entire internet. You know, I've tried to learn about it over the course. Like I've tried to learn like linear algebra just to try to learn this shit. And it's just just so I'm a
When's
writer.
when's the point that you can't trust it? Like, isn't there a point? This is how I feel because I'm very paranoid. Well, when I see this sort of thing, I think like, what is going on under the surface here? Like, is this what people are claiming it is, or is this a tool for
Devil
something
magic.
far more sinister? Like, because when it comes down to it, it's like we can say, oh, it's all these artists combined, but like, who's being excluded? Who's being included? Like, are we losing out? Are we missing out on real human emotion when somebody else is making the choice of who is included in this monkeys with a typewriter scenario? What monkeys are actually in there?
It's like the Schrodinger's cat version of like machine learning, like what's going on inside the program as it's going through each step, and I get that, and I think that's how you like it's part of the whole design. Like it's
That's what I like about art, is that it's not your choice. Like you are grown, and there are billions of things that occur to you from when you're born to when you're even just like 20 years old that have nothing to do with you. It's not your choice. Like, you get to choose some things, like, oh, at some point I get to choose like what I'm watching, but like, you got years and years of life that you don't get to choose what's occurring to you at all. It's a forced shared experience that is specific to you. Whereas like, if everyone's drawing from the same well of knowledge that's like exactly curated to whoever created the program or whatever, then it's less individualized in that way.
right. And from my perspective, I would say that people who are designing the programs are essentially creating their own. That's like where the actual work of art is being created. Like, the person who has created that image, or like the thing that eats the images and shits out the fucking crazy shit, or that eats the text or whatever input you're putting into it. The guy who went in and like made that, or woman, the people who design those themselves, the actual tools, are probably the general artists who have created a thing there. Anybody who's using the tool after that can be considered, derivative of that. So that's where the true human expression is, because like, it's a lot of math and it's a lot of different combinations of logic and different ways that they're controlling the environment within. I mean, it's not as easy. I've been watching these guys try to make these things go, and it does kind of cheapen the process in a way. But for people who, like, let's say, are limited in their ability to create, like for example, I was okay at drawing, but I could say the next guy wasn't, and never really practiced, or couldn't practice because they worked all their lives or whatever.
I can't draw for shit.
Right. So, well, I mean, but the point is that, like, people who totally can't do it. I mean, like, even like disabled people, and I'm not going to say that that's everybody. And like you were saying, it's going to ruin a lot of potential artists. And I feel like I'm an apologist here. You got me on the spot, I just, but I'm just kind of exposing. I feel like I'm giving a zeitgeist of the way things are in art and where it's going to come, because this stuff isn't even totally out there yet. It's just, and it's only just getting to the first layer of artists, from my perspective. Like, the nerds have finally started communicating with the illustrators, and the illustrator nerds, and now they're starting to mess around with it. And even I've tried to influence certain people who are artistic and can really start on the right foot when it comes to talking about these ethical questions before they start showing it to everybody, and then then it's cat's out of the bag completely. But now we can kind of tailor and refine the ideas as best as possible, and kind of the legal ethics and the moral ethics and the rationale behind what we're doing when we're trying to create something. I think it's a good idea to have those questions out there right now. I'm working on them, because I don't know them. I don't know the answer.
All right, Joey. Hey, thank you for calling in. We just talked for 32 minutes.
Sorry. Thanks for having me. I'm sorry, bogarted everything. Thank you.
No. Absolutely. Hey, thank you for calling.
I got to check him. Yeah, thank you.
All right, have a good one, Joey. Art. Fucking art. Who gives a shit? I don't know. I said what I wanted to say.
Call from
Quinlan.
Quinlan?
Hello?
Quinlan?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
You. Will you just turn off the audio for the stream? I think you got it.
Yep. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to actually get. That's my apologies.
You're in, dog. You're in. What do you want Slouch to draw?
I was thinking a Greek god, dejected that he is no longer worshipped.
Ooh, nice. I like it. You know, I should have. This is. Were you listening to that last call there?
Yes, I was.
This is kind of like related to that, where Slouch is the AI right now, and people are just giving their input, and they get to see Slouch's interpretation.
It's true. Yeah.
But it doesn't make it any less art. I was sort of arguing the point that art, only exists on the individual level. But when it comes to collaboration, it's still art. Like, even if you're not the one drawing your idea, it doesn't mean it's not art.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Right, well, cool.
And I listening to that conversation you guys just had me thinking about just kind of that, and there's a musician group called Autechre, and they've designed and built their own kind of AI machine to help with like programming their music, because they make like IDM electronic stuff. And in that instance, I think that could be considered like art, because just because like they built it themselves. You know what I mean? Like there's still their human decision in the building of the AI, because they themselves built it and then used it for their thing, and they're controlling all the aspects and stuff. But
what do you think, if you had to comment then on what we were talking about? What do you think? Do you think if there was a tool that was a sort of ubiquitous tool, where it was like, it's got all the information, it's got all the artists you've ever heard of, and you could just from like a drop down menu pick, like, I wrote a script and I'm gonna make an animation, I want it to look like this, I want it to look like Pinocchio and also Slouch and also this guy, like, what do you think? Is that valuable?
I don't know.
All right.
I think it's interesting in like because you see this sometimes in kind of art crowds where there are people who are kind of strictly traditional artists versus digital artists, and you kind of see this kind of pompousness come out of them of like, oh, they're not real artists because they are working in a traditional medium, which is sometimes a lot harder because digital artists, like I do digital art, and digital artists can save a lot of time. We got selection tools, we can erase and undo. You can't do that traditionally. And I think there could be some like, well, it's just a tool at the end of the day. But I do think you can't, there are some things that I don't think an AI could supplement either. So I don't know. And maybe if it was like in animation, we do things called like in-betweens. And if an AI could take over some of the, some of the easier things.
That's very true. That's very, very true, because yes, exactly. Like in the days of like true hand-drawn animation, like people had to draw every single frame, and that was very, very, very important to the art of animation. Is you have to decide every single frame how the movement, how it moves, and that is what animation is the movement of art. So like there is that exact question, was like, if you're using in-betweens, like you're not really like, we wouldn't say that's less of an animation than hand-drawn frame by frame, but it is like a computer taking over that portion.
Yeah, so I think as a tool for specific processes, I think that's completely fine. I think that's fine, but maybe for like the synthesis of an entire idea, that might get a little, because in the end, the AI is trained on other people's ideas, and while that is similar to the way we do it, it's not
organic, it's like 20% of this, 30% of that. It's never going to be completely organic.
Yeah, that is interesting. That's a part that I was not really considering when we were having that last conversation. That like there are tools to make the process faster, and it's sort of like, where do we draw the line? Where do we decide that, like, how much creative freedom can you give over to a tool before like it stops becoming your art and starts becoming something else?
Yeah, definitely.
But whatever, that's fucking art. Who gives a shit? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Dude,
I was not expecting to get in, to be honest. But how's things going? I suppose.
It's good. It's good. Things are going good. What'd you do today? What, are you off from work? You got the weekend off?
Yeah, I actually had to brush up with COVID, so I got the day off because to get paid off my test results. I'm vaccinated. I'm just being careful because I live down in Florida where we're currently having a sequel to Idiocy. So
okay.
So I'm just being careful. So yeah, I got the day off. I've been spending it drawing my comic, which I'm working on right now, actually.
Oh yeah, like
yeah.
What's that like? What are you working on?
It's gonna be like I'm trying to make like a kind of fantasy, relaxing comic, like not something that's not got a lot of drama in it, I suppose. Something I'm kind of done with cynical media, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I'm trying to make something kind of inspired by some of like Star Trek's optimism and some more relaxing stuff, just because I don't know, the world is kind of shit enough right now. So it's like I'd like to focus sometimes a little bit more on the positive and less cynical. There's a huge amount of cynicism, I think, right now.
You know, I was watching this movie recently, Nashville. You ever seen that movie, Nashville?
No, I have not.
It came out in the 70s. It's a Robert Altman movie, and it's sort of just about like country music, the country music scene in the South in the 70s. There was this I feel like a general theme of the movie had to do with what the purpose of art, music, and entertainment was, whether it was something to communicate and inspire, or whether it was something that was like kind of like this sinister way of distracting people from reality. And there was like this very, very powerful, like the ending. I won't spoil the ending, but like there is I thought the ending was really great, where like there's this kind of something really terrible happens. Something just truly terrible occurs at this live music show. And then like the ending of the movie is everybody singing this very uplifting song together to kind of like move past this terrible thing that happened. And I feel like it raises this question of whether or not like everybody singing together to move past a terrible thing was something that was like a beautiful, moving, we're all in this together, like things aren't so bad, we just gotta be in it together, or whether it was like everything is terrible and we're just gonna sing right now to not think about it.
To kind of sweep it under the rug, essentially.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And it's
I think
oh, go on.
I was just going to say, I think it's definitely, I would say both. I'd say that there's definitely, and I think it just requires a certain amount of self-awareness of why you're consuming a certain amount of media, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like some kind, you know, like in the end, it's, I think it has to do with kind of self-conscious, or not self-conscious, but like conscious decision. Like for instance, video games for me are essentially just there for escapism. So when I want to play a video game, I know, all right, I'm going to just, like, today is a day where I'm just not going to care about anything. But if there were certainly periods in the past where I just used that without thinking that, like, that's what's going on. I'm just going to, you know, I'll play some games, whatever, and not really consciously think about what's going on when I use it. So, like, I think it's just like being aware of that kind of why you're using certain art, because I think it's certainly true of people using art as escapism to escape how terrible a thing is without really actually processing it in a healthy way.
But it can be both, which that's sort of what I thought was like really effective about it. Like the past several months, I've been trying to make shit for the Minute Hour, and I've got all these very negative feelings about the world, but I really don't want to make shit that's just like very cynical and like negative, because like I don't think that that's like really interesting. I think we're all very cynical. Where there's like, if you make something that's the opposite of that, it triggers like this response in people. I think this is how I felt at the end of Nashville, was like something that's really positive in the face of a world that's really negative, like gives you this intense response of like, oh God, like we just have to try. We have to try our best to think positively. We all know we're in the shit. It fucking sucks. The whole world is obviously a goddamn joke. Everything is terrible. It gives like this bittersweet cynicism where it's like you have to dig deep to find the positive in things, but like at the same time there is just like this overwhelming negative feeling that like you don't need to express the negative feeling in the art because it's already there. We already have it.
Yeah, it's true. But that's kind of my goal with the comic I'm starting to work on is kind of. I can't remember who said it, but there is a quote out there, and I'm probably butchering it as well, so it's going through the filter of my mind. But it basically saying that it's one of the hardest things as a song maker is to make a song that sounds genuinely happy. Because people have a tendency to like, if you make a catchy pop song that sounds very happy, people have a tendency to be cynical about it, be like, oh, you're just saying this to, like this is corporate blah blah blah, or right. We kind of inject cynicism in it, and I think that's like a good example of like, yeah, it is hard to make a positive kind of idea in a world of cynicism, just because you have to, I don't know, it's a hard balance.
So what inspired you to make this comic? Are you doing stuff like this a lot, or is this something new?
Something sort of new, yeah. Like I'd say probably like 21 and back, I was kind of this complete and ineffectual piece of shit. Not like that's kind of a negative way to put it, but I was just living. I was going to a job, and then I was going home playing games, watching, consuming media, and then going to bed. There was nothing really going on, and then. And maybe 4 years ago, I just was like, all right, I'm going to teach myself how to draw. I sat down and started learning how to draw. The synthesis or beginning of this comic was just kind of getting frustrated at how, like things like Rick and Morty and so many things, it's easy to be cynical and bitter. It is much harder to see the kind of positivity through all the garbage in the middle. It's very easy to get wrapped up in just, especially on the internet, where it's just a constant stream of people yelling at each other, essentially.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
so
I think that obviously deep down, people want to live. People want to continue living, or else we would all just fucking kill ourselves today.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
There's something that's like. There is a drive that makes us want to continue, and we want to see the good in things. So it's almost like, I don't know. Like you said, it is easy to just be cynical, and I think that it's to our detriment that we.
Absolutely, it just becomes this long-winded, almost very repetitious. You hear the same ideas repeatedly after a while, and you're like, yeah, we kind of got it at this point.
Yeah, life sucks. Thanks. I knew that when I woke up this morning, and every morning for the past 28 years. Oh no. I lost the call. Oh. I assume he didn't just hang up on me because I said that, but dropped a call. All right, well, I'm waiting for the next call. I gotta grab another beer real quick. Is this just Google Voice fucking up? Come on, Google. We're trying to talk about art here. We're trying to be deep. Please let me be deep. Okay, here we go.
Call
Sorry
from
to Quinlan.
Brandon Drake.
to accept.
Brandon?
Call from
Brandon Drake.
Brandon?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, will you mute the stream if that's still going?
Yeah, I got it muted.
All right, good.
This is the Minute Hour. I am ecstatic. I am a huge fan. Been listening to your stuff for years.
Nice.
First time caller, and I did love the casual interview with Slouch. That was a wonderful treat for the afternoon.
Nice. You know Slouch's work?
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with his stuff. I've watched a couple of his animations, but mostly what he's done to adapt your audio.
Nice. Well, get on that, because Slouch has got even better shit on his own channel.
Oh, I will. I will become a Slouch fanatic. I really found his workflow to be fascinating. I think a big theme tonight from the calls that I've been able to catch has been art. So I'm just going to roll with that.
Wait, before you start, Brandon, you have to tell Slouch what to draw.
Oh, is he still here?
I think he is. He's drawing.
Oh my God. Okay.
Anything you want.
Draw like a monster creeping over the bed about to eat you.
All right, cool. Easy. All right, so go on then.
All right, so the fact that Slouch is able to commit like 10 hours in a day while having other work, while having like a real job or even just doing commissions is mind-blowing to me. Like I am able to do maybe 15 or 20 minutes of art a day lately, and I really find it, I don't know, I used to be like a real workman about it. I used to do like 3 hours of drawing every single day in and day out, and I'd usually add an hour of guitar in after that, just not even really putting it anywhere, just to build skills up, right? But I do think that there is a certain nihilism that is introduced that kind of stops us from doing that when we see like, well, maybe not stops us from doing it, but it's discouraging when you see those tools that the other callers were discussing that can make someone produce like a piece of art that's like fantastic looking, and if you didn't know it, you would never know they used an AI tool for it. And as those get more sophisticated, and it becomes harder to tell you what was drawn by hand, what had 50 hours put into it, and what was just like an hour or two of tweaking with a really sophisticated tool, I think that it makes a lot of people question whether or not they should learn the fundamentals.
Mm-hmm. Where are you at then? You draw?
I do, and I've done some animation. What I really want to do is cartoons, I guess, somewhat similar to what Slouch has done. I'm really inspired by Drew Langolis. I of course like Langlois.
Yep.
Really, I've been saying it wrong.
That's all right. I only corrected you just so you know. Langlois.
Well, I appreciate
He's
you.
fucking French or some shit.
That explains everything so thoroughly. But yeah, I've produced some test animations, like things that are like 30 seconds long. Nothing I've been satisfied with. I've put a good hundreds of hours into it. I do a lot of like pencil portraiture and realism, and I find, having spent a couple of years doing nothing but realism, that it's really hard for me to develop like a cartoon style. Like you get so used to trying to draw things like exactly as they are, like a paradigm you have to kind of try to break out of after learning it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, so what was your learning process like then? Were you self-taught or?
Yeah, I had like
I don't know, you ever have like one of those big revelation moments where it's like I've got to do this thing. I've got to do it right now. You know, everything has to change. I had one of those where I just woke up one day. I'm 27 now. I think I was just turned 24 at the time. So it's been about 3 years. And I just woke up and I was just like, I'm in my mid-20s. I never learned like a visual art. Like, what if I'm 70 and I don't know how to like convey drawing? Because I used to write professionally, and I think I'm probably a far better writer than I am a visual artist. But there's definitely something really powerful about being able to convey an idea visually versus like not to detract from what you do, where you put like an image in someone's head, but there's definitely like there's more specificity to it, you know?
Yeah, sure. I'm offended. You offended me. How dare you?
That's been my goal this entire time.
How dare
my life goal,
Brandon?
To offend the minute hour.
No. I mean, I've said repeatedly on this stream, I do audio because it's easier. So you know, I can't be offended.
But yeah, I definitely took a lot of inspiration from hearing like Slouch talks about it so casually. He doesn't even make it sound like he's not even complaining. He's just like, oh yeah, I put $600 into this animation. I hear that and it makes me feel like I've put maybe 40 or 50 hours into the cartoon that I've been working on, and I haven't worked on it in a couple of months at this point. I haven't done anything significant other than some like test pilot sketches. And he just casually talks about a 600-hour grind. It really like stuff like that. If you're listening, Slouch, that is really helpful. That's very beneficial.
Dude, I think it's fucked up. I tried to tell Slouch, I think it's fucked up. It's not okay. But that's just my
You think that is it like too high a standard? Is that like, yes. I mean, for him to be so young, for him to have such a work ethic already?
Well, that is part of it, is that, but it's just, my God. My God, who wants to put 600 hours into anything? I wouldn't even put 600 hours into a family if I had it.
It's really hard. It's really hard. Like I have a girlfriend, I have a full-time job, and I have managed to eke out just enough success to where I'm like a mid-level manager kind of guy. So I have people who are working under me. I have to hire and fire people. Like I'm in a position of relative responsibility. Mm-hmm. And then I feel like a pressure. If I'm going to make art, I want to make some batshit weird, like potentially controversial stuff. And that's become harder to do nowadays. And it's really there's like this almost paralysis that comes creatively when it's like, is someone at my office going to see this? And then am I going to like run afoul of corporate culture? I'm that guy who made the obscene cartoon. Like it's hard to have like that real job, so to speak, and then feel like you have full creative freedom, especially in like the cancel culture environment.
It's easier in the sense of it's easier to make something controversial now because fucking the idea of what is controversial has become so broad. You can make anything and make it controversial.
That's a positive spin on it, I guess. It's become easy. If you want to be a shock jock, you have the easiest job you've ever had.
Sure. As long as you don't care about your job or your life or anything.
I mean, there are some people who make it work. Like there are some people who kind of run with it and take it and turn it into a brand, like make being offensive their whole shtick. And it seems like they're almost given more leeway for that.
Yeah, it's like exactly. It's like if you're going to cross the line, you can just live on the other side of the line. Towing the line is a lot harder.
Yeah. It's if you apologize once, if you make a concession once, like you can't really go back on it. I love you have said and portrayed some ideas. I think that some people might get offended by, and I definitely do love, like, you don't do it in your face manner where you're trying to like like prove a point or dunk on people. You're just expressing something that you find very funny, or at least that's how I've always interpreted it. And I really like how you just don't seem to give a shit. Like you're gonna say that thing that's popped into your head.
And yeah, I mean, well, what's sort of what I was talking about in the last call was that I don't want, my creative identity to be like specifically associated. Like you said, like I don't want to be a shock jock. I don't want to be like the guy who's like, I'm always trying to offend you and like just like push your buttons and shit. Cause like that's not what I'm trying to do. So it can be difficult to toe that line of like just doing what I want to do and also not having that be my entire identity.
Well, I definitely think that it does give you some coverage. Like there was the joke earlier in the stream was the Michael hour or whatever, and I personally, call you Michael, call you Kevin, whatever you want to call yourself, the minute hour. But I do think that I'm in a position where I have a YouTube channel that I built up for a couple of years, and it has like 2,000 to 3,000 subscribers.
Nice.
But the content that I was making on it was like soulless. It was stuff that I knew would get views. That I didn't really care to make, and I tried to make stuff that I would care to make, and my audience's reaction was they're like, "Why have you done this?" A lot of people just stopped watching. I was getting like 100,000 plus views on a lot of videos, and I now get like maybe 300.
Yeah.
And that's like I don't regret doing that. I destroyed the entire channel essentially by switching the content up, but I don't regret doing it because I was making a little bit of money off of it and finding, I guess, what you might consider a form of success with it. But I was making tutorials for like RPG Maker. Like who wants to spend hours a day doing that? I mean, I guess some people, but it's not creatively fulfilling.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, if you're trying to do a prolonged project like that, if you're trying to grow an audience, for me, the only choice you have is to just make what you think is good, because otherwise, like, you're going to be stuck. Like, if you are making things that you think will be good for other people, you got to think, like, 5 years down the line, what does that lead you to? Like, you're just going to be unhappy all the time. You never get to make what you want to make. You're only making things for other people's approval. And then you'll reach a point where you don't even know what people really want, and you'll have nothing to go on. You'll just be making shit.
Absolutely, and I think that's a big weakness of the AI tool sets. I think that maybe you can generate something that's going to cross a couple of currently popular styles, but like you said, like you're not putting at least as much of yourself, like your personal stamp, whatever it may be, isn't going into that as strongly. And even if it becomes visually impossible to tell between like a really well done sketch and an AI production, I think there's definitely going to be some sort of a je ne sais quoi, like something that you can feel from the authentic materials, at least for a long time. Maybe eventually AIs will get so sophisticated that they can copy that too. But
the good thing about it is it can be bad. The je ne sais quoi can be you failing, because that's something that that's something potentially the AI will get so good at. The AI never fails, but like then all of a sudden the good thing will be artists failing, because at least it's something interesting and unique.
So the minute-hour key to success is long-term, like mediocrity, or maybe just above mediocrity.
No, long-term failure.
Just long-term failure for the authenticity of it, because the AIs can't fail as hard. Or do you think we'll start creating AIs that just calculate a certain degree of failure?
Oh, God. Fuck. We're screwed no matter what. The point is, we're fucked.
Yeah, but it's, have fun with the fucking, have fun with the ride.
All right, Brandon. Wait, I'm looking at the Slouch drawing now. Whoa. Are you looking at this? This is some fucked up shit.
Yeah, I am. I'm loving it.
All right, good. Well,
honestly, the chance to have a Slouch drawing, like, honestly, that's like giving away a free commission. And I know that what he does isn't necessarily easy, even if he makes it sound like it is. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, man. And we'll Slouch is gonna we'll have all these images, and we'll do like a little download folder for all this shit because these have all been really great. But what do you think then for the future of what you're working on? Where do you think your stuff is going?
Well, I've definitely gotten a lot of motivation from this stream. I put a lot of time already into the animation that I'm working on. I have it completely storyboarded. I've already done a lot of the background. It's just a matter of putting the time in and making space for it. And yeah, I could say, oh, well, I have to spend time with my girlfriend, or I have work. But like really, at the end of the day, I feel like a lot of that's just excuses. So I'm just going to grind it out and finish my cartoon in the future. And I have a feeling you're going to be all right with this. But are you all right with fan animations with your audio? If I sent you an animation that I've made with your audio, would you be welcoming to that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no permission is required. Do whatever the hell you want. I would love to see it.
You're a good man.
It's thank you, but it's just people doing free work for me when you really think about it. Like, thank you. You're a good man.
Well, it's hard to. You have to be kind of like a jack of all trades if you want to do all the voices and the audio yourself, and that's a separate skill set. Like I put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into visuals, a fraction of that into the audio. So, yeah, it's wherever I can steal some voices, you know.
Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome. Definitely email me whatever the hell you're working on. Would love to see it.
Oh, I will.
All right, hey Brandon, thank you for calling in.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful rest of your stream. Love everything you've ever come out with. Look forward to more.
Thank you, man. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right. I thought that was going to be the last hour, but these last calls were really great. So I want to keep going. I'm going to take one last break. We'll do one more hour-ish after this. I don't know if Slouch will be around. It's you don't you know if you know Slouch has got shit to do. So if he can't be around for this last hour, that's totally fine. But I'm gonna take this last break here, piss, as I do, and then we'll wrap it up. So we should be done around 8:20, 8:30. All right. Cool.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Right back
Call
into
from.
it.
My name's Devin.
To accept, press 1.
Devin, is that Devin?
Yeah, it's Devin.
What's up, Devin?
Not much. I saw that you were still streaming, and I was like, man, I have to call this guy because I'm procrastinating real hard right now.
With what? What are you procrastinating?
Well, I have this big hiring push that I'm supposed to be doing for work, and like, I neglected I'm hiring in 2 cities right now, and I neglected 1 city entirely for this last week because I forgot about it, and it's rough.
Dude, nice. Continue neglecting your work. Tell Slouch what you would like him to draw.
Oh my God. Can it be like what are my limits?
There's very few limits. I'll let you know, but I mean,
yeah, with Slouch, there's very few limits. Go ahead, and I want a picture, or like the thing I'm thinking of is like a dude trying to kill himself in every way possible, like jumping off a building with like a noose around his neck, with a gun to his head, like with another hand like shoving pills down his throat.
Nice.
Like just going all out, you know?
All right, nice. That's perfect. All right. So, Jesus Christ, Devin, right?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, sorry, I thought I forgot, but I remembered. Okay, Devin.
Hey, good job.
The topic today is just a free-for-all. We're talking about whatever the hell you want. So what would you like to talk about right now?
I'll keep it related. Procrastination. Like, how do you get past it? How do you like stay focused on what you do?
Well, Devin, as you may or may not know, I've supposedly been working on Relay Part 3, an album for like 4 years or something, and I've not yet finished it. I've been procrastinating very heavily on that. So I have no advice. I don't know how to. I've not yet figured out how to best that beast.
It's real tough. The best advice I have that I need to follow is I'll like search up the Naruto main theme music and throw that on and just like get into the zone.
Get you hyped, get you in the okay. What I do, I mean, like, and this is part of my problem, is when I first had the idea for even making the Minute Hour, the whole premise was that like I would not have to spend too much time on any individual project because I'm a huge procrastinator, and the more I recognize that like an individual project is going to take a huge amount of time, the less likely I am to even attempt to make it. So like a lot of the time I just spend the day working on shit and trashing it by the end of the day.
That's rough. Like, do you literally delete it, or do you just have a trash folder?
No, it's all around on the computer, but it's all garbage. I mean, it's like, you know, I have to really be into something to finish it, or I just have to trick myself into thinking it's something good until it's done, and then it's like, all right, well, it's fucking done now. Might as well just fucking upload it.
I mean, it's gone really well for you so far, hasn't it?
I guess. What about you though? So, you know, what sort of projects are you working on?
Outside of work, the biggest project that I've been like working on is just trying to still do my writing, because like I had this book that I was gonna write for a little while, and then you know, freaking life happens. I had to help my significant other move across half the country, and so you know, stuff gets in the way. I just have to get back to it and put on my Naruto theme music, and you know, really put my head down.
So you're a writer,
yeah.
That's your primary form of expression.
Yeah, I would say so.
So when you're making something, then when you're writing something, what is your process? Are you the sort of guy that's like, I want to plan out the whole thing and like get it all outlined and shit, or are you like, I'm just gonna start writing and see where it takes me?
I do a little bit of a mixture. I try to have a general outline of where I want things to go. I'm going to be straight up here. I'm going to be totally honest with you and with everyone on the chat here.
Mm-hmm.
I started out writing by role-playing stuff, so like it was all flying by the seat of my pants. But then at this age, I try to do like more serious stuff, and it's usually just looking at a scene and being like, where do I want this to go? And I freaking write from there.
How do you mean role playing? Like basing it off like D&D shit that you're having fun with, or what?
Yeah, to put it, normie, it'd be like in a D&D session, except like everything's through text, but like you're sending out like 3 paragraphs worth of a reply, like each time you're talking to someone, and it's just like back and forth.
All right, and so what are you working on currently then?
Yeah, currently I've the book that I've been writing has been a like urban fantasy, because man, so much of the time I see urban fantasy and I feel like they do their best to like ignore modernity. They're like, magic doesn't interact with technology. It just like doesn't compute. They're 2 different things. Like like the most popular one that I see is like Dresden Files as being like urban fantasy, and in that one, magic literally cannot interact with technology, and I'm like, that's so boring. I want like the internet to have a big part in the way that magic works. And so I was trying to write something that, yeah.
No, that's interesting because first of all, I know nothing about this, what you're talking about, but I'm just going to talk out of my ass as this is my job. But I would think that magic and technology are like not the same thing, but like very closely related. Like technology might as well be magic. If you go back 1,000 years and you're like, oh, look at all this fucking technology, it's like that's magic to them.
Yeah, that's like the sci-fi thing, right? That at a certain point, like advanced enough technology is indiscernible from magic. Portal gun is like teleportation. A doomsday blow-up ray is like, magic nuclear warfare.
But even the internet itself, like being able to instantly communicate with anybody across the globe, that's pretty fucking magical.
Oh hell yeah, that's like the way I do my job. That's been so much of my life, and that's why when I wanted to write this urban fantasy book, it was very much like, why isn't this a bigger thing? You'll see a lot of the time in urban fantasy, whether it's like World of Darkness urban fantasy, where it's like vampires and like.
Will you just briefly explain urban fantasy to me? Because I don't really know what that means.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I'd love to. Urban fantasy is just the idea that, like, in our day-to-day life, magic does exist. There are vampires in the night. There are monsters in our world. It's not just we're not alone. There is the supernatural.
Not in a metaphorical sense.
In a very literal sense, that like a vampire can come into your house at night and drain you blood and drain all your blood. So that's generally what urban fantasy is. It's just like take like a lot of fantasy stuff. Like you could take like undead, liches, whatever, and put it in our modern day.
Okay.
Except like a lot of the time, urban fantasy writers want to like have it be secret. If you've ever heard of a Vampire the Masquerade, or like Vampire Bloodlines, or whatever the new video game is going to be, it's like vampires are real hush-hush. Like no one knows about them. They have to stay secret. And the internet is around. we have phones and video cameras. Like there's no way that vampires are actually going to stay a fucking secret. And that always grinds my gears really hard whenever I see urban fantasy where they just go to unbelievable lengths to make it so that like magic stays a secret, when it'd be so much more fun if they were just like, let's embrace it and have more people like have knowledge about it.
How do you think that relates to like modern like spirituality? Like this idea of like like if Jesus came back in the modern day, we would hear about it on the internet, and we would probably like laugh that guy out of existence.
Exactly, and I'm so happy you actually bring that up, because that's like what I kind of do in my in the book that I'm trying to write. Is that the way that like actual magic works in like that world and is seen? It's basically just seen as like Wicca or like paganism.
Yeah.
Like most people, when they see like someone online casting a fireball, is like, nice special effects, bro. But you know, you'll have like the bit of people who actually believe in it, and then will dig deeper and try stuff out for themselves. And like the way like I've written the rules out for my world is that the magic that is set in the world, that is real, that can do things, is seen by general society as like just outlandish, like Wicca stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm backpedaling a little bit and doing the thing where magic isn't mostly known, but like you're not going to be stabbed in the back if you're talking about it at the cafe, because most people are just going to be like, whatever.
Right, they just wouldn't believe you.
Yeah.
What about in your own personal life? Are you a magic practitioner? Magic with a K? Is that something?
MAJICK, that kind of magic.
Yeah. I don't know.
I used to be like super into like spirituality and stuff, but I got like just way out of it, and I'm like a lot more jaded now. But I try to like have more of an open mind, heart.
Well, how do you mean? Like they used to be you used to be into it? Like what sort of things?
I used to be into the stuff of like making runes and like drawing it out and being like, this is going to help influence this like positive outcome that I want in my life, or believing in like supernatural entities a bit more. But like as I've like, you know, gotten older, I like just believe a little bit less and less, because I don't know, it's hard to say what the reason is, but
have you had a personal experience, some sort of personal experience that made you more or less attracted to that as a thing in reality?
Yeah, when I was in my like old house, like in like a house that I grew up in, like half my life basically, there was one point where I felt I was being like shadowed by like a dark entity, is like the most I can put it, because my door was broken. Because like my dad had like busted through it at one point, and so I got like part of my broken bed frame, and what I would do is I would lean it up against the door to keep it closed. And like when I was like at my computer and I would look over, I would like be doing stuff on my computer. It was like parallel to my doorway, and out of the corner of my eye, I would start to see it open, and I would look over and I would see it close, and like the metal bed frame, like the long piece of metal bed frame that I had against the wall, moved. And like that got me to like be a bit more worried about it, because I used to just live in that house basically nearly by myself at that point after I had family stuff go down.
So when you were at your most when you were most into that sort of thing, I don't know if this is a good question or not, but this is just what occurred to me was, did you think that there were what did you think the balance was in the world of like malevolent energy versus positive or benevolent energy? Did you think that there was like some sort of spiritual, people call it like a spiritual war sometimes. Did you ever think of stuff like that, where there's like good and evil is like this force that is sort of like under the surface? Or I don't know, did you have any thoughts like that?
I never thought about it in like the cosmic battle of hell versus heaven type of thing. But when I was like younger, I was very empathetic and optimistic. I was like I just got like super empathetic at some points, that it was like crazy, like how much I would like try to feel other people's emotions. And generally, I wanted to always think the world was a good place. You know, even if I saw hateful people, I would always try to keep in mind like they've literally lived their life up until this point. There is a reason why they are the way they are.
Yeah.
And I would, I always like just try to feel for the better and be like, humanity is generally good, but you know,
do you think that there's
wrong
something
every so often?
Do you think there's something? If you say humanity is generally good, do you think that there is an external force that is good or bad that is impressed on people, or do you think it's like just all based in reality of like it just has to do with like how you grew up, what your experiences were, or do you think that there is like something that's sort of beyond that, external, where it's like dude, I'll bring it back to Pinocchio. Were you listening to the stream earlier? Okay. I was talking about Pinocchio.
I was working. I was working and procrastinating working.
No.
I hopped in, and like as soon as I hopped in, I saw we're back, and I was
Dude.
like, oh shit, and I tried calling.
God bless you for working. That's I feel like that's not the general audience.
Keyword trying to work. Keyword trying.
This thing that I liked about Pinocchio, I was talking to Slouch about Pinocchio, and what I like about Pinocchio is it's got this very mythological feeling where like Pinocchio is just sort of thrust into this world as a very naive sap, and every time he walks out into the world, like in Geppetto's house, he's just like everything's fucking golden and beautiful, and like my God, like what a lovely place to be. It's like everyone loves you. It's just a beautiful, perfect scenario. As soon as he steps foot out of the house, every time he takes a new step, there is this new archetypical figure that is trying to seduce him and tempt him into these negative things. Like they're taking advantage of these very human emotions, where like the first thing he talks to Honest John, and Pinocchio's walking on his way to school, like, well, I'm gonna go to school, I'm gonna learn so much, and then Honest John the fox talks to him. He's like, you don't have to go to school, you can be an actor, you can just live a life of show business, and wouldn't that be great? Like every single character he talks to is trying to take him out of what might be considered like this righteous path, and they're tempting him in these different ways that people are tempted by, like whether it's the easy way out or something like that. But oh geez, I have no idea where I was going with this. Wait. Let me think.
Can I wrangle it for you?
Yeah, please.
I think your question is basically just going along the lines of like, because you're asking about external forces, is like if they didn't interact with Pinocchio, would Pinocchio be good, or like why did they interact with Pinocchio in that way? I think the big takeaway from like the Pinocchio story is that like it would have been different if he had like Geppetto like helping him out on some of those points, right? Or if he had like a better established relationship with Geppetto. And like instead of being like, yeah, let's go to the fucking circus and I'll act, he would go to Geppetto first and be like, hey, Geppetto, I had this cool information brought to me. Check this out. And then Geppetto could have been like, hey, hold on. Life isn't what it seems. Like, they seriously.
No, that's like that's what I think is a great part of Pinocchio, is like he literally has this character, Jiminy Cricket, who is supposed to be his conscience. He is supposed to be the guiding force in Pinocchio's life that tells him right from wrong, and he does. And every single step along the way, he's like, Pinocchio, you shouldn't do that. But it's like Pinocchio has got... No, go on.
What authority does Geppetto have? Right? Because, or not Geppetto, Jiminy Cricket, my bad. Jiminy, like what authority does Jiminy Cricket have? Basically nothing. He's like, he first comes up to Pinocchio, is like, hey, I'm your buddy, like I'm your conscience, let's hang out. Whereas like Geppetto is the person he looks up to, who like gave him life and is like super happy, but is like someone who I think Pinocchio would be like to be listened to a bit more. Like he actually has authority, and like had Pinocchio go to school, So I
and,
think that
and Geppetto's like naivete is exactly reflected in Pinocchio's. Like Geppetto's just like, I have a little wooden boy, how freaking lovely! I'm gonna just send him out into the world. Like everything's great. I love everybody, and I'm such a great guy. Pinocchio's obviously gonna just like know everything that I know right off the rip, but he just sends him out into the world with no guidance at all.
Oh yeah, Geppetto's a terrible father. Like that's the point that I'm making, is that like this is Geppetto's fault. No one should be blaming Pinocchio.
Okay, but anyway, let's get off Pinocchio because whatever. But I just think it was interesting the way that worked was like everybody is guided by their own internal forces, but when you are a person going out into the world, everyone else's internal forces start to come onto you as external forces.
I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. I think that like the big guideline for it, though, it's always hard to say because those people got raised too, and they've had lives. Why are they being a bad influence the way they are? But point besides, I think it's like the parents' job, or at least like the family's job, the people who are with the children who are being raised, to be the biggest influence and like start to give them a personality to work off of. Because I'm a big believer in like it's the situation. It's not always like inherent personality from birth. Because like depending on where you're raised and what happens, it's going to change a heck ton of your personality. So
you believe more in the nurture versus nature.
Oh yeah, for sure. Nurture versus nature. That's what I was looking for. Because I mean, like a lot of people will point to like a spoiled brat and be like, "Oh, look at them. They don't know what's good in the world. They were raised with a silver spoon in their mouth." And it's like, yeah, I'm sure if they were dirt poor, they'd have an entirely different personality. You're not born a spoiled brat that way. You're raised a spoiled brat.
But when you think of it like that, it's like such a complicated problem because the parents are people too, and they had the exact same problem where it's like it's not their nature, it's their nurture. So it's like, what is the actual thing that affects us? Like if it's our parents that are affecting how we are, like then it goes back further and further and further. Like there's no real thing you can pinpoint.
Yeah, for sure. I totally get that, but there is a certain point where like personal responsibility comes in, and that's where like society at large like takes place. Not just the surrounding area, because society at large is what teaches you morals and what teaches you like how to behave and etiquette. So like, not to get too personal, but my father was abused when he was a child, and so he abused me when I was a child. But I've grown up and been like, that's no good. I'm not going to beat my children. Fuck that. And in every way that I was raised, it should be the other way. But no, I am doing my best to take personal responsibility and look at morals and be like, yeah, I'm just not going to do that. That's the bad thing to do.
Did you say you have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
And where are you guys? Like, you thinking maybe someday that she's the one? You're gonna get married, have kids, or is that too far away? Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, she was living in Miami, and I like flew over there.
Oh, can they see me?
No.
Oh.
She's right here. She was living in Miami, and I flew over there and moved her over to Houston, Texas, just driving in her car. So like, I wouldn't do that if I didn't see a future with this woman.
But do you think that they're...
talking to?
I can hear this. I hear this. Okay, wait. So
yes.
then...
Sorry, she just walked up. She was like, what are you doing?
Do you think then, is it possible, and you can tell me this, I'm not trying to lead you, that when you have kids of your own, that you will be faced with these decisions of like how to actually treat them, and do you think it will be different? The idea, I mean, thinking about when you will have kids and how you will treat them must be different than actually having kids and actually having to attend to them.
Yeah, 100%. Like the way I think of like kids right now and the way I want them is definitely going to change by the time that I have them. But like I know baselines, you know, I know like what lines not to cross.
Okay.
There was this recent story that I read of this it's like from like the 50s or something. It was this woman who grew up and like she was raised with like the go find a stick and I'll beat you with it kind of mentality. And she was like, that's kind of bad. I shouldn't do that. Like I don't want to hurt my children. And she eventually had kids. And there was one point by the time that like her kids got to be like 5 or 6, they did something like really nasty, and she like had the urge to hurt them, to like be mean to them, to like discipline them in like that violent fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And she told her kid, go out in the yard and find a switch and come back with it, and I'll teach you like discipline and I'll beat you with it. And the kid went off crying, and he was off for a while, and eventually he came back, but he came back with a rock.
Mm.
And he said, Mama, I couldn't find a switch to hurt me with or anything like that, but if you're gonna hurt me, you can just use this rock.
Mm-hmm.
And then she went, holy shit. He just brought a rock to like have me beat him with it. What is wrong with me? Like violence is violence, bringing the kid to tears. And she went ahead and like hugged him and like comforted him and cried herself at like the way her actions were. So like I think that there will be times when I'm parenting when like I'm gonna have that urge because I was raised with it to like hurt my child.
You will be tested.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly. Every parent, I think, is pushed beyond their limits of what they think is acceptable.
Yeah, for sure. And so I know I'm going to have points where I'm like going to be angry and going to want to do something about it. But like, that's not going to override the empathy of like, I was raised that way. And like every time I look back on it, I just like see like terrible. I don't ever want my son to be scared of me being in the same home as him or my daughter, whoever.
So you don't think that this is I mean, I think what I think is the challenging aspect of parenthood is like you only know one way really how to raise your kids, and it's how your parents raised you. And so you can have this idea of there were certain things that I really fucking hated, or I thought was really wrong. But like, what is the alternative source that you can draw from when you really don't know what to do? Is it a matter of just like saying I'm just going to reject what my parents did to me? Or am I going to do because part of the problem with that is that like you think, you probably don't think like you're a bad guy, right?
I not at this point. I used to, not at this point.
But that's, you and so there's like that complicated feeling of like, I reached this point because of the way my parents raised me. Eh? Yeah, it is hard to think about, but when I go back on it, I mean, this is going back to when I was talking about being very empathetic. Even though I'm not as empathetic as I used to be, I still think I'm a pretty empathetic person. That I just think on it, and at this point in my life, or not at this point, like for a while in my life, I hate my father. Like he is dead to me. And when I have kids, I'm just going to be thinking of like in the empathetic way of how am I coming across to them right now? What can I do to make sure that they won't hate me like I hated my father, or be scared of me the way I was scared of my father? That's going to influence the way that I raise my children. But do you feel that like the feelings you have towards your parents or towards your father specifically, like, do you think that was specifically detrimental to you?
I mean, it was detrimental for me for a while. It severely influenced my mental health and was not the reason I once tried to kill myself, but like probably contributed to that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like if things went the different way, I wouldn't be here. So there's no way that like I'm glad I am the way I am now, because I guess without like an abusive father, I wouldn't be who I am today. But I feel like I could have better coping mechanisms. I could have things that I didn't have and be like a more well-rounded person if I did actually have someone who cared about me. And even though I'm happy with the way I am now, I don't think acting in that way to hopefully recreate another version of me is a good idea.
Yeah. That's the only point I'm trying to make. It's very complicated. I'm not trying to convince you to abuse your children.
No. I know. Don't worry. It's the question of like, well, you turned out fine. What's wrong with it?
That is that, but isn't that what keeps this ball rolling? Of like,
yeah,
you only have one experience of childhood, and like even if you don't like it, you have to some extent. I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, because this is not. I don't know. It's just it's very difficult.
I'm gonna good faith. You know, I love your content, man. I'm gonna good faith know that you're coming from a good place with any questions. So don't feel free to ask something. And if it sounds bad, I know you don't mean it that way. If that's like what's pulling you back.
No, but it's just it's only what I'm saying here. What I've been saying. It's just that like you've only got the one experience, so it's I think it's very difficult to alter. I don't have any kids of my own, and I'm not anywhere near having any kids of my own. I would love to have kids, and I would really, really like being a dad is something that I would really want to do, and it's very important to me at some point. I very much hope that will happen. But I have, like when I think of my childhood, I wasn't abused, but I don't think I could help being like my dad, even the ugly parts. Like I don't think that that's within my power. I think it's in my head. It's in my thinking brain's ability to be like, I don't want to do this and this and this because that really fucking sucked as a kid. But I feel like when I'm actually in the situation myself, it would be very difficult to do things a different way, because that's my only experience of fatherhood is my father.
That's actually really interesting, because obviously, like with what I said of my experience is I'm going to do everything opposite what he did. Like he gave me a good baseline of what not to do.
Right. Yeah.
So that's actually really interesting. That someone with like maybe a really good dad is like, well, there's nothing wrong with the way I was raised. I might just do the same, and might be unwilling to change or do other things. Like I see with my stepdad, he has the adage of like, oh, when I was a kid, it was this way. Why should it be any different for them? And it's like, well, that's the point of like having kids, giving them a better chance of doing something different. And
right. And there is that. I think that change does occur. Like I'm not trying to say that like everybody just raises their kids exactly as they were raised, because I don't think that's true. Because I think it's exactly what you're saying.
But it has a big influence.
But it does. But you at the same time, it's like you weren't your dad when your dad was raising you. You were the kid, so like you got the brunt of the bad stuff, and you really felt it. And anybody who had a mom and a dad, everybody, like knows what hurt when they were a kid, and I think. I don't know. It's just a very weird thing. I wish I had kids right now so I could talk about it more intelligently, because I really don't know what the score is.
Yeah, I totally get that. The most I have from like having kids is my little brother, but like that did not go well. I hate my little brother.
How many siblings you got? Just the one?
I have two, technically three. I have a step sibling. So I have a little brother. He is 13 at this point. I'm 22.
Mhm.
and my little brother is heavily on the spectrum.
Mhm.
And I say this not because he's on the spectrum, but like, dude's an asshole. It's just like, I just mentioned that because it was difficult trying to help raise him because for a while my mom was out of commission, and it was just really difficult with him.
He's an
And like, I
asshole
feel
and
like I had a taste.
He's an
An
asshole in like
asshole in the way where, like-
an unfeeling way.
Like for example, in kind of an unfeeling way. Like this last Christmas, I was at my parents' house for it, and he's like expressed interest in like drawing and like doing manga and stuff like that. You know, as we all once were when we were 13. And they got him like how to draw book with like steps and like ways to like help like find like practice the way that you're drawing. And he grabs it, he unwraps it, and he looks straight in my mom's eyes, and he says, "I don't really like this, but thanks, I guess."
That sounds
And it's
pretty
like,
autistic.
dude. Yeah, it's like, come on, man. We've taught him like better ways. Like for example, I gave him a fucking stapler for his birthday a few weeks ago, and he went, "Wow, I love it." And I was like, "There you go. I'll get you a real present now."
I have 4 siblings, so that's really like a lot of my growing up experience was like it was 3 brothers and 1 sister. My sister was kind of doing her own thing, so I remember just like hanging out with my brothers, wrestling constantly, and getting into fights and yelling, screaming matches. Like that was a lot of my growing up was just with my bros. Like my parents were off working and we were just in this Lord of the Flies scenario 24/7. But that's why it's weird like to think like if I had kids of my own, it would, I would want to have a lot of kids, but there is a weird thing where like when you have lots of kids, they kind of raise each other in a certain way.
I think that's also something that'll change whenever like parenting actually happens. Is like, man, I want like 5 kids, and then you have 2 of them, and you're like, oh, I might change my mind. Or it could be the other way.
That's plenty.
Of like, I want 2 kids, and then you have 2, and you're like, oh man, I want more.
Yeah.
Like like we mentioned earlier, it's all going to change once it happens.
All right, hey Devin, thank you for calling in. We talked for almost 40 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Hot damn.
Good job.
Thanks for helping me procrastinate. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Hey, thanks for calling in. What?
Yeah, real quick, is Slouch going to post that image on like Twitter or something? Because I would love to like save that somewhere.
We're gonna. He's gonna put all those images that he's drawn into a folder, and I will link it in the description of this video when we have concluded. So you'll be able to find all that shit.
All right, that sounds absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciated our
Thank
talk.
you, man.
I hope you have a good rest of the night, man.
You too, man. Have a great weekend. This was fucking 40 minutes. What the fuck? I'm like drunk enough that time no longer occurs to me.
Call from success 1 to send
Okay.
a voicemail. Oops, your caller just hung up. Goodbye.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, fine.
Call
Oops.
from
David Davidson.
David. David?
Yes.
Yo.
Yes, this is David.
Yo, what up, David?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing okay. I'm started watching this broadcast, man, right before I went to work. Had to go to work, and I'm on break, and now I'm like, oh snap, he's still streaming. Just wanted to let you know I ride your nuts super hard, man. You are hilarious. All your stuff is amazing, and yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you for riding my nuts. I've not even
Absolutely.
I've not heard that as an expression. You just introduced that to me.
Are you serious? Yo, come on, man. Yeah, like
Riding
ride your nuts. Yeah, dude.
my
You ride your
nuts.
nuts like you're dick riding somebody, like, you know.
All right, good. I like it. Wait, Slouch is here. Slouch is drawing. I don't know how closely you're following the stream, but Slouch.
Oh my God, Slouch is that dude. I'm AMV on the stream from earlier. Yeah, no, Slouch. You introduced me to Slouch. Slouch is incredibly talented. I watched Fisherman's Story. I mean, like, my God.
Nice, dude, nice. But Slouch right now, for the past 3 hours, and right now he's drawing whatever the hell you want. So you get to decide right now, what do you want Slouch to draw? Anything you want.
That's so much pressure. Anything at all.
Anything. Just first
I would
thing that
like
pops in
Slouch to draw like, okay, Slouch. How about a mushroom with really bad posture, but like really big legs? And he's going through an existential crisis. It doesn't have to do with his leg or his posture, but that's where he's at. And, you know, yeah, that's it. You take it from there, Slouch. Creative control from there. That man is a genius.
Good. All right. It's a mushroom with bad posture. What did you say about his legs? Big legs?
Yeah, he's got just big legs. Just big, man.
Okay, good. All right, good. He'll work on that now. All right, there's no topic for this stream, so you can talk about whatever the hell you want. What's up?
Oh, geez. I mean, what do I want to talk about? I was completely content to just sit here and watch you do your thing, man. I mean, so I was taking a mean shit the last time you were doing a stream about the death. Death was the topic. And that really got my noodle twisting, man. I was like, oh, shit, you know, I really wish I could, like, say something and call in and be like, yo, let's talk about it. But I couldn't. I was, oh, man, look at him go. Look at him go.
Don't comment on it.
Oh, no way. No, I'm talking. Okay, yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, that was, you know, I just thought, you know, I missed it. I was like, oh, man, I want to talk to, like, next time he's doing a stream, you got to make sure I call him in. Got to make sure I say something because, dude, you're incredibly talented.
Thank you. If you want to talk about death, now's the time. Whatever you want to talk about, it's up to you.
Oh, geez, what do I want to talk about? No,
what'd you
man,
want to say? What'd you want to say about death?
Oh yeah, you know the other thing you guys were talking about parenting just a minute ago. So you know, so how about that? You know, we don't really don't really talk to kids about death. You know, that could be something important. You know, it's something we deal with different times, different ways in our life. You know, but kids always get kind of the short end on that. They don't think. I mean, I'm not saying all the little ones should be thinking about their mortality and stuff like that, but you know, it's usually like, oh yeah, you know, poof, here you're gone, you're there, gone tomorrow, and I don't know. Then you grow up and you have all these other types of things. You're trying to work it out, and it just gets real crazy. You know, you've got all these.
When do you think? What if you could pinpoint it? When do you think you first became aware of death?
Jesus, I know it. I'm aware of it very acutely. So we were. My mom and I was like 3 or 4 years old. I had this Thomas the Tank Engine train thing, plastic. It was like the size of my torso. I'm playing with it or whatever. And innocently, he's like, oh, yeah, hey, mommy, what happens when we die? And she was like, I don't know. She was in the fucking zone, dude. She was just, oh, bro, hey, look, you know, everybody's going to die. You're going to die. This, and that. People believe this and that. And, bro, it sent me into like this crazy existential crisis. I didn't have the language for it at the time, obviously.
How
twisted.
old were you? Approximately.
I was like 4 or 5. I could not have been sick.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, it twisted me, and I'm just sitting there like, oh, mommy, I don't want to die. I don't want to. And she's like, oh, it's okay. Don't worry.
It's okay.
Eventually,
You're going to fucking die. Don't worry about it.
And yeah, like looking back, it was just like this craziest thing. Like just, you know, baby bird out the nest.
Was there someone who had died like close to you that prompted that, or you just where'd you even hear about death when you're 5 years old?
Yeah, just go. I mean, so I had pretty good language skills. I was listening to people. I was reading at a very early age too, so that might have had something to do with it. I was aware. I was like, oh yeah, so you know, mommy, what about death and dying and whatever, you know. And that was I can't remember specifically what I thought about. I was like, oh, you know, people dying or anything like that, but. You know, I asked her about it. She was just like, "Oh, hey, look, bam."
How did she describe it to you? Just like someone is here and then they're gone. You don't talk to them anymore. They went somewhere else. How did she describe it to you?
Yeah, she tried to. You know, she knew I was like her little baby son or whatever, so she wasn't getting like too deep into it. No, like anima, afterlife, heaven, hell type stuff. But just like, oh yeah, you know, everybody dies and don't worry and. it doesn't hurt. Yes, oh yeah, I do remember saying, no, it doesn't hurt, anything like that. Yeah. But like, it was, she didn't have to give me a lot of information for me as a kid to be like, oh shit, I don't want that.
But you were still terrified?
Yeah, I guess I was scared, definitely. I would look back at it as like maybe the first existential crisis. But yeah, I was just like, damn, like, 'cause that's what it was. I was looking around, I was like, damn, I'm just gonna die at some point, like, and I don't know when. I was just like, is it gonna be now? How about now? How about now? How about now? And and it's just kind of like, wee. But
What do you think about it today? Are you terrified of death to this day?
Hell no, absolutely not. That's nothing to be afraid of. Anything that's guaranteed is nothing to be afraid of.
No, that's interesting. Wait, you don't?
I mean, I hate to die
not,
right now because I'm having a good time, but
well, what do you think? I mean, like, how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
This motherfucker called me a line cook. I don't mind at all. I'm 32.
All right, so you're not thinking on a daily basis anymore. Am I gonna die now? Am I gonna die right now?
Nah, no, that would just hold me back from what it is that I need to do while I'm still living. If I think about death anymore, it's because I've drank too much or smoked too much pot. I'm like just.
Well, what's it like when you're in that state? What are you thinking about?
I mean, typically I'm just trying to relax, or I don't do it to like alter my mind state. I'm too old for that, you know what I mean? But if the back hurts, little thing, and I'll just typically think about my day, cut it up with the wife, not really do too much.
When you say your back hurts, are you like, oh, my back hurts, I wish I was fucking dead right now so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit? Is that what you mean?
No, I've been in pretty bad pain before, but it ain't never been that bad. Never just like, oh shit, just take me out. Oh, by the way, my wife wants to know, she's a huge fan too. She thought I was like some sort of insane, crazy person walking around, quoting some of your stuff, and now she's like, oh no, wait, dude's hilarious.
Oh, really?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! Thank you, wife. Appreciate that. Usually, when I hear people like telling, it's like I got all kinds of people who are like, "Oh, I told my friend about the Minute Hour, and now they don't talk to me anymore. Now they hate me. They fucking think I'm a crazy person."
I mean, it depends, man. Yeah, if you start them with that really nice, nice grill, they might not get it.
I had somebody who messaged me once. They said they went on a first date with someone who was like they were in their study group in college, some class, and they went on a date with them, and in the car they played Sexual Encouragement for Men to them. And then they sent them just like 20 messages afterwards, just like, hey, this was not okay. Like, you said, like, I felt so uncomfortable, and like, this is really like, we should never talk again.
Oh, it's weak, just weakness. That's all that was.
Exactly. Yeah, it just weeds out the weak.
Oh my God. Hey, look, man, I've got to break off here soon. I got to go see some more clients. But look, this was amazing. I'll remember this forever. You're a champion. You got 2 followers for life, and if we pop out a little one, that motherfucker's gonna be on you too.
Yes. All right. Nice. All right. It's good talking to you, man. Have a good weekend.
You too, brother. I will. You do the same.
All
bye
right,
bye.
Warms my heart when couples.
Call from
Miko.
Miko?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Yo. How's it going, bro?
Going all right, broski. How you doing?
Is Miko short for something?
Mikolash.
Ooh, whoa. I like that. What?
Is the Minute Hour short for something?
I can't say. What is your ethnic background? If that's not a racist thing to ask. What, Russian?
It's a Czech name, yeah.
Ah, okay. Interesting. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Slouch is around and he's drawing whatever the hell people ask him to draw. Did you have a suggestion for him?
I was gonna ask if you could draw how it sounds like I look like.
Okay, so he's gonna draw Miko just based on your demeanor right now.
Yeah, I guess, and how whatever we talk about, I guess.
Do you want to give him
Is
any?
that-
Do you want to give him any other hints? You're Czechoslovakian. Besides that,
I wear hats all the time.
Okay.
What
kind of hats?
And,
Beanies or caps or what? Fedora?
Yeah, like ball caps. Yeah.
Okay, ball caps. All right. Slouch, Miko, hats. Go.
Thanks. I hope that's not a shitty suggestion.
No, that's good. What's up, dude? The topic is just whatever the hell you want to talk about. So, what's up?
Dude, I don't know. I just got a lot of shit going on, I guess, but I don't know if any interesting topic. I don't know. This girl I've been seeing, we had like a sort of a breakup yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. But it wasn't like a.
How long
only
were
a
you
couple
seeing
months.
her? Okay. Well, that's not nothing.
But it also wasn't it wasn't a serious thing because I was also seeing somebody else, and like she knew about that.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I mean it was nice when it was like casual, and then it got like weird and serious. So it was.
Was she upset with the fact that you weren't totally free?
Not at first. At first it was just like, yeah, we were both fine with it, and like she would hook up with other people, and then she liked me, and then it, it just got too weird, I guess.
Where'd the weirdness start? It was with her. She grew to dislike the
more that she just like grew to like me, more
Okay.
like had more feelings for me than we like intended.
Sure.
So it like went from a casual thing into a more serious thing, and then we weren't on the same page about what we wanted.
What about the other person? Same scenario?
She's still around. She actually her apartment, the roof of her apartment caught fire last week.
Okay. All right.
She's been staying with me.
Ooh. Did that prompt this problem at all?
I know, it probably didn't help. I know that. But it's fuck, man. This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. It's really, we got a lot of things stressing me out. And then like all this like family shit. I still haven't got a job in the last like year and a half. I'm stressed about money, drinking and smoking too many cigarettes. So
Yeah. Where are you at?
it doesn't help. Huh?
Where are you at? You don't have to say specifically, but just like the region.
New York City.
Oh, okay. That's a big enough.
I told you last time we talked, so I can't believe you don't remember that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm joking.
Wait, I have to consult my ledger.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, Miko, New York
You don't
City.
keep
Here it
notes?
is. All right, so you got some shit going on. That's no fun. But also at the same time, you got two fucking women at the same time. Fuck you. God damn it. I would love to have one woman who I have problems with. That sounds amazing.
It was pretty great for like a couple months, and then now it's just back down to the one, I guess.
Poor Miko.
I
Only
know.
one woman to fuck. Only one woman. God, what a tragedy.
I know.
All right,
But
well,
it's like she and I were like really good friends for a long time, and then like So I started drinking again in like February. I've got like a pretty, like I'm an alcoholic.
Okay.
I'm 30.
Mhm.
But I've been drinking since I was like 16, and then like pretty much right away had a problem. But I've been like on and off sober for like, I've been sober for like 3.5 years at one point, and then another 1.5 years, and then started in February, and then like right after I started drinking, we started hooking up, me and my friend.
What is it about drinking that you're drawn to?
Well, I thought about this, like, I mean, I'm sure part of it is like genetic, like my, some people in my family are addicts as well, my sister. But I just, I don't know, I don't like thinking about things. I feel like I'm it might be conceited to say, I think I'm like a relatively deep guy, and I'm very sensitive, and like shit gets weighed down on me a whole lot. So it's like it makes it easier to not like think about things, but then I'll just do it all day, you know.
What about your friends? Are they in the same boat?
Yeah, this friend that this girl is also an alcoholic, so we kind of enable each other, which is bad. But we've also like gone through periods where we're like, hey, we gotta stop, and we help each other do that. But I don't know. I'm like, a lot of my friends know that I've got a problem with it, and like would like help, you know. But I don't know. It only just got like super serious again because like I haven't done any drugs. I didn't do any drugs for like 9 years. Like I quit doing drugs when I was like 21. I did a whole lot in college.
Okay.
But then this time when I started drinking again, I've been like going out to bars and meeting like all these bad people. And in New York City, occasionally like people like be on their fire escapes or like at their windows and be like, hey, come hang out with us, like complete strangers, and we'll go up to their apartment. And then like I've started doing drugs again, so it's like a little scarier this time. So I'm like, I probably got to take this a bit more serious.
So is drinking and or doing drugs like it's related to being social?
Yeah, I think I definitely have an easier time being social if I'm drinking. But it's obviously a little less like meaningful, you know.
Well, I asked because like I've got a burgeoning drinking problem. It's
okay.
It's developing. It's in development, I would say. I'm working on it. I'm making it better and better. I'm drinking more and more. That's what it is for me. Is like, I find it hard to be, just outgoing unless I'm fucking drunk as shit. Like,
is that your main prompt then? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's just like, I drink sometimes by myself just to loosen up sometimes, but like that's what it is. Is like when I'm with other people, I get way too, in my own head, and it's just like I don't want to talk, I don't want to engage. But like when I'm drunk, I'm like, oh, fucking hell yeah, I've got opinions on everything. Like, didn't you know? I would love to loudly share my opinions on everything with you.
Yeah, exactly. You ever like, what was the most recent thing where you're like, wow, I can't believe I fucking like did or said that? You don't have to say.
I don't know. I mean, like I was hanging out with a bunch of friends a week or two ago, and like people that I don't know like super well. So like they're friends, but they're not like like they're not like old friends. So it's like they don't know the depths of where I'm coming from. But just like drinking getting blitzed to a point where it's like I like to feel like to get to a point where I no longer care at all about people's opinions of me, because I have all these stupid, ridiculous opinions that I love to share, but only when I'm so blitzed that like I don't feel like it matters. Like it's like a a way of abdicating responsibility for what I say. Because like then I can always feel comfortable the next day just being, oh, sorry, I was so drunk, I just said a bunch of shit. It doesn't matter. It wasn't even me. It was just because I was so drunk. But like that's what I want to be all the time. It's just so free and open that I'm just willing to get into arguments with people about everything.
Yeah, totally, man. I think what's interesting is that it's like you kind of can, I think, reach that state without being under the influence. Like, I just finished a 2-year Meisner acting conservatory, and one of the exercises we did, we have to be under the influence of something. Like you pick either like, like 1 week we did drugs and 1 week we did alcohol and just like played around with it. So like I was pretending to be drunk and still found like so much freedom with my partner. And it's all like an like you come up with a scenario and you just like improvise within it. But I had like kind of surprised myself with how much like emotional freedom I had just like pretending to be drunk. That it was really there. I still had all that like freedom to just say what I wanted to this person. I'd say the first thing that like I thought of, had like some strong opinion I had about this other person, this other like within this, high stakes scenario that we created. And I was just like yelling, and then I started like crying at the end of it, and I was just like freaking out, and it was cool. I think so. There's a lot of like, I don't know, we got a lot of like hang-ups or like blocks about sharing these things that I think you could consciously sort of get rid of without thinking.
Right, but there is like that there's something about it becomes more acceptable, especially when it's not just you, like when everyone's drinking. Like obviously that's what I prefer. I don't want to be like the drunk asshole while everyone else is sober. But like when everyone's drinking, I love the conversations that happen, because you can just go all out and like no one's gonna be like super upset, because like everybody knows like we're all fucking drinking. Like we can just be loud and obnoxious and wrong, and it's not really gonna like make me think less of these people unless I like start pissing all over the place.
Right. Yeah. You should. I just thought of this, and I kind of want to do it now too. But just like bring some like fake alcohol. Just bring some like water in a fucking thing, and pretend. Just be sober and pretend that you're drunk, and then nobody will know.
You think that was like Jesus? That's like what Jesus did. She's like, this water is fucking wine. Let's all fucking party. And everyone's just like, oh, Jesus, you're totally the fucking son of God. And he's like, yeah, I fucking know. I know. I got some ideas, too, on how you should live your life. Let me outline them right now.
Yeah, and let me talk about it super loud and write it all down.
Yeah, I'm Jesus. I'm the son of God.
Yeah. I don't think that confidence could come from any sober place.
All right, hey, dude. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah. Thanks for talking to me, man.
All right, have a great weekend.
You too, dude.
Bye. All right. Probably gonna do one more call here, and then call it a night. It's been a long show, right? How do we do this? 6-7 hours. My God. Okay. It needs to be a woman. I want to finish on a woman.
Call from.
Please pick up.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
can't possibly hang up on this person. Yo!
Oh my God!
Who the hell is this?
Hey, you remember me? I was on the addictions one. It's Big B.
Big B? What's up, Big B? How you doing?
Ah, shit! Another day, another dollar, man. How about you?
I'm doing exactly the same as the last time you called in.
I see you've been doing this for like 6-7 hours now. I left the house for a good minute, and I came back, and I had put it on mute on my computer, and I come back in the room, I see it's still streaming, so I had to call in.
Yeah, dude, this is fucking a marathon. I'm setting a personal record for this stream.
That's impressive, man. It's really impressive.
But you're gonna be the last call. I've determined it. You're the last guy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the pressure's
It's an
on,
honor.
dude. You better be fucking. Well, I won't pressure you any further. But goddamn, I mean, you know, you got to be good.
Oh, well, I'm going to make it good, brother. I mean, I'll tell you what. I'm going to pack my bowl up. I'm going to snort a line of cocaine.
No,
and we're gonna get this bitch rolling.
Don't do all that. Oh, wait, before you do any of that, you got to tell Slouch what you want him to draw.
I like the last guy's idea of draw how you think I sound, but give me a big meaty cock.
Jesus Christ. Can I ask you to come up with a different idea, please?
Okay, how about the same thing, but I have big muscles and I'm really strong and independent and confident, and I get women.
All right, good. And the cock is optional for Slouch.
Yes, I mean, like, I appreciate a bulge, but, you know, like...
That's okay.
We're going by YouTube regulations here.
That's fine. All right. A bulge is totally fine, but, you know, it's...
Okay.
Okay. We can't force Slouch to draw your big, meaty cock. That just...
Hey, it's not mine, buddy. It's not mine. This is all in my imagination, you know?
All right, good. Well, so this is the free-for-all call-in stream. There's no topic. What do you want to talk about? Anything you want.
Fuck, I really didn't think I'd get this far, no lie.
You're in, dog. You can just tell me about your day if you want. What's going on today? You get off work, or what are you doing?
Well, I don't have a job, really. I have a sort of job, but it's not a paper job, you know, like I do transactions in business and so on and so forth, and woke up around 3 p.m., pretty hungover, you know.
Sounds like a good scenario.
I mean, you know, I hate myself. That's just me, you know. But yeah, like, woke up, didn't really do much. I hop on the computer, you know, I see you streaming. I pop in here, listen to a few calls, put it on mute, you know, watch some other YouTube videos, and we just let it run in the background. And went out for a little bit. I grabbed a White Claw, black cherry, of course, and a pack of smokes, but the bitch gave me Lucky Strike Golds instead of the Reds, and so I sold them to a guy for $3, and now I have no smokes. Which is
$3. Where
fun.
are you? What area of the country are you in? You must be in the South or something.
You would be correct in assuming that, yeah.
Because it's cost like $11 or more for cigarettes up here in New York.
Oh, well, no shit. You live in New York, bro. You live in fucking...
Not the city. Not the
most
city.
expensive state in the country.
Yes, it fucking sucks. I live in upstate, but it's all taxes. It's those. It's like the government is like, we're doing you a favor by charging $7 extra per pack of cigarettes, because we're gonna convince you to get less addicted by just making it more expensive. But it obviously does not fucking work. The government just makes a goddamn killing off of me.
Yeah. I mean, man, you don't smoke American spirits, right?
Why do you ask?
I'd hope not, man, because those are some expensive goddamn cigarettes.
Dude, I was smoking Pall Malls for a long time, but I actually do have American Spirits right now. Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm sorry. What can I do? I can't lie. I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah,
I thought you hung up
I
on
do
me.
the Lucky Strikes. They're dirt nasty cheap, you know.
Hell yeah. They're all expensive.
You know,
there's nothing. There is no pack of cigarettes here that is less than $10. That is the minimum price.
That's ridiculous, man. Like, who do they think they're stopping? It's like raising the crack prices. Like, you really think you're stopping people from smoking crack?
No, it's fucked up. It's just the fucking state, like, being like, all right, if everyone's addicted, we're gonna get our fucking share.
Yeah, man. I was just thinking earlier today. I had to put gas in my car, and I don't know about you, but I never get a receipt for my gas. And so I'm sitting there thinking, like, God damn, well, how much of this is going to the fucking government?
Yeah, dude.
Probably
Gas is crazy right now.
change.
Look,
man, I hate to sound like a right winger, but you know, like, I hate the government, man.
That's all right. That's
God
we
damn.
encourage that on this show.
Perfect.
All right, well,
All
what's
right.
going on? So you've got all your drugs lined up. You're ready to go.
I got my ducks in order, I suppose. Here, I'll let you get a little audio bit of this real quick.
Oh God! Did you just fucking? Don't do
No.
that. Did you just fucking snort
Don't ask me
something?
that. No.
Jesus Christ! All right. So now you're ready. All right, now that you're amped, what the hell do you want to talk about?
What's your favorite kind of porn?
I don't want to answer that.
Hey,
Don't-
look, come on, man. No one's judging you. Like
Yes, they
I don't
are.
like crap here and there. You know, like.
What's your favorite
Come on,
kind of
we're
porn?
grown men.
You're in the hot seat right now, not me. What do you like?
God's honest truth, I don't really watch porn anymore.
Well, then fuck you especially for trying to trap me into this porn question.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
Neither do I. I don't watch porn ever. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you don't, buddy.
I refuse to divulge this information.
Yeah, it's okay, man. Look, we get it. You like the lady boys. You like the women with the cocks. It's okay, man. Like it's 2021. Like we all love you. Oh God,
Dude, what?
and
what
if you couldn't tell my location
up?
before, you can hear the cicadas now, probably.
Jesus Christ. This is a great way to end this stream. You are snorting cocaine, talking to me about what kind of porn I want. What a terrible. This is terrible. Huh?
Hey, look, man. I'm made in God's image. You know, only He can judge me. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Are you okay?
Yeah, there's a plane going up overhead.
That's all right. Okay. Dude, you're giving me nothing here.
Look, okay. All right, let's fuck, what are we gonna talk about? Give me a one word.
Tree.
We'll roll with
Tree.
it. Tree. I'm looking at a tree right now.
Okay. Go on.
I want to say it's an oak.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know botany that well. Give me another topic.
Oh wait, car.
Car. What kind of car do you drive?
A 2006 Prius.
No way.
Yeah, dog.
I used to drive a 2008 Prius.
You think you're better than me?
I mean, by 2 years, yeah, I think I fucking do.
You son of a bitch.
No, I'm glad I'm out of that pussy wagon now. Now I drive a Volvo, like a 240 from like the 90s. But I can never go back to the Prius, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like you save a shit ton of money on gas, but like, God damn, do you look like a bitch driving at that thing?
That's why I keep Rob College in the car because I blame all the bitchness on him. I'll just be like,
Is that what you call your good?
huh?
Is that what you call your good?
My what?
Your gun?
Oh, no. It's my mannequin. You know Rob?
No, I didn't know you had a mannequin.
He's some fucking mannequin I got. My sister bought him for me for my birthday, and I named him Rob College, and he's dressed in what I used to wear in college, but he's like my best friend. And I blame everything bad on him. Like fucking
The last DUI was his fault.
I did not get a DUI. Don't spread this
Hey,
rumor.
look, man, I'm not pointing fingers here. You're the one that said you got the DUI. Like,
I did not. No, I didn't.
you heard it here first, folks.
I
Get
had my
the
license
multiple
suspended
DUIs.
for a few months, but it's because I didn't pay insurance.
Wait, what? You could lose your license for that?
In New York, where everything is fucked, yes.
Man, you got to come to the South, bro.
Where are you at? Are you like Florida?
No. Think a little bit north of Florida.
Alabama?
I'll give you three
Georgia?
college guesses.
Okay, Alabama.
There's two. There's three of them right there. You said Florida, Georgia, Alabama.
Oh, but Florida doesn't count because you said after I get 3 college guesses. So Alabama and Georgia are wrong?
Yes.
Mississippi.
God damn, so wrong.
God damn it. All right, can I keep guessing?
You can keep guessing. Yeah, I don't know if I want to divulge that much information, but I will. I'll give you a general area. You know,
Go ahead.
Tennessee. It's fucking Tennessee. You happy? You glad I said that, buddy?
Yes.
I had cops posting in on my
Yes.
location right now.
Yes.
Shitting bricks.
Dude, I drove through the Smoky Mountains once. What a beautiful state
Oh.
you've got there.
Yeah, it's, I used to go to the Smokies when I was a kid. I shamefully haven't been in a few years, but you know, yeah, we got a little bit of everything out here.
I went to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
Oh God, like near Dollywood.
Yes. It's a dry county, which was really disappointing when I got there.
How
Is
old
that
were you?
common? Is that common in the South? Dry counties? What's going on with that?
Oh, hell no, man. There's a drunk guy driving a pickup truck every other car. You know, like that's just the way
Is
it
it
goes.
just
It's like
Dolly Parton? Did Dolly Parton make that happen?
Probably, yeah. She plays a huge role over there, man. Like she's not like a government figure, but like she she employs a bunch of people at Dollywood and like pays a shit ton of taxes, so they respect her opinion, I guess.
Jesus
but yeah,
Christ.
like probably she seems like a bitch to me. I still fuck, but like I'm lonely, I'm horny. What can I say, dude?
When's the last time you had sex?
Oh God. You gonna put me in the hot seat like this, bro?
I'll tell you mine. I would be surprised if it's been longer than me.
All right, what is it?
I gotta say first.
Okay. Okay. I'll say first. I want to say 3 months.
What are you even complaining about? 3 fucking months? I don't want to let people know that I haven't had sex in 3 months. Guess for me.
I want to say 9 years.
Okay, Jesus Christ, no. 3.5 years.
Does that make you feel better? Do you feel better now? Are you happy?
3.5 years.
3.5 years? That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Fuck you. You
Hey man, my parents
3
haven't had
months.
sex in like 20 years.
Ah, good for them. But they had you, and they were like, well, that's enough of that. Jesus.
Honestly, I'm the youngest, bro. Like that's the way I see it.
All right, good. This is good. All right. Well, so what do you have to complain about? 3 months.
I mean, like last time was kind of weak. I don't know. I don't even like counting it. Prior to that, probably what month is it now? Are we in 7 or 8?
8.
Then yeah, 8 months prior to that.
Dude, if I don't count my last time, I'm at fucking like 5 years.
Wait, and let me ask. So are we just counting sexual encounters, or are we talking bodies here? So like if you were let's say in a relationship, is that one sex or is that multiple sexes?
Well, we're talking like chronologically. So like if you're in a relationship, it would be the last time you had sex in that relationship.
Okay. Then same answer, yeah.
Dude, we're
Didn't change a bit.
We're killing it, man.
Oh God. You see why I wanted him to draw me all muscly with a big cock now?
Dude, what a depressing way to end this stream.
Hey, no, man, I'm in a good mood about it. You know, like I got some potentials out there. I got some feelers. You know.
Yeah, right.
Like my buddy Wyatt's watching this. I fucked your girlfriend way back in the day.
Oh,
you know
God.
that. I know that.
Oh God. Why
know he's
don't
gonna-
listen
I'm
to
gonna
this
tell him
guy?
about this.
He's
He's gonna
fucking
watch
high on cocaine and weed and every other substance known to man. He doesn't know what he's saying. Don't listen, Wyatt.
Except for fucking nicotine, man. That bitch wouldn't give me the right fucking cigarette.
All right, dude. Thank you for calling in. This is, you know, I don't know how to sum this up, but this was good.
Well, hey, man, hopefully I'll be able to pop back in another day, you know. I'll always be here forever and always.
Good.
Big B.
Good. All right, Big B. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You as well, brother. Dose.
Bye. Well, that's the stream. Sure wish that last call didn't happen at all. But here we are. It's done. It's over. That's that. Slouch, thank you so much for oh, beautiful. Thank you, Slouch, for drawing all this shit. I'm gonna, you know, we'll collect all the images that were drawn in the stream and put them in a little folder so you can check them out. In a bit, you know, tonight, tomorrow, I don't know, fucking soon. All the music from the stream was from Michael Coffrin, or perhaps Kofran, we'll never know. I'm going to play 2 more songs here to finish out the stream, and then that's that. Thank you everyone for calling in, and I will see you soon. I don't want to say for sure next week, because who freaking knows, but on some Friday soon, you'll be hearing from me. And that's that. All right. Goodbye.
You may not have a body, don't invite me. You may not eat past 10 p.m. How many times did I say that you could not eat what I put my name on? Only if you invite me first to your arms, so that I may meet your wife, and we could go upstairs and maybe I won't try anything, and I won't. Maybe I could even have a slice of pie if you've got some in your fridge. Maybe I could meet your little tiger and take him to an inch. Only if you let me first.
thirsty?